Hello everyone, this is Warhawk Beyond 2040 and welcome to a very special edition of the Spider-Man review series. And as I mentioned at the end of the last edition that I did for this series, where I talked about Season 3 in its entirety from start to finish and all 14 chapters, which was called The Sins of the Fathers, I mentioned at the end that for the next edition of this series, I am going to be talking about Season 4 in its entirety from start to finish, and it consists of 11 chapters, and it was going to be an hour plus long video. So, season 3 pretty much continued the trend that started in season 2, where once again you had a long form story arc that lasted for the entire season. And just as I mentioned previously, you had to really watch the entire season and all of its chapters to know what was really going on. So, for example, as I said before, if you missed one or two chapters, you had to go back and watch them to really fully understand and get the full picture of what was actually going on in the show. And the Sins of the Fathers story arc for season 3, for the most part, was actually very good. There were a few chapters that were kind of a hit and miss for me, and I didn't really feel that they had any place in the story arc that was being told. I felt some of them could have worked for maybe earlier episodes, maybe for season 1 perhaps, but it didn't take away from the fact that season 3 was still very enjoyable. Unlike season 2, which was very dark and at times embraced horror aspects, season 3 was still very dark, but it was a lot more emotional. And just like in the name, The Sins of the Fathers, it dealt with father and son dynamics involving Wilson and Richard Fisk, Robbie and Randy Robertson, Alistair and Spencer Smythe, and of course Norman and Harry Osborn. And also in season 3, we got to see Spider Man team up with a number of different heroes, such as Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and of course the man without fear himself, Daredevil, which for me was probably the best crossover of the entire season. I thought it was a lot of fun, and we got to see a number of different story arcs pay off. We finally got to see Spider Man learn the existence of the Kingpin and learn the shocking truth that Wilson Fisk is indeed the Kingpin, thanks to some information from Daredevil, who confirms the true identity of Wilson Fisk. We also got to see the return of Venom. We also got the first and only official appearance in the show of Carnage. We also got the debut of the Green Goblin as a result of Norman Osborn breathing in the gas thanks to an explosion at Oscorp, which drove him completely insane and transformed into the Green Goblin. And even though the Green Goblin only had 3 appearances in the entire third season, for me, those 3 appearances alone were the best thing about the Sins of the Fathers story arc. I thought they did an amazing job in making the Green Goblin not only perhaps Spider Man's greatest enemy, but they established him as a real dangerous threat, not only to Spider Man and Peter Parker, but to all of Peter Parker's loved ones as well. And we also got to see the Green Goblin and the Hobgoblin go at it as well, after both Goblin characters made their debuts at different points in the show. So to actually see both of those diabolical villains come together and do battle was an amazing payoff. And we kind of left season 3 on a somber note, as Mary Jane would end up going missing after falling into the portal thanks to the Green Goblin's time dilation accelerator. But Spider Man didn't see Mary Jane fall into the portal. He just saw her fall off the Brooklyn Bridge and disappeared, and Spider Man was unable to find her, not realizing that Mary Jane was actually trapped in limbo. So I thought that was an excellent way to end season 3, and it really put Spider-Man on an emotional journey that would last for pretty much the rest of the show's run as he tries to move on from the fact that Mary Jane is now gone, not realizing that she's actually trapped in another dimension. So, just like season 2 and 3, we get another long form story arc for the new season. And just like I did previously, I am going to be talking about season 4 in its entirety from start to finish. And it consists of 11 chapters and it's called Partners in Danger. Now, season 4 was a different season compared to season 2 and 3. Season 4 didn't really have a main villain as such. Season 4 saw the return of several familiar faces, and it also paid off a couple of story arcs for a couple of key characters, which had been building up for quite a few seasons now. So we got to see that pay off. And we were also introduced to two new characters. One who would make only one appearance in the show's run, but he would go on to play a major role many years later in the first Spider Verse movie. And the other new character would also play an important key role in season 4 and 5 and would go on to become one of Spider Man's greatest allies, but also a potential love interest as well. And just like in the name, Partners in Danger, Spider Man had to reluctantly team up with different people during the course of this story arc, and he had to learn to trust some of these people as he completely closes himself off from everyone after the events that occurred at the end of season 3. So, the first new character that appeared in season 4 was the mysterious femme fatale herself, the Black Cat. Now, for those of you who have followed the show since the very beginning, the Black Cat is revealed to be Felicia Hardy, and it was hinted from season 1 that there was an attraction between Felicia Hardy and Peter Parker. And we would also see a flirtation between Spider Man and Black Cat. So, Black Cat would start out as kind of like a jewel thief, and then later on, she would become an ally to Spider Man. And she would go on to play a very big role, not only in season 4, but in season 5 as well, in the big 3 part epic Secret Wars, which will be covered in a future edition of this series. And it's interesting because when we first meet Black Cat, she initially comes across as kind of like a villain, as we see her working for the Kingpin, but we learn the real reason why that is the case. And over the course of season 4, we learn more about how Felicia Hardy became the Black Cat, how she got mixed up with the Kingpin, and ultimately we learn more about her family and specifically her father, John Hardesky. And it's interesting because at first, when you see Felicia Hardy back in season 1, she comes across as this gorgeous, rich, blonde haired girl who has got everything going for her and pretty much has the world in her grasp. But as you get to know more and more about her, you realize that she's not exactly had the greatest of upbringing. So I thought the way they built up Felicia Hardy, turned her into the Black Cat, and potentially made her into a possible love interest for Spider Man was very well done, in my opinion. And I've always looked at the Black Cat as the show's answer to Batman's Catwoman in terms of the whole whose side is she on? Is she a hero or is she a villain? But ultimately, as I mentioned already, Black Cat would go on to become a hero in her own right, and she would also go on to become one of Spider Man's greatest allies, not only in the war against crime, but in terms of protecting the entire universe. And I liked her. I thought Black Cat was definitely one of the standouts of season 4. And another new character that we would get introduced to in season 4 was the Prowler. Now, interestingly enough, the Prowler only appeared in one episode in the entire show's run, and he didn't really play much of a big part in terms of the story arc. But the Prowler's one time appearance in the show was kind of an important one because we got to learn about his backstory and we learned that his real name is Hobie Brown and he was a small time criminal working for a small crime lord named Iceberg. And we see that Hobie Brown was hungry for power and he gets caught stealing from his boss and he ends up locked up in prison after stealing Mary Jane's purse, and he meets Richard Fisk, who helps him get released. And then later on, we see him working for his father, the Kingpin. And in exchange for his release, Fisk helps create a powerful suit that Hobie puts on and becomes the Prowler. But other than that, the Prowler didn't really have much of a big role in the show. He would, however, go on to play a much bigger role in the Spider-Verse movie years later and helped put Miles Morales on his path to becoming Spider-Man in his own right. So it's interesting to see how the Prowler got his start in Spider-Man media as he would go on to appear in other forms of Spider-Man media over the years. And it all started with his first appearance in the 1990s animated series of Spider-Man. And while we were introduced to a couple of new characters, we were also treated to the return of some familiar faces. The first one being Kraven the Hunter, who we hadn't seen since season 2, when he was brought in by Dr. Mariah Crawford to team up with the Punisher to take down a mutated Spider Man. And we learn that Kraven the Hunter is back in New York City on the hunt for a mysterious creature who is going around causing a lot of trouble. And speaking of the Punisher, we also see the return of Frank Castle, who we hadn't seen since season 2, and he is brought back by Mary Jane's Aunt Anna in the hopes of looking for her niece as she suspects that Peter Parker is the reason for Mary Jane's disappearance. And we would also see the return of the Lizard, who we hadn't seen since the end of season 2. And it's very interesting to learn how and why the Lizard is brought back, as we are led to believe that the Lizard is the heir apparent to the throne and is destined to lead an army of underground lizards. And also, we would see the return of Morbius, who we hadn't seen since season 2, after he was blasted by the neogenic recombinator, which resulted in Morbius fully mutating into a vampire as he is brought out of hibernation by Dr. Kurtz Connors and Deborah Whitman in the hopes of restoring him back to normal. And where there's vampires, there is one who is never far behind as we see the return of Blade, the vampire hunter, who we haven't seen since season 2. And we see him make his return to New York City as he is on the hunt for an evil vampire queen named Miriam, who plans to turn everyone into New York City into vampires. And he learns the true identity of who the evil vampire queen really is. He also learns the shocking connection to this evil creature. And also, we would see another story arc gets paid off as we would see Harry Osborn eventually embrace his dark side and become the second Green Goblin after acquiring the original Green Goblin's arsenal of goblin weapons, as he would learn the true identity of Spider Man, as Harry Osborn would go on to wage a personal vendetta against his former best friend Peter Parker under the influence of the original Green Goblin. And also, in a shocking turn of events, we would see the return of Mary Jane Watson, who, as we all remembered, disappeared at the end of season 3, as she is reunited with Peter Parker, as he would go on to reveal his Spider Man identity to her and propose to her. But all is not what it seems, as we would learn the shocking reason how and why Mary Jane Watson returned, but that will be saved for a future edition for another time. So I am going to give a quick recap of what's happened at the end of season 3, and then after that we are going to get straight into talking about season 4, the Partners in Danger story arc. So, at the end of season 3, Spider Man told Madam Web that he wanted to end their partnership because he felt he had everything he ever wanted and Mary Jane loves him. Madam Web warns Spider Man that one day he will yearn for her wisdom and also foreshadows that the day will come soon when the two-headed monster will rise from the Netherworld. We also see Norman Osborn makes another time dilation accelerator for the Green Goblin, and he quickly learns the shocking truth that Spider Man is really Peter Parker. And we also see Norman Osborn invites Peter Parker and Mary Jane to his mansion and pretty much confirms to him that he knows that he is really Spider Man. After creating a smoke diversion, we then see Peter and the Green Goblin do battle at the back of the mansion with Norman Osborn in full Green Goblin costume, as he would go on to target Spider Man's loved ones as well as kidnapping Mary Jane, and this would result in Spider Man and the Green Goblin going at it on the top of the Brooklyn Bridge, and this would also lead to Mary Jane falling off the Brooklyn Bridge and into the portal, which was caused by the time dilation accelerator, and Spider Man, not realizing that Mary Jane had fallen into the portal, swims underwater to try and find Mary Jane, who has completely disappeared. And then we would see Spider Man and Green Goblin go at it on the top of the Goblin glider, and this would result in Norman Osborn getting hit by his own glider and getting trapped in limbo. After the portal closes, we see Spider Man cry out for Madam Web, who begs her to bring Mary Jane back. However, Madam Web refuses and explains to Spider Man that he chose this path and to do things on his own when he decided to end their association, and there is no turning back. Spider Man becomes angry and rips off his mask and tells Madam Web that he is tired of her riddles, her lessons, and her arrogance, and he yells at her to never enter his life again. Madam Web agrees that he will leave Spider Man alone, but when the time comes, she will come back for him when he is needed for the ultimate battle. As Madam Web disappears, we see Peter standing alone on top of the bridge with Madam Web gone, Mary Jane completely disappeared, and his best friend Harry turned against him. The perfect life that Peter thought he had was now gone. Little did he realise that inside Limbo, Mary Jane was calling out for help, but no one is able to hear her as she falls deeper and deeper into Limbo. And that's how we ended season 3. Overall, a very emotional season with a very somber ending that helped to set up season 4, which would put Spider Man on an emotional journey as he tries to come to terms with the fact that he lost Mary Jane and he was unable to save her, but little realizing that she is actually trapped in another dimension. So now that season 3, The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now begin season 4, Partners in Danger, chapter 1, Guilty. So we see chapter 1 picks up where we left off from the end of season 3, as we see Spider Man swings through New York City and he is clearly not in a good mood due to what's happened. He remembers a flashback where Anna Watson is lying in a hospital bed with May and Peter Parker in her room, and Anna is angered over the disappearance of Mary Jane and blames Peter for it. May tells Peter that Anna didn't mean what she said. She's just very upset about the disappearance of Mary Jane. However, Peter knows that Mary Jane's disappearance was his fault, as he remembers back to when he fought the Green Goblin, when Mary Jane vanishes after falling off the George Washington Bridge, not realizing that she actually fell into a portal due to the time dilation accelerator. Peter also remembers back to when Harry Osborn found out about his father Norman Osborn and Mary Jane both disappearing, and how devastated he was. Peter then thinks that if he wasn't Spider Man, then none of this would have happened, and he decides to quit being Spider Man because all of this trouble was caused by him and his costume. It's interesting how Spider Man blames himself for what's happened because none of this was actually his fault. He was doing the best he could to try and stop the Green Goblin and also try to save Mary Jane at the same time. But what he doesn't realize is that Mary Jane did survive, but she's just trapped in another dimension. And the way they took inspiration from the death of Gwen Stacy was very well done. And I love the way that season four pretty much picks up from the aftermath of Mary Jane's disappearance, which would play a very big part in this entire season and the next season coming up as well. A short while later at the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson is telling Robbie Robertson that they need pictures of Spider Man linking him to the disappearance of Mary Jane. Robbie defends Spider Man by saying that he would never hurt an innocent person. Jameson demands Robbie to call Parker, but Robbie says that he did, and Peter has announced that he doesn't want his career tied to Spider Man anymore because of Mary Jane's disappearance. Robbie then tells Jameson that he has to leave to watch his son Randy's basketball game. As Robbie leaves, Jameson tells him that he is a very lucky man and that he should cherish his family and the time he spends with them. Robbie leaves the Daily Bugle and calls for a taxi and gets inside. However, the taxi speeds off and a green sleeping gas is released in the back seat, which knocks out Robbie. Very strange. So the next morning, we see Spider Man follows the police to the docks where a group of criminals are gathered on a cargo ship. And as Spider Man arrives on the scene, he webs his camera to get photographs of the gang and their leader, who goes by the name Mastermind, who proceeds to shoot Spider Man with a stun blaster. As Spider Man is shot, he falls into the ocean, and when he climbs back up, he sees that all of the criminals have given themselves up very easily. Spider Man then removes the Mastermind's ski mask and is shocked to see that the leader of the gang is none other than Robbie Robertson. Wow, I definitely didn't see this one coming. A few days later, Robbie is put on trial for his crimes. Robbie tries to explain that someone kidnapped him. However, the prosecuting attorney argued that everything he was saying was totally unbelievable. The jury later finds Robbie guilty of his crimes. Peter, who is in the courtroom, believes that it was his fault for ruining Robbie's life. As Martha and Randy Robertson exit the courthouse, they are bombarded by reporters. Randy defends his dad, saying that he is a good man and he hasn't done anything wrong. Jameson jumps in front of the reporters and tells them that Robbie is the most honest man he's ever known and that he will do everything in his power and use all of his resources to prove his innocence. Randy asks Jameson what he or anyone can do, and Jameson says, I will do everything I can to help you. If there's anything you need, just call me. Later at the Daily Bugle, Jameson calls the governor and tells him that Robbie has been framed. However, the governor doesn't believe him because of the lack of evidence and hangs up on him. When Peter arrives, Jameson tells him to look into Spider Man because he is sure Spider Man set Robbie up. However, Ned Leeds believes that Robbie and Spider Man were working together and that Robbie betrayed him and that Robbie is really guilty. However, Jameson quickly dismisses Ned's idea. Minutes later, Peter changes back into his Spider-Man costume and thinks to himself that he agrees with Ned's idea since he was the one who helped the police put him behind bars, despite all the times Robbie stood up for him against Jameson. You know, it's interesting about Ned Leeds, and for those of you who have read the comic books and are hardcore Spider-Man geeks, Ned Leeds took on the persona of the Hobgoblin, but they never did that in the show. I truly think after the original Hobgoblin was put away, they should have built Ned Leeds up to become the next one because this is the only scene he has in the entire show's run, and they didn't do anything with him. Huge missed opportunity, in my opinion. Sometime later, Martha and Randy visit Robbie in prison. Randy blames Spider Man for his father being in prison. However, Robbie defends Spider Man and tells him that Spider Man was doing what he thought was right. And Randy asks him, "Well, where is Spider Man now to help you?" At that moment, we see Peter Parker is in the photo room developing the pictures he took at the docks and notices that Robbie was not pulling the trigger on the gun when it was fired. Peter then realizes that Robbie has been set up and whoever is behind it is a master of deception. And we all know there's only one man who is the master of deception. Meanwhile, at Crime Central, Kingpin tells Herbert Landon that Robbie must be sent to the proper, correct prison. Kingpin hacks into the Department of Corrections computer and changes the prison Robbie is going to be sent to from New York State Penitentiary to Rikers Island Penitentiary. Peter goes to the Daily Bugle and tells Glory Grant that he needs to speak to J. Jonah Jameson. However, Glory tells Peter that Jameson isn't in a good mood because he just got word that Robbie has been sentenced to 15 years at Rikers State Penitentiary. As Jameson walks out of his office, he scolds Peter for showing his face around the Daily Bugle without any evidence to help Robbie. Peter shows Jameson the photo of Robbie with the gun and shows him that the gun fired even though he wasn't actually pulling the trigger. Peter tells Jameson that he will continue to investigate. However, Jameson angrily replies that Peter is an amateur and that he will handle this one himself. J. Jonah Jameson then proclaims that Jigsaw Jameson is back, which was an old nickname Jameson had during his days as an investigative reporter. Peter thinks to himself that perhaps he should keep an eye on Jameson just in case he gets himself into trouble. Peter is secretly able to put a spider tracer on Jameson, who hails for a taxi. Peter changes into Spider-Man and watches Jameson get into the taxi. However, the taxi driver is the same man that was driving the taxi that kidnapped Robbie. The driver uses his radio to inform the other criminals of where he is taking Jameson. However, he pretends he is talking to the base of the taxi business. Spider-Man follows Jameson without being seen. The first person Jameson visits is a beat cop named James Mills. Jameson asks Officer Mills about where someone could obtain high-tech weapons. Mills tells Jameson to talk to Joey Nails. Jameson recognizes the name Joey Nails as one of his informants during his days as an investigative reporter. However, Mills tells Jameson that Joey is a successful businessman now, not owning a restaurant called Baby Joe's. Sometime later, Jameson arrives at Baby Joe's, and as Jameson goes inside, he sees an old friend of his, Nora, working as a waitress. Jameson tells Nora that he needs to talk to Joey Nails. Nora has Jameson sit in a chair, however, Nora presses a button which straps Jameson to the chair so he can't move. Jameson is then lowered through a secret elevator in the floor into Joey Nails' office. Joey lets Jameson out of the chair, and Jameson quickly grabs a warehouse storage record that is on his desk. When Joey tries to get the record back, Jameson is able to trap Joey in the same chair that Jameson was brought down in. Jameson then leaves Baby Joe's. Outside of Baby Joe's, we see Spider-Man sees Jameson walk out unharmed, but he also spots two armored men on a rooftop that are about to shoot him. Spider-Man webs them up and asks them who are they working for. for which the thugs answers that they won't talk because if they did, their employer would kill them. Spider-Man quickly pulls out his tracker and continues to follow Jameson. Jameson then goes to the warehouse that was listed on the records that he got from Joey Nails, and Spider-Man follows him. As Spider-Man enters the warehouse, his spider sense goes off and he is attacked by a group of armored thugs. One of the thugs arms a bomb to explode in 1 minute and 30 seconds. One of the thugs nearly kills Jameson, however, he is rescued by Spider-Man. When Jameson sees Spider-Man, he believes even more strongly that Spider-Man was responsible for framing Robbie. Jameson then grabs a laser gun and points it at Spider-Man. Spider-Man begs Jameson that he was trying to stop the thugs from harming him. Jameson disagrees with what he says and gets ready to shoot Spider-Man. However, the bomb explodes, which causes the warehouse to catch fire. Spider-Man is able to get him and Jameson to the Web's basement before the ceiling falls on them. Spider-Man quickly finds the same gun that Robbie shot him at the docks with. Jameson also finds a remote control for the gun and realizes this is the proof he needs to prove that Robbie was indeed framed. Jameson tells Spider-Man that he will immediately take the evidence to a judge to prove Robbie's innocence and leaves. As Spider-Man looks around the basement, he sees that there are several high-tech computers in there. Spider-Man quickly figures out that the only person with enough resources to purchase all of these computers is none other than the Kingpin. As Spider-Man tries to gain access to the computer files on Robbie, he sees that the computer is password protected. Spider-Man then tries to find a way to hack into the computer's files. At that moment, Robbie arrives at Rooker's Island. Spider-Man is also able to hack into Kingpin's files by using the password Progony, and learns that Robbie was supposed to be transferred to New York State Penitentiary, but the Kingpin changed it to where Robbie would be sent to Rooker's Island. Spider-Man learns that progeny means offspring and realizes that Kingpin's son, Richard, was also incarcerated at Rooker's Island as well, ever since he tried to frame Peter Parker back in Season 3. Spider-Man deduces why Robbie was sent to Rooker's and realizes that he may be in real danger, so he web swings quickly to Rooker's to try and save him. Meanwhile, at Rooker's Island, Richard Fisk and Tombstone enter Robbie's cell. Tombstone then reveals to Robbie that he had Fisk frame him as repayment for Tombstone helping Fisk in prison. As Spider-Man arrives at Rooker's Island, he is quickly spotted by the guards. As Spider-Man breaks into the prison, a security guard named Butch, who is really a spy working for the Kingpin, escorts Robbie, Richard, and Tombstone to the courtyard, where a helicopter is waiting for them. Spider-Man follows the three of them and attaches a web line to the helicopter as it takes off. As Spider-Man gets onto the helicopter, the pilot tries to shoot Spider-Man down. However, he accidentally shoots the helicopter's engine, which causes it to crash down. Tombstone and Richard accidentally fall out of the helicopter and are quickly recaptured by the guards. Spider-Man also gets himself, Robbie, and Kingpin spy to safety. A few days later, Jameson testifies in court and presents the evidence he found while investigating Robbie's case. After hearing all the evidence, the judge acquits Robbie of all charges and is free to go. At the Daily Bugle, a party is thrown for welcoming Robbie back. Robbie thanks Jameson for all he did. Robbie then tells Peter that he had never been more convinced in his life that Spider-Man was a true hero. Peter Parker at the time had been contemplating not being Spider-Man anymore, but after hearing Robbie say that, decided that the world really does need Spider-Man after all. We see Spider-Man swings through the city and thanks Robbie by saying that he needed to hear that more than Robbie would ever know. And that wraps up Chapter 1 of the Partners in Danger story arc, Guilty. Overall, I thought this was a pretty decent first chapter for Season 4. There wasn't really any big surprises for this first chapter. There wasn't any big hints or big setups going forward. The only highlight I would say for this first chapter was we got to see Spider-Man dealing with the aftermath of Mary Jane's disappearance, which occurred at the end of season 3, where she fell into a portal and was trapped in another dimension thanks to the Green Goblin's time dilation accelerator. But other than that, the second half of this first chapter was pretty average because this to me just felt like a rehash of a story arc that they did in season 3 called Framed and The Man Without Fear, where Peter Parker was accused of a crime that he didn't commit, and Daredevil appeared to try and prove his innocence. So they just essentially swapped the characters around. So Robbie Robertson was the one accused, and Spider Man was the one trying to prove his friend's innocence. And even Jameson was trying to prove his friend's innocence as well. And I would have liked to have seen maybe Spider Man and Jameson reluctantly work together for this first chapter to try and prove Robbie's innocence, but sadly we didn't get that. But there were some cool callbacks to season 3 with Tombstone and Richard Fisk's involvement. But other than that, this first chapter had nothing going for it whatsoever. That doesn't mean that it wasn't bad. It was still good. It was still enjoyable. But I just thought maybe they could have gone in a different direction and maybe they should have fully concentrated more on Spider-Man dealing with Mary Jane's disappearance, and maybe throughout this first chapter maybe he searches all around New York City trying to look for Mary Jane. I just thought maybe they should have done something like that instead. But overall, I thought this was a decent chapter, but I would probably say compared to the previous openers for season 3 and 2, this one was pretty average, in my honest opinion. But it wasn't boring, far from it. So now that chapter 1, Guilty, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 2 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this one is a very interesting one because after 3 seasons, we finally get to learn the backstory about one of Spider Man's love interests. And we also get to learn about a mysterious figure who has a lot of deep connections to this Spider Man love interest. And we'll also get to see why this mysterious figure hasn't been in this person's life. And we'll also get to see how the Kingpin is involved as well. And this one is simply called The Cat. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 1, Guilty, we see Spider Man is dealing with the aftermath of Mary Jane's disappearance from the end of Season 3, and we see Anna Watson blames Peter Parker for Mary Jane's disappearance, and we also see Harry Osborn is also struggling to deal with the aftermath of Mary Jane's disappearance, as we see Peter decides that he can no longer continue to be Spider Man. And we also see Robbie Robertson takes a taxi from the Daily Bugle and is knocked out with sleeping gas. And then we see Spider Man is tracking down a group of thugs led by their leader called Mastermind as he follows them to the docks. And as the leader, Mastermind, attempts to shoot Spider Man, the gang give themselves up easily, and Spider Man takes off the leader's mask, who is revealed to be none other than Robbie Robertson. And this would lead to Robbie being found guilty in court as he is taken away to prison. And we see Jameson is on a mission to try and prove Robbie's innocence. And Peter Parker is also on a mission as well to prove his friend's innocence as he develops his photographs and sees that Robbie never actually fired the gun that shot Spider Man. And Peter comes to the conclusion that someone has framed his friend Robbie. And at that moment, in Crime Central, we see the Kingpin hacks into the Department of Corrections and changes the prison that Robbie is going to be sent to from New York State Penitentiary to Rooker's Island Penitentiary. And while this is going on, we see Peter shows Jameson a photograph of Robbie with the gun and explains to him that although the gun was fired, Robbie's finger never actually pulled the trigger. Peter tells Jameson that he will continue to investigate, and Jameson replies that Peter is an amateur and that he will handle this himself, and proclaims that Jigsaw Jameson is back, which was an old nickname Jameson used to call himself back in his younger days as an investigative reporter. We then see Jameson go to the warehouse, which he found on the records he got from Joey Nails, and we see Spider-Man follows him. As Spider-Man enters the warehouse, we see one of the thugs arms a bomb to explode in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and we see Jameson is almost killed by one of the thugs, and Spider-Man manages to save his life as the bomb goes off. As Spider-Man and Jameson enter the warehouse's basement, Spider-Man quickly finds the same gun that Robbie shot him with at the docks and shows it to Jameson, who finds a remote control for the gun and realizes this is the proof he needs to prove that Robbie was framed after all. Shortly after being transferred to Rooker's Island Penitentiary, Robbie learns the shocking truth that Tombstone, with Richard Fisk's help, had him framed as repayment for Tombstone helping Fisk in prison. Shortly after, we see Spider-Man arrive at Rooker's Island as he spots Fisk, Tombstone, and Robbie getting into the helicopter as it tries to take off. Spider-Man web lines the helicopter and brings it down, resulting in Tombstone and Richard Fisk falling out of the helicopter and being quickly recaptured by the guards. Spider-Man gets himself and Robbie to safety. We then see Robbie is cleared of all charges and is free to go. And as Robbie returns to the Daily Bugle, he tells Peter that he had never been more convinced in his life that Spider-Man is a true hero, and he hopes that he will continue to protect the city because he is exactly what the world needs right now. As Spider-Man swings through the city, he thanks Robbie by saying to himself that he really needed to hear that more than Robbie would ever know. So now that chapter 1, Guilty, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 2 of the Partners in Danger story arc, and this one is called The Cat. We see Spider-Man is still saddened by the loss of Mary Jane, and desperately needing someone to talk to, he decides to turn to Felicia Hardy, who at that moment is on a date with a man named Brace Huntington. Brace tries to talk to Felicia, however, Felicia's mind is wandering as she remembers back to a time when she was a little girl with her father, John Hardesky, who caught her up past her bedtime. Young Felicia told her father that she wanted to spend time with him. John replies to Felicia that they both feel most comfortable at night. As we cut back to the present, Felicia arrives at her apartment building, saying goodbye to Brace and heads to her floor. As Felicia gets upstairs, she overhears a man blackmailing her mother and says that if he doesn't get what he wants, he will reveal her connection to the theft of the Osbach fortune. Felicia enters the room and demands to know what is going on. We see the mysterious man is revealed to be none other than Dr. Octopus, who uses his mechanical arms to capture Felicia and Anastasia. However, Spider-Man quickly arrives on the scene and tackles Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus uses his mechanical arms to topple a bookshelf on top of Spider-Man, and Felicia manages to activate the apartment's alarm. When Dr. Octopus hears police sirens, he quickly leaves. Spider-Man offers to help clean up the apartment, and as Spider-Man picks up a photograph, he sees that is a picture of Felicia Hardy's father, John Hardesky. Anastasia shouts at Spider-Man that they don't need his help. However, Felicia defends Spider-Man and asks her mother why she was making a deal with Dr. Octopus. As the police arrive, Anastasia goes to talk to them, and Felicia runs to her room crying in tears. Spider-Man follows Felicia and asks if she wants to talk about what's happened. As Felicia looks at Spider-Man, she says that he is the only good thing in her life right now. And when Spider-Man asks what kind of deal Anastasia has made with Dr. Octopus, Felicia answers that she doesn't know, but Dr. Octopus mentions something called the Osbach fortune. As Spider-Man leaves, Felicia wonders why she always falls for mysterious men like Spider-Man, Jason Macendale, and Michael Morbius. Remembering what her father once told her, Felicia refers to Spider-Man, Jason, and Michael as men who are wrapped in the dark blanket of the night. Ever since we were first introduced to Felicia Hardy back in season 1, we have known very little about her past or her backstory. The closest we have to a form of a backstory for Felicia Hardy is obviously she dated Michael Morbius before he transformed into the vampire Morbius. But apart from that, we know very little about Felicia Hardy. In fact, you could say that she is much more of a bigger mystery than Mary Jane Watson, because at least with Mary Jane Watson, we kind of got to know a little bit more about her past before she disappeared at the end of season 3. But season 4 was definitely an eye opener because we got to learn more about Felicia Hardy in this season than we have ever done in the previous 3 seasons of Spider Man the Animated Series. So we not only get to learn more about who Felicia Hardy really is, but we also get to learn about the mystery surrounding her father, John Hardesky, who, for the most part, has never really been mentioned or referenced in this show up until this 4th season. Kind of the same similar sort of situation with Spider Man with his parents, because for the most part, we have never really known much about his parents until they were hinted at the beginning of season 3. So this season is definitely getting to know who Felicia Hardy really is, not only as a person, but we also get to see the big role she will end up playing in Spider Man's life later on in the show's run. The next day at the Daily Bugle, Peter Parker does research on the computer to find out what the Orsbach fortune is. Peter learns that the Orsbach fortune was a collection of valuable diamonds that was stolen by a criminal called the Cat 15 years ago. Continuing with his research, Peter learns that the Cat's real name is John Hardesky, and Peter immediately recognizes him from a picture he saw in Felicia's apartment and realizes that the Cat is actually Felicia's father. Peter then deduces that Dr. Octopus was blackmailing Anastasia by threatening to tell the world about her criminal husband. So that would explain a lot of the reason why we never actually saw Felicia Hardy's father around, and the real reasons why he was never addressed publicly. And interestingly enough, this is very similar to a very big secret surrounding the mystery of Peter Parker's parents and the reasons why we don't see them or ever hear anything mentioned about them. But we won't be talking about that today. That's going to be saved for a future edition for another time. Later that night, Dr. Octopus goes to a warehouse and he is attacked by a group of armed thugs. The thugs hit Dr. Octopus with knockout gas and he passes out. The next day, we see Dr. Octopus wakes up on an airplane and sees the Kingpin standing in front of him. Kingpin asks Dr. Octopus if he will cooperate with him. Dr. Octopus refuses, and Kingpin opens a trapdoor on the airplane, and Dr. Octopus almost falls out. Dr. Octopus then agrees to listen to what the Kingpin has to say. Kingpin then takes Dr. Octopus to another room where Herbert Landon is there. Kingpin and Landon tell Dr. Octopus they are going to communicate with the chameleon who is being held in a secret military prison. When Dr. Octopus asks how are they going to communicate with him, Kingpin answers that the last time he and Chameleon worked together, he had Landon infuse Chameleon with a techno-organic virus which turned him into a cyborg and purposely allowed him to be captured by the police. These cybernetic upgrades allow Chameleon to transform without his image inducer and send out a homing signal and gave him video cameras in his eyes so Kingpin could see what he sees on a computer. Kingpin knew that since Chameleon was such a danger to the world, he would be placed in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, which he was. Chameleon shows Kingpin, Dr. Octopus, and Landon that the man in the cell next to him is none other than John Hardesky. Kingpin then tells Dr. Octopus that Hardesky has a secret that is worth a king's ransom. Oh wow. The plot definitely thickens for sure. Back at the Daily Bugle, Peter is continuing his research on John Hardesky as he is looking at pictures of him that were taken during his trial. He noticed that the same man is always near Hardesky. As Peter prints out a picture of this man, he instantly recognizes him and draws an eye patch over his left eye and realizes that the man in the picture is none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter wants to know what Fury's connection to Hardesky is and steals Jameson's communication badge. Oh wow, the plot is definitely thickening now. We then see Spider-Man goes to the top of the Empire State Building and activates Jameson's communication badge. Within seconds, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrive and capture Spider-Man and take him to Nick Fury on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Spider-Man tells Nick Fury that he needs information on the cat. However, Fury replies that he can't give him any classified information and orders Agent X to take him back to New York City as he leaves the room. Spider-Man subdues Agent X and downloads the information he needs about John Hardesky onto a disk. As Spider-Man finishes downloading the information he needs, S.H.I.E.L.D. is attacked by Kingpin's henchmen. However, Kingpin's attack is just merely a distraction that allows the Chameleon to disguise himself as Nick Fury, and he escapes his cell by tricking a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent into letting him out. Chameleon also releases John Hardesky and takes him to a helipad where Hardesky is taken away by Kingpin's henchmen. Chameleon then takes the appearance of John Hardesky and allows himself to be captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to let them think that Hardesky is still in their custody. Things are getting very interesting now. Meanwhile, back at home, Peter reads the files he downloaded from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers and learns why John Hardesky was taken into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. We see a flashback from 1943 where John Hardesky, who was 13 years old at the time, was hired by who he thought was the US military to spy on Nazi spies operating in the US. Hardesky breaks into a building and witnesses a scientist turning an average man into a super soldier. While no one was looking, Hardesky memorized the formula for the super soldier serum. Before Hardesky left the facility, he heard the scientist in charge of the project dub their first ever super soldier Captain America. Little did this boy realize that he had just witnessed history in the making. However, one of the technicians, who was really a Nazi spy, sabotages the super soldier program. Hardesky returns to the men that hired him but wondered why they would name their soldier Captain America if they were the Nazis. Hardesky quickly realizes that he had been tricked and that the men he were really working for were the Nazi spies. Hardesky swore that he would never ever reveal the secret of the super soldier serum and runs away. We then see the Red Skull orders his men to follow Hardesky, but he manages to escape. We then see Hardesky as an adult becomes a burglar called the Cat. However, Hardesky was arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep the super soldier serum from falling into the wrong hands. We then cut to the present, and Peter then wonders how he should tell Felicia that her father is still alive. Well, this is definitely very interesting to say the very least. Not only did we learn about John Hardesky's past, but we also got treated to a historic moment where a young Hardesky saw Steve Rogers become Captain America. Now, this obviously sets up for the epic Six Forgotten Warriors story arc, which takes place in season 5, which will definitely be covered on this review series. But what an unbelievable moment. We were not only treated to the backstory of Hardesky, but we got our first hint at Captain America. Oh, yes, this is definitely coming together very nicely. Meanwhile, at that very moment, we see Felicia is kidnapped by Dr. Octopus, and a short while later, Spider Man arrives at Felicia's apartment and sees that there has been a struggle and Felicia is missing. Later at Crime Central, Hardesky tells Kingpin that he will never give him the formula to the super soldier serum. As Dr. Octopus walks in with Felicia into Kingpin's office, Kingpin introduces her to Hardesky and reveals to her that John Hardesky is her father. Kingpin then threatens to harm Felicia unless Hardesky gives him the formula. And that wraps up Chapter 2 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Cat. Overall, for the most part, I thought this was a decent chapter. I thought the first half was a little bit slow, but the second half of this chapter definitely made up for the first half, as we got to learn quite a bit about Felicia Hardy, her backstory, her father, and we also were treated to the origin of Captain America that John Hardesky witnessed as a young boy in the 40s. And we also learned about why S.H.I.E.L.D. kept Hardesky in custody, because he has information about the secret of the super soldier serum, which obviously they don't want to fall into the wrong hands. And we also got a hint of the Red Skull as well. And lots of great flashbacks, lots of great storytelling. And for the most part, this was actually really good. And it's interesting when we first meet Felicia Hardy back in season 1. She comes across as a very outgoing girl, very wealthy, got everything going for her. But then when you fast forward to season 4, you realize that she's had a broken childhood, her father not being around, and you kind of get the sense that everything that we have been seeing from Felicia Hardy has more or less been an act. So it's very interesting how you don't really know someone at first until you actually get to know them better, and you realize that they're completely different to what you first knew them at the start. And learning that John Hardesky was originally a burglar, and when he was younger, he was a spy, and the twist where the spies he were working for turned out to be Nazi spies, I thought was a very good twist. I thought that was something that I didn't really expect to see, but I really liked it. I thought it was very well done, and it definitely sets up some future events that are going to take place in season 5. So now that chapter 2, The Cat, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 3 in the Partners in Danger story arc, which introduces us to a character who would go on to not only become a potential love interest for Spider Man, but also become one of his greatest allies in season 4 and season 5 going forward. And we also learn about their origin and how they got their special abilities as well. And this chapter pretty much confirms the introduction of this character. This one is called The Black Cat. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 2, The Cat, we see Spider Man is still saddened by the loss of Mary Jane, and desperately needing someone to talk to, he decides to turn to Felicia Hardy, who at that moment is on a date, and she remembers back to a time when she was a little girl and remembering spending time with her father, John Hardesky. And we cut back to the present where we see Felicia Hardy overhears her mother talking to someone who is blackmailing her, who turns out to be none other than Dr. Octopus, who tries to use his mechanical arms to capture both Felicia and her mother Anastasia. And Spider Man manages to get there in time, but Dr. Octopus quickly escapes by toppling a bookshelf onto Spider Man, and he picks up a picture of Felicia's father, John Hardesky. Spider-Man then tries to find out what kind of deal Felicia's mother Anastasia was making with Dr. Octopus, and Felicia replies that she doesn't know. Spider-Man remembers Dr. Octopus mentioning something about the Orsbark fortune. A short while later, Peter Parker does his research and learns the shocking truth about the identity of the criminal called the Cat, and he learns that the Cat's real name is John Hardesky, and he immediately recognizes the man in the picture from Felicia's apartment and puts two and two together and learns that the Cat is really Felicia Hardy's father, and he also figures out that Dr. Octopus was blackmailing Felicia's mother Anastasia by threatening to tell the world about her criminal husband. We then see Dr. Octopus is taken out by knockout gas and wakes up in an airplane, and standing in front of him is, of course, the one and only the Kingpin, who asks him if he will cooperate with him. Kingpin explains to Dr. Octopus that him and Landon infused Chameleon with a techno-organic virus which turned him into a cyborg and purposely allowed him to be captured by the police. With these cybernetic upgrades, this allows the Chameleon to transform without his image inducer and sends out a homing signal and gives him video cameras in his eyes so Kingpin can see what he sees on the computer. We also learn that the Chameleon is sharing a cell with John Hardesky, and the Kingpin explains to Dr. Octopus that Hardesky has a secret that is worth a king's ransom. And we also see that Peter is looking through pictures of John Hardesky that were taken during his trial and notices that the same man is always by his side. And Peter realizes that the man on his side, when he draws a eye patch on the left eye, turns out to be none other than Shield director Nick Fury. After stealing Jameson's communication badge, Spider-Man is captured by Shield agents and is taken to the Shield helicarrier, where he tells Fury that he needs information on the Cat. Fury replies that he can't give him any classified information and orders Agent X to take him back to New York City. As Spider-Man subdues Agent X, he downloads the information on John Hardesky, and as soon as he's finished downloading the information, S.H.I.E.L.D. is attacked by Kingpin's henchmen. However, this attack is just a distraction, as the Chameleon disguises himself as Nick Fury, and he escapes by tricking a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent into letting him out. We then also see the Chameleon releases John Hardesky and takes him to a helipad, where Hardesky is taken away by Kingpin's men. And then we see the Chameleon takes on the appearance of Hardesky and allows himself to be captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and letting them think that Hardesky is still in their custody. We then see Peter reads the files he downloaded from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers, and he learns the shocking truth about why John Hardesky was taken into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. We then see a flashback from 1943 of a young John Hardesky, who was 13 years old at the time, was hired by a group of men who he thought was the US military to spy on Nazi spies operating in the US. As we see a young Hardesky breaks into a building and witnesses history in the making, as he sees an average man who turns out to be Steve Rogers become the first ever super soldier, and we see Hardesky witness the man become Captain America. However, we also learn that one of the technicians in the laboratory was a traitor, and we also see that young Hardesky memorized all of the super soldier serum. Young Hardesky quickly learns the shocking truth that the same men he was working for were actually Nazi spies, and vowed never to reveal the secret of the super soldier serum, and runs away. We then learn that the Nazi spies were working for the Red Skull, and he orders his men to follow Hardesky, but he manages to escape. Peter also learns later as an adult that John Hardesky became a burglar called the Cat, and wrestles with this revelation on how to tell Felicia that her father is still alive. We then see Dr. Octopus kidnaps Felicia Hardy and brings her to Crime Central. where the Kingpin officially introduces her to John Hardesky and reveals that the man sitting in front of her is her father. Kingpin then threatens Hardesky to reveal the formula, or else Felicia will be harmed. So now that chapter 2, The Cat, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 3 in the Partners in Danger story arc. And this introduces us to a character who would not only become a potential love interest for Spider Man, but she would also go on to become one of his greatest allies in the war against crime. And just like the name of the character, this chapter is simply called The Black Cat. As Spider Man web slings through New York City, he thinks to himself that he should have prevented Felicia Hardy from being kidnapped. He also mentions that Anastasia is now missing and feels that he is beginning to lose everyone in his life one by one. As Spider Man is deep in thought, we see nearby a mysterious woman dressed in a black catsuit and wearing a domino mask goes to a jewelry store and disables the security system and robs the place. As the cat burglar finishes robbing the jewelry store, she sees Spider Man web slinging nearby. The cat burglar purposely sets off the jewelry store's alarm system, and Spider Man hears it and goes to investigate. Just as Spider Man arrives at the jewelry store, he is attacked from behind by the burglar, who introduces herself to him as the Black Cat. After a very short fight, Black Cat uses her sleeping gas to knock Spider Man out. Black Cat then proceeds to begin removing Spider Man's mask. However, at the last second, Black Cat stops and says that it will be much more rewarding when he takes off his mask for her willingly and kisses him on the lips. As Black Cat leaps off the rooftop, Spider Man wakes up and wonders to himself who was that cat burglar and web slings away. The way Spider Man and Black Cat first meet each other in this chapter reminds me a lot of the way Batman and Catwoman first meet each other. And for those of you who may not know this, Black Cat made her debut in Amazing Spider Man issue 194 in 1979, and her origin story was very different to the one that they came up with for her in the show. In the comic books, Felicia Hardy put on the Black Cat costume to break her dying father out of prison. And on the same night she first encountered Spider Man, her father died and she proceeded to fake her own death. Now, this wouldn't be the first time that Black Cat would make Spider Man believe that she actually died. And over the course of time, Spider Man and the Black Cat would go on to become sometimes the greatest of allies, and over the course of time, they're mostly known for being the greatest of lovers as well. The idea of Felicia Hardy putting on the Black Cat costume to help her dying father, I find it to be a lot more believable. But the origin story that they came up with for the Black Cat in the show was Felicia Hardy became the Black Cat thanks to the super soldier serum that the Kingpin manages to obtain from John Hardesky after he learned the secret when he was a little boy, when he saw history being made with Steve Rogers becoming Captain America. So, in a way, you could look at this as they're already hinting at Captain America, but at the same time, they've come up with a very unique way of introducing the Black Cat. She's working for the Kingpin, but not by choice. Whereas in the comic books, she only puts on the costume to help her father. So I like it. I thought they did a really good job with coming up with a very unique origin story for the Black Cat in the show. At that moment, various S.H.I.E.L.D. agents get word that Spider Man has been spotted nearby. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inform Nick Fury that they have learned that John Hardesky has escaped and he was replaced in his cell by the Chameleon. Fury then orders his agents to find Spider Man and capture him, believing he might be after the super soldier serum. A short time later at Crime Central, The Kingpin and John Hardesky wait for Black Cat to return. Kingpin tells Hardesky that if Black Cat has failed, it will not be good for him. Hardesky assures Kingpin that he has trained Black Cat to be absolutely unbeatable. Black Cat returns to Crime Central and gives Kingpin the diamonds she stole. Kingpin congratulates Herbert Landon for successfully recreating the super soldier serum. However, Landon boasts that he has improved upon Rhinestein's original formula. This improved formula allows Black Cat to transform at will between her natural petite frame and her muscular body she got after taking the serum. Black Cat transforms back into her natural petite body and takes off her mask, revealing herself to be Felicia Hardy. Felicia voices her disgust about having to commit crimes for the Kingpin. Kingpin tells Felicia that as long as he holds her father hostage, she will continue to do exactly as he says. Kingpin then asks if Felicia encountered Spider-Man because he is curious how her power matched up to his. Felicia lies and said that she didn't run into Spider-Man, nor did she fight him. Kingpin has Felicia and John taken to a holding cell. When they get into the holding cell, Hardesky tells Felicia that he wanted her to have a better life than the one he had. Felicia tells her father not to blame himself because there was no way he could have stopped Kingpin from giving her the super soldier serum. Hardesky asks Felicia if there is anyone special in her life, and Felicia answers that there is someone special. Kingpin is secretly watching from a security monitor and says to himself that since he now has the serum, he will have John and Felicia killed. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, Peter Parker tells Robbie Robinson that he witnessed Spider-Man fight a criminal called the Black Cat. Peter was hoping that the Daily Bugle had a file on her, but they don't. J. Jonah Jameson then asks Peter to come into his office and tells him that Anastasia Hardy is staying at his penthouse apartment because she is scared to go to her home, but she won't tell him why. Jameson then asks Peter if Felicia is in some kind of trouble. Peter answers that he doesn't know anything. Jameson gets angry and yells at Peter to get out of his office. Peter walks out very surprised to hear that Jameson actually cares about someone other than himself. Later that night, Peter, in his Spider-Man costume, goes to Jameson's apartment to talk to Anastasia. Anastasia gets angry and tells Spider-Man that he has no right to be there. Spider-Man barks back at Anastasia and says that if Felicia is in danger, someone has to do something. Spider-Man hands Anastasia a spider tracer and tells her that when she is ready to talk, press the button on the spider tracer to contact him. Spider-Man then leaves. Anastasia then calls the Daily Bugle and tells Gloria Grant to let Jameson know that she is returning home. As we see Anastasia is making her calls, meanwhile back at Crime Central, we see Hardesky helps Felicia escape. However, Hardesky is unable to go with her. As Felicia escapes, she promises that she will return to rescue him. When Felicia returns home, she is greeted by her mother, who has been worried about her. Felicia tells Anastasia that she has seen her father, much to her mother's surprise. Felicia also tells Anastasia that she wants to rescue him, but she is going to need some help. Anastasia hands Felicia the spider tracer that Spider-Man gave her earlier. A short while later, in her Black Cat costume, Felicia goes to a biker bar and uses the spider tracer to contact Spider-Man. When Spider-Man arrives at the location of the spider tracer, he is surprised to see Black Cat. Spider-Man quickly attacks Black Cat, and after a brief fight, Black Cat tells Spider-Man that she is on his side and she needs his help to save John Hardesky. When Spider-Man asks Black Cat what her connection to John Hardesky is, she answers that John Hardesky helped turn her into a super soldier. Spider-Man and Black Cat continue to fight each other, but are stopped by a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Agent X. As Spider-Man and Black Cat lead Agent X and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on a chase through New York City, Spider-Man runs out of webbing, so he gets on the back of a motorcycle driven by Black Cat as they speed off with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents following them. During the chase, Spider-Man reloads his web shooters, and Spider-Man and Black Cat are able to subdue the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Spider-Man tells Black Cat that he isn't sure if he can trust her. Black Cat replies that he'll have to trust her if they have any chance of saving John Hardesky. This is what I said before. The whole dynamic with Spider-Man and Black Cat is very similar to Batman and Catwoman. And I said a long time ago, when I first started this series, I always felt that Black Cat was the show's answer to Catwoman. Now, bear in mind that Catwoman is more well known, more iconic, and far more legendary, whereas the Black Cat is probably not well known to a lot of people unless they've played the games or watched the cartoons. And there are a lot of similarities between Catwoman and Black Cat. Catwoman, I would say, leans more towards being a villain, but from time to time she has been an anti hero and an important ally to Batman and the whole Bat family. Black Cat, on the other hand, for most of her existence, she has been more of an ally to Spider Man. However, in recent years, they've kind of gone back to making her more a villain, but from time to time, she does kind of help Spider Man, but also reminds herself that no, I'm still a bad person at heart. So you can definitely see there are similarities to Catwoman and Black Cat. For starters, both wear black costumes, both wear the domino mask. I know Catwoman's costume has changed a lot over the years, whereas Black Cat's hasn't really changed that much. She still wears the black costume, the white furry gloves, and the white furry boots, and the long white hair. So, Black Cat's design hasn't changed that much. But yeah, you can definitely see the similarities between Batman and Catwoman and Spider-Man and Black Cat. A short time later, back at Crime Central, we see Hardesky, who is wearing his full body cat suit, is caught trying to escape. However, Kingpin deduces that Hardesky deliberately set a distraction so Felicia could escape. Kingpin has Hardesky taken back to his cell, where we see the Black Cat is waiting. Kingpin says that he no longer has any use for either of them and orders his men to kill them. Kingpin then orders Landon to go to his lab and produce enough of the formula to create an army of super soldiers for him. Minutes later, in Landon's laboratory, he is working on creating another super soldier serum. However, when Landon looks behind him, he sees that Hardesky is typing on his computer. Landon is surprised to see him. Landon is surprised to see Hardesky because he was just taken away by Kingpin's guards. Hardesky then erases the super soldier serum from all of Landon's computers permanently. Meanwhile, Black Cat and the Hardesky imposter are boarded onto Kingpin's stealth ship and flown away from Crime Central. However, the person in the cat suit is really Spider-Man, as he and Black Cat work together and fight off Kingpin's men. However, Dr. Octopus enters the room and grabs Black Cat with his mechanical arms. Not wanting to endanger Black Cat, Spider-Man surrenders. Kingpin immediately appears on a monitor and says that Spider-Man and Black Cat must be killed and John Hardesky must be found. However, Spider-Man and Black Cat are saved by Agent X and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who are trying to find and attack the stealth ship. Landon comes running into Kingpin's office and informs him that Hardesky was left behind and erased all of the super soldier serum from his computer. Kingpin is angry and shouts and destroys the phone on his desk. As Spider-Man and Black Cat try to leave the stealth ship, Dr. Octopus grabs Black Cat. However, one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. jet fires a missile at the stealth ship, which causes Dr. Octopus and Black Cat to fall out. Spider-Man catches Black Cat with a web line, and Dr. Octopus opens a parachute as he begins to fall. Spider-Man and Black Cat make their way to the cockpit and see that the stealth ship is running out of gas. Black Cat aims the stealth ship at the river, and Black Cat and Spider-Man jump out of the ship before it sinks into the water. Spider-Man says that it was a good thing he put a spider tracer on Black Cat before she ran off. However, when Spider-Man looks at his GPS, he sees that Black Cat's put the spider tracer back onto him. Oh well. Later on, we see John Hardesky says goodbye to Felicia and Anastasia. John says he doesn't want to leave them, but he has no other choice. Felicia tries to convince her father to stay, but John says that she would never be able to live a normal life with him around. Spider-Man then takes Hardesky to a rooftop so he could be picked up by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Spider-Man asks if he really wants to be put back into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. Hardesky answers that he doesn't want to, but he has no choice, and explains that the super soldier formula could cause chaos on Earth if it ever fell into the wrong hands. Spider-Man then hands Hardesky J. Jonah Jameson's communication badge, and he activates it, alerting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to his location. Agent X and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrive and take Hardesky back into custody. Nick Fury tells Agent X to tell Spider-Man thank you if she sees him again, because he has a feeling Spider-Man was responsible for Hardesky's recapture. As Spider-Man web swings back towards Felicia's apartment, he remembers that before all of this happened, he wanted to turn to Felicia with his grief, but now she has more than enough problems of her own to deal with. Spider-Man wonders if he is alone again, or if he has found a kindred spirit in the Black Cat, and he wishes who Black Cat was as he web swings away. And that wraps up Chapter 3 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Black Cat. Overall, I thought this was an excellent chapter, one of the best ones so far, and I thought they did an excellent job in telling the origin story about how Felicia Hardy became the Black Cat. And I thought tying her origin story to the Kingpin was a stroke of genius, as that really helped put the Kingpin over even more as one of the big main heavy hitters in Spider Man's Rogues Gallery. And also, learning that John Hardesky knows the secret of the super soldier serum, as we all know, would play a big part in the creation of Captain America, was excellent as well. And tying it to Nick Fury and the Shield, all of this was just brilliant. I thought this was absolutely amazing. And planting the seeds for Black Cat to become a potential love interest for Spider Man, as he's still trying to get over the disappearance of Mary Jane Watson, was also very well done. I've got nothing bad to say about this. I thought they did an amazing job with the Black Cat. I thought her debut was one of the standouts of the animated series, in my opinion. So now that Chapter 3, The Black Cat, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 4 in the Partners in Danger story arc. And this features the return of an old frenemy of Spider Man, who we haven't seen since Season 2 in the Neogenic Nightmare story arc, where he teamed up with the Punisher to help restore Spider Man back to normal when he was the rampaging man spider. And the question that has to be asked is, why has this person returned after all this time? This one is simply called The Return of Kraven. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 3, The Black Cat, we see Spider Man is swinging through New York City and thinking to himself that he should have done more to prevent Felicia Hardy's kidnapping. And at that very moment, we see a mysterious woman dressed in a black catsuit and wearing a domino mask goes to rob a jewelry store. And as the mysterious woman finishes robbing the jewelry store, Spider-Man arrives on the scene after she sets off the jewelry store's alarms, as the two get into a fight where the mysterious woman introduces herself to Spider-Man as the Black Cat. As we see the two go at it, Black Cat knocks out Spider-Man with sleeping gas as she begins to remove Spider Man's mask. However, at the last second, Black Cat stops and says it will be much more rewarding when Spider Man takes off his mask willingly and kisses him on the lips, as Black Cat quickly leaps off the roof. And at that moment, Nick Fury learns the shocking truth that the John Hardesky they have been holding captive isn't John Hardesky at all. He quickly learns that the person they have been holding in the holding cell is none other than the chameleon who made the switch when Kingpin's men kidnapped the real John Hardesky, who is being held at Crime Central. We learn that the Black Cat has taken the super soldier serum, and she turns out to be none other than Felicia Hardy, who has been working for the Kingpin and stolen diamonds for him, and is also being held captive with her father, John Hardesky. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, Peter Parker tries to find out if the Daily Bugle has a file on a criminal called the Black Cat. Later that night, Peter, in his Spider Man costume, goes to see Anastasia and says to her that if Felicia is in danger, then someone needs to do something about it. Spider Man hands Anastasia a spider tracer and tells her that when she is ready to talk, press the button to contact him. We then see Hardesky helps Felicia escape Crime Central, and as she returns home to her mother, Anastasia, Felicia explains that she wants to help rescue her father. Anastasia hands Felicia the spider tracer that Spider Man gave her. We then see Felicia meets Spider Man as the Black Cat, as the two of them go at it once again, and Black Cat tells Spider Man that she is on his side and that she needs his help to save John Hardesky. At that moment, Spider-Man and the Black Cat are surrounded by SHIELD agents, as the two of them end up being chased down on a motorcycle by SHIELD agents. We then see Spider-Man disguised as the Cat erase all of Landon's super soldier formula. We then see the Black Cat and Spider-Man disguised as the Cat board the Kingpin stealth ship and fly away from Crime Central, and they are also rescued by SHIELD agents after they attacked the stealth ship. Spider Man goes on to say that he puts a spider tracer on Black Cat before she ran off. However, Spider Man looks at his GPS and sees that Black Cat has already put the spider tracer back onto him. Meanwhile, at that very moment, we then see John says goodbye to Felicia and Anastasia as Spider Man takes Hardesky on a rooftop, waiting to hand him back into SHIELD custody. We then see Nick Fury tells Agent X to thank Spider Man if she sees him because he has a feeling that Spider Man was responsible for Hardesky's recapture. We then see Spider Man swings back to Felicia's apartment and remembers that he went to see Felicia with his grief, but now realizes that she has more than enough problems to deal with, and questions whether he is going to be alone again or if he has finally found a kindred spirit in the Black Cat. So now that chapter 3, The Black Cat, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 4 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of an old familiar frenemy of Spider Man, who has returned to New York City for the first time since season 2. And the big question everyone wants to know is, why is this person back and what is he after? This one is simply called The Return of Kraven. So we see Peter Parker walks his Aunt May to stay at Anna Watson's house over the weekend to keep her company. May mentions that Anna has been so lonely since Mary Jane disappeared. As she leaves, May tells Peter to take care of her plants. Peter tells his Aunt May not to worry. Later, we see Peter as Spider Man web slings through New York City and thinks to himself that Aunt May is the kindest person he knows since she has never given up on helping other people. Spider Man says that he wishes he could feel the same way, that he is angry at the world because of what's happened to Mary Jane, and he asks himself if he can be this angry and still live up to his responsibilities. A few minutes later, we see Peter arrives at the Hardy Foundation and changes out of his Spider Man costume. Peter has a meeting with Anastasia and Felicia Hardy, who want to discuss with him the budget for the Hardy Foundation's youth science program. During their meeting, someone breaks into the Hardy Foundation laboratory and trips the alarm. As security rushes to the lab, Peter, Felicia, and Anastasia look at a security monitor and see that the intruder is none other than Kraven the Hunter. Peter tells Felicia and Anastasia to stay where it is safe while he goes to see if he can help and runs off. Peter quickly changes into his Spider-Man costume and goes into the laboratory and fights Kraven. Kraven knocks over heavy metal barrels to crush Spider-Man. Spider-Man jumps out of the way, but the barrels nearly hit Anastasia as she walks into the lab. Felicia wants to capture Kraven for nearly killing her mother, and we see her quickly transform into the Black Cat. Meanwhile, we see Spider-Man follows Kraven to a rooftop. However, Kraven blinds Spider-Man with a gas, and since Spider-Man can't see, he accidentally falls off the side of the building. However, just in the nick of time, we see Black Cat swings by with a grapple hook and rescues Spider-Man. This gives Kraven enough time to escape. Spider-Man and Black Cat return to the lab and look around. Spider-Man discovers a cabinet door that Kraven pried open and asks Anastasia what was inside. Anastasia answers that the cabinet contained a serum that was created by Dr. Mariah Crawford. Spider-Man wonders if this was the same formula that turned Sergei Kravinoff into Kraven the Hunter. Spider-Man asks Anastasia if Mariah Crawford is still in town. Anastasia answers that the last she heard, Mariah was still in Africa fighting the plague. Spider-Man begins to fear that Sergei took the serum again and turned himself into Kraven the Hunter. We see Spider-Man and Black Cat are both swinging together through New York City. Spider-Man asks Black Cat why does she want to fight crime. Black Cat answers that because she has been given great power and she wants to use it to help others. Spider-Man, who is still very bitter and angry over the loss of Mary Jane, tells Black Cat that the superhero life isn't worth the pain it causes and she should just quit. As Spider-Man and Black Cat begin to argue, they hear a man screaming. Spider-Man goes to a construction site to see where the screaming is coming from and is suddenly attacked by Kraven the Hunter. You know, it's interesting with Spider-Man. He's so dead against Black Cat taking up a life of fighting crime that he forgets that Mary Jane wasn't actually a crime fighter. She was just Spider-Man's girlfriend. So I can understand and respect why Spider-Man would be against the idea of Black Cat fighting crime because deep down he probably is very pleased at the fact that she wants to use her powers to help other people. But I think the real truth is he just doesn't want to lose another person who's very close to him. So I can kind of see Spider-Man is still very upset about the loss and disappearance of Mary Jane, but at the same time he is still trying to protect Black Cat, even though Black Cat is more than capable of looking after herself. We see Spider-Man and Black Cat are able to subdue Kraven. Black Cat tells Spider-Man that they should work together more often. Spider-Man quickly replies that he can't risk her getting hurt. While Spider-Man and Black Cat are distracted, we see Kraven gets free and tries to kill them by running them over with a forklift. Spider-Man and Black Cat jump out of the way, but Kraven drives towards a stray cat. Black Cat runs towards the cat and grabs it. Black Cat is nearly hit by the forklift, but Spider-Man manages to push her out of the way. Kraven then uses the forklift to pin Spider-Man against the wall, and Kraven threatens to kill Spider-Man if he ever tries to stop him again and runs off. Black Cat moves the forklift away from Spider-Man, and Spider-Man yells at her for almost getting them killed by saving the stray cat. Black Cat replies that she couldn't let an innocent creature die and asks Spider-Man if he cares about anyone anymore. Spider-Man answers that he doesn't think he does and web swings away. We see Black Cat gets upset and wonders if Spider-Man should know she would be a great companion for him. Oh wow. Yeah, I can see Spider-Man is an emotional wreck here, but obviously he can't really tell Black Cat the real reason why he's acting like this. But at the same time, having an ally wouldn't necessarily hurt. In fact, it would make a big difference for him. But obviously, Spider Man being the stubborn hero that he is, he doesn't see it like that. We see Peter is in his bedroom preparing to go after Kraven. However, he feels guilty for having to do this since Kraven was the one who helped him when he mutated into the man spider in the past. Peter puts on his spider costume and goes outside. Spider-Man sees someone watching the Watson house and realizes it's Harry Osborn. Spider-Man sees Harry looking very down and depressed and realizes he has taken the disappearance of Mary Jane just as hard as he has. Spider-Man says to himself that he should talk to Harry, but he has nothing to offer him. Spider-Man realizes that Black Cat was right, and now he doesn't care for anyone but himself, which makes him feel like a bigger monster than Kraven ever was. Meanwhile, all across New York City, we see people are being terrorized by a creature the Daily Bugle has dubbed the Stalker, and Deborah Whitman wants to investigate and learn about the Stalker. So she and Flash Thompson go into the subway where one of the attacks occurred. Deborah looks around and finds some animal fur, which she says supports her theory that the Stalker is some kind of strange creature. It's kind of ironic that the Daily Bugle are dubbing this mysterious creature called the Stalker, when many years later, Batman Beyond would do the exact same thing by creating a villain who was like their show's answer to Kraven the Hunter and called him the Stalker. So it's kind of interesting to see how Batman Beyond takes some of their cues from Spider Man, the animated series. Meanwhile, we see Spider Man web swings through New York and he thinks of how he can track down Kraven. Spider Man remembers the last time he fought Kraven when he tracked him to the Central Park Zoo. At that moment, Deborah and Flash sneak into the Central Park Zoo to find more evidence on the mysterious stalker creature. Deborah says that she needs more evidence to prove the stalker is real, so she can get more funding for her research. At that moment, Flash realizes that Deborah is merely using him so she can find a way to return Michael Morbius back into human form. Flash gets angry at Deborah, however, they are attacked by the stalker. Spider-Man is nearby and hears Deborah's screams. We then see Spider-Man, who believes that the stalker is Kraven, rushes into the zoo and kicks the stalker into some bushes. Kraven runs out of the bushes and throws sleeping powder in Spider-Man's face, which causes him to pass out. Kraven almost throws Spider-Man into the lion exhibit, but he is saved by a Black Cat who arrives just in time. Black Cat is then thrown by Kraven into a tree and reminds Spider-Man that Kraven is escaping. Spider-Man asks Kraven why he's been attacking people. Kraven shouts out that this hunt is his tragedy and escapes into the night. Black Cat offers to help Spider-Man find Kraven, but Spider-Man gets angry at Black Cat again and tells her to stay out of his way and leaves. Deborah asks Black Cat what is going on with Spider-Man, and Black Cat says he seems to be going through a lot of stress lately. Black Cat turns to Deborah and Flash and asks what they were doing in the zoo. Deborah answers that she has a scientific interest in the stalker and that she tracked it to its lair in the park. Hoping that Deborah can help her find the stalker, Black Cat talks to Deborah. Spider-Man decides to check other zoos to try and find Kraven. Spider-Man heads to East River Park, where the police are talking to a man who claims was attacked by the mysterious stalker. The man tells the police which way the stalker ran, and Spider-Man heads in that direction. Spider-Man figures out that Kraven is heading to the Botanical Garden and Zoo at Prospect Park. Deborah calls Kurt Connors and tells him that she saw the stalker. Connors tells Deborah that he will meet her in a moment. As soon as Spider-Man arrives at Prospect Park's zoo, his spider sense goes off and he is attacked by Kraven. Kraven threatens Spider-Man that he will stop interfering with him. Spider-Man then kicks him away and complains at Kraven that he got his costume wet again. Spider-Man is then quickly able to trap Kraven in his webbing and demands that Kraven tell him what his connection to the Stalker is. Kraven explains to Spider-Man that he helped create the creature that has been terrorizing New York City. To Spider-Man's horror, Kraven says that after he created the Stalker, it killed Dr. Mariah Crawford. Spider-Man says he can't have lost her, and is about to beat Kraven for letting the stalker kill Mariah. We then see Black Cat arrives and stops him to explain that there's something he doesn't understand about the stalker. Spider-Man replies that he needed to know that it destroyed Mariah, but Black Cat tells Spider-Man that Deborah analysed the creature's hair that she found and found out that the stalker is female. Black Cat explains that when Kraven spoke of tragedy, he said it with passion in his voice, and that the stalker is probably someone he loves. Spider-Man doesn't believe it and is in complete shock. We then see a flashback where Kraven tells Spider-Man and Black Cat that Mariah went to Africa to help the victims of a virus, but she contracted the disease herself. The doctors told Kraven that there was nothing they could do to save her. With no other choice, Kraven gave Mariah the same formula that she had given him. The formula completely healed Mariah, and she and Kraven returned to New York. However, the formula had a strange effect on her, just in the same manner that it had on Kraven. The serum transformed Mariah into a humanoid feral cat creature. Kraven tried to stop Mariah, but she was too strong and escaped. And knowing that he could only stop Mariah with his superhuman strength, Kraven broke into the Hardy Foundation and stole the remaining sample of the serum. Kraven only wanted to capture Mariah so he could cure her. Spider-Man says he wants to help Kraven, but he doesn't know how. Black Cat tells him that when Deborah Whitman found Mariah's sample, she went to Kurt Connors for help since he was familiar with Mariah's work. Black Cat pulls out a vial of a serum and tells him that it might not be a complete cure, but it should reverse at least some of Mariah's transformation. While still webbed up, Kraven picks up Mariah's scent and knows that she has arrived at the zoo. Black Cat cuts Kraven free from the webbing as the stalker is about to pounce on a kangaroo. Kraven leaps out and grabs her from behind. Spider-Man and Black Cat run up to her, and Spider-Man pours the serum down Mariah's throat. The serum works and returns Mariah to normal, back into her human form, but she still has animal senses and instincts. Kraven asks if there is a way Mariah can become 100% human again. Mariah says that she does not want to go back to being a normal human and tells Kraven that they are now truly kindred spirits. Kraven says they will go somewhere where they can be free, and both run off into the night. And a little trivia for some of you out there who may not know this, Mariah Crawford's appearance and her character is loosely based and inspired by an old character called Calypso, who originally appeared in Amazing Spider-Man issue 209 in 1980 and was depicted as more of a voodoo priestess of Haitian descent, and her original real name in the comic books was Calypso Izili. So that was her original name in the comic books. And she was an ally of Kraven the Hunter. So obviously they couldn't really do voodoo magic for her character in the animated series. But I thought the way they tied her origin story to Kraven the Hunter and having him be responsible for making Mariah into this stalker character, who originally in the comic books was called Calypso, the voodoo priestess. I thought it was very well done. And obviously, in the comic books, her look was a bit more over the top and a bit more outrageous. But here in the cartoon, they came up with more of a traditional jungle look for her with the big hair and the fur and the leotard. So I thought they did a really good job adapting the Calypso backstory and tying it to Kraven the Hunter for the show. Spider-Man says that he feels like they lost this battle. Black Cat replies that at least Kraven and Mariah still have their love for each other. Spider-Man believes that they won't have a good life living as wild animals. Black Cat then tells Spider-Man that he doesn't believe in happily ever after, and if he still believes in love and opening his heart to other people. Spider-Man answers that he is not sure, but someday, maybe, he will again, and web swings away. A short while later, Peter goes to Harry's apartment and asks if he still needs a roommate, then says that right now he thinks they need each other. And that wraps up Chapter 4 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Return of Kraven. Overall, I really enjoyed this chapter a lot. I'm a huge fan of Kraven the Hunter anyway, so any appearance from him is always welcome. And for me, it's always a real treat to see him giving Spider Man a real physical challenge. And as much as I enjoy seeing Spider Man and Kraven going at it, I also enjoy them working together as reluctant allies and seeing Kraven coming back to New York looking for this mysterious stalker creature who turns out to be Mariah Crawford, and having him be the one indirectly responsible for turning her into this feral creature, I thought was very good storytelling. And having Black Cat as an ally for Spider Man, for someone to work with and bounce off of, as he still is learning to deal with the trauma that he experienced due to the disappearance of Mary Jane, was very well done as well. And having Black Cat trying to be an ally for Spider Man, even though Spider Man wants no part of it whatsoever, I thought was very well done as well. So having all of this tied together, Spider Man and Black Cat working together alongside Kraven, learning the truth about this mysterious stalker and finding out it's actually Mariah Crawford. Brilliant storytelling, and for my money, one of the better chapters of the Partners in Danger story arc, in my opinion. And, you know, you see Spider Man is being very stubborn and being very distant and at times quite horrible to his friends and loved ones, and especially alienating Harry Osborn, you know, really helps add a lot of character to Spider Man because he doesn't mean to do it. He's not really a horrible person. It's just his way of learning to deal with things because he feels that if he keeps everyone at arm's length, keeps his distance from everyone, he feels in his head this is the only way to protect them because if I let anyone get close to me, they're all going to disappear like Mary Jane. And what he doesn't realize is he's pretty much pushing everybody away and he'll eventually end up all alone, which something he doesn't really want. So seeing him showing up on Harry Osborn's doorstep, realizing that he's not the only person who is going through the same thing, Harry is as well. So he reaches out to him like a brother and says, look, we're both going through a bad time. We need each other. Let's see if we can get past this. Brilliant storytelling and an emotional way to end this chapter, in my opinion. So now that chapter 4, The Return of Kraven, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 5 in the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of several familiar faces, and some of them who we haven't seen since season 2. And this one is simply called Partners. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 4, The Return of Kraven, we see Peter Parker's Aunt May is going to stay at Anna Watson's place over the weekend, and Peter tells Aunt May not to worry and he will take care of her plants. Later, we see Peter as Spider Man's web swinging through New York City, thinking to himself that Aunt May is the kindest person he knows, as she has never given up on helping other people. Spider Man says to himself that he wishes he could feel the same way, as he is still angry at the world because of what's happened to Mary Jane, and questions himself if he can be this angry and still live up to his responsibilities. We also see a few minutes later Peter has a meeting with Anastasia and Felicia Hardy, who discuss with him the budget for the Hardy Foundation's youth science program. During their meeting, someone breaks into the Hardy Foundation laboratory and triggers the alarm. Peter sees that the intruder is none other than Kraven the Hunter. Peter tells Felicia and Anastasia to stay where they are, where it's safe, and he will see if he can try and get help. We then see Peter changes into his Spider-Man costume and goes into the laboratory to fight Kraven. Kraven knocks over heavy metal barrels to crush Spider-Man, which almost nearly hits Anastasia. Felicia takes exception to this and tells Anastasia to stay put as she goes to get help as she transforms into the Black Cat to stop Kraven for almost killing her mother. A short while later, we see Spider-Man follows Kraven to a rooftop. Kraven blinds Spider-Man with a gas, and Spider-Man, who is unable to see, accidentally falls off the side of the building. However, Black Cat swings by with a grapple hook and manages to save Spider-Man. This allows Kraven to escape. A short while later, Spider-Man and Black Cat return to the lab and look around, where Spider-Man discovers that a cabinet's door that Kraven pried open and asks Anastasia what was inside it. Anastasia explains that the cabinet contained a serum that was created by Dr. Mariah Crawford. Spider-Man wonders if this was the same formula that turned Sergei Kravinoff into Kraven the Hunter. Spider-Man asks Anastasia if Mariah Crawford is still in town. Anastasia answers that the last she heard, Mariah was still in Africa fighting the plague. Spider-Man begins to fear that Sergei took the serum again and turned himself into Kraven the Hunter. We then see Spider-Man and Black Cat are both swinging together through New York City, where Spider-Man asks Black Cat why does she want to fight crime. Black Cat answers that because she has been given great power, she wants to use it to help others. We see Spider-Man, who has become very bitter and angry over the loss of Mary Jane, tells Black Cat that superhero life isn't worth the pain and she should just quit. We then see Spider-Man and Black Cat argue when they hear a man screaming over at the construction site. They both go to see where the screaming is coming from, and they are both attacked by Kraven the Hunter. We then see Kraven uses the forklift to pin Spider-Man against the wall and threatens to kill Spider-Man if he ever tries to stop him again, and runs off. Black Cat moves the forklift away from Spider-Man, where Spider-Man yells at Black Cat for almost getting them killed after she saved a stray cat. Black Cat replies that she couldn't let an innocent creature die and asks Spider-Man if he really cares about anyone anymore. Spider-Man answers that he doesn't think he does and web swings away. Black Cat gets upset and wonders if Spider-Man should know she would be a great companion for him. We also learn that the people in New York City are being terrorized by a creature who the Daily Bugle dubbed as the Stalker, and this leads to Deborah Whitman and Flash Thompson going to investigate and learning more about who this stalker really is. And this also leads to Spider-Man tracing Kraven to the African jungle exhibit. And Black Cat learns that the creature is female after analysing a piece of fur that Deborah Whitman found. And Kraven explains to Spider-Man and Black Cat that he was the one responsible for creating the creature because he gave Mariah the same formula that she gave him, which resulted in Sergei Kravinoff becoming Kraven the Hunter. Kraven is then able to pick up Mariah's scent, and with Spider-Man and Black Cat's help, they manage to capture the Stalker, and Spider-Man gives the Stalker the serum, which transforms Mariah back to normal into her human form. Mariah then tells Kraven that she doesn't want to become 100% human again and feels that they are truly kindred spirits now. Kraven says that they will go somewhere where they can be free and both run off into the night. Black Cat then asks Spider-Man if he still believes in love and opening his heart to other people. Spider-Man answers that he is not sure, but maybe someday he will again. We then see Peter goes to Harry's apartment and asks him if he still needs a roommate, because right now he feels that they need each other. So now that Chapter 4, The Return of Kraven, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 5 in the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of a few familiar faces who we haven't seen since Season 2. And this one is simply called Partners. So we see Black Cat swings through New York City, and she thinks to herself that if Spider-Man doesn't want her help, she can operate solo just like he does. Black Cat then notices a Hardy Foundation truck driving through the city, but realizes that the Hardy Foundation doesn't have trucks that look like that. As she jumps on top of it, believing that a crime is in progress, we see Spider-Man is in the area and sees Black Cat and decides to follow her, just in case she gets herself into trouble. We then see the truck goes to a warehouse owned by Toomes Aerodynamics, and Black Cat sees several masked men loading crates into the truck. Black Cat is quickly discovered and the thugs start shooting at her. Black Cat is able to take several of them out, but Spider-Man arrives and helps her out. Spider-Man tells Black Cat that what she is doing is very dangerous and she shouldn't be doing this without his help. Spider-Man and Black Cat are attacked by more thugs. Spider-Man tells Black Cat to take cover while he deals with them. However, Black Cat decides not to listen and decides to take out all of the thugs herself. Spider-Man's spider sense begins to tingle and a missile is launched at Black Cat. When the missile explodes, it releases a gas that knocks out Black Cat. Spider-Man grabs Black Cat, and as he turns around, he sees that the missile was launched by Alistair Smythe. Spider-Man asks Smythe why is he attacking him, since the last time they met, he quit working for the Kingpin. Smythe answers that his current employer is also his enemy. Smythe shoots his lasers at a wall above Spider-Man, which traps Spider-Man and Black Cat under the falling debris. Smythe grabs Black Cat and gets away with her. So this was the first time since Season 3's The Ultimate Slayer that we had seen Alistair Smythe, and the last time that we did see him, he was mutated into a humanoid against his will, thanks to the Kingpin and Herbert Landon, and had pretty much become an unfeeling machine under the control of the Kingpin. And Alistair Smythe later learned that his father had indeed survived the explosion back in Season 1's The Spider Slayer, and with Spider-Man's help, he was able to find Spencer Smythe's cryogenic unit and was able to escape. And at the end, we saw that Alistair Smythe had promised that he would get revenge for everyone who had wronged him and his father. So now that Alistair Smythe is back, he is working for a new employer. Alistair Smythe, it's an interesting thing about him because although he is a villain, he's not completely evil. All he wanted was to get his father back, and he was lied and manipulated by the Kingpin into thinking that Spencer Smythe was dead. But little did he know that Spencer Smythe was alive and well in cryogenic status. So now that he has regained control of his own emotions, Alistair Smythe is pretty much back to being his own man once again. And it's good to see him because, I thought Alistair Smythe was a great villain, and the idea of him now mutated into this ultimate slayer makes him even more of a dangerous threat against Spider-Man. And, he was one of the standout villains of the show, in my opinion. So, as I said, it's great to see him back, and let's see what he's up to. Meanwhile, at the big baby diaper warehouse, Smythe gives his employer a video call, who is revealed to be none other than Elisa Silvermane. Elisa asks Smythe if he got everything he needed. Smythe answers that he got that plus more, and that Silvermane should see for himself. As Elisa hangs up, Silvermane, who is now a toddler, says that he doesn't trust Smythe. Silvermane also says that he regrets using the Tablet of Time, which was what turned him into a baby. And Silvermane also says that in a baby's body he is completely powerless. However, Elisa explains that with Smythe working for him now, he has the same scientific knowledge that Kingpin once had. When Elisa and Silvermane get to the lab, Smythe tells them that with the equipment they stole from Tomb's aerodynamics and the information gathered from the Tablet of Time, he almost has everything he needs to reverse the science of neogenics to make him an adult again. Smythe continues to say that he needs to study someone who has also been mutated by neogenics, and that he only knows of two such subjects, the Vulture and the Scorpion. Smythe tells Silvermane that Vulture and Scorpion have gone into hiding. Smythe shows Silvermane that he has captured Black Cat and is holding her hostage. Smythe tells Silvermane that we can use Black Cat as leverage to make Spider-Man find Vulture or Scorpion for them. So just like Smythe, who we haven't seen since season 3, this is also the first time that we have seen Silvermane since season 2, back in Ravages of Time. Now, in Ravages of Time, Silvermane used the Tablet of Time to make himself young again. However, little did he realize that the technology he used also made him age very fast and as a result turned him into a baby. And we also remembered back in season 2, Adrian Toomes was able to harness this technology into his suit and was able to make himself young again by stealing people's youth and placing their life force into his own body. So lots of firsts in this chapter. We have seen the return of Smythe, Silvermane, and now we are also going to be seeing the return of the Vulture and the Scorpion, who we also haven't seen since season 2. So lots of big returns in this chapter. After talking with Silvermane, Alistair goes into another room where his father, Spencer Smythe, is located inside his cryogenic chamber. Smythe promises Spencer that soon he will be free and reveals that the cryogenic process has damaged Spencer's body and that he is working for Silvermane, so he will give him the technology he needs to create a new body to place his father's mind into. Smythe says to himself, once again, I'm having to work for promises. You have to feel a little bit bad for Smythe because every time someone promises him something, they always let him down. So I can kind of understand his reluctance to work for someone else after the Kingpin. But at the end of the day, all he wants to do is save his father. So you've heard that saying that sometimes you have to do bad things to get what you want. And this is the classic case with somebody like Alistair Smythe, who sometimes has to do these questionable bad things just to save his father. Later that night, we see Spider-Man is searching for Black Cat and is suddenly attacked by some Spider Seekers. And one of the Spider Seekers pins Spider-Man against a wall, and we see another Spider Seeker flies up to him with a small computer screen coming out of it with a live feed of Alistair Smythe. Smythe tells Spider-Man that if he wants Black Cat back alive, he will help him locate either the Vulture or Scorpion. Smythe then gives Spider-Man a device that he can use to contact him when he finds either Scorpion or Vulture. Smythe also informs Spider-Man that he has only 24 hours, and the Spider Seekers quickly fly away. Spider-Man says to himself, how am I going to find either of those two in 24 hours? Shortly after, we see a rundown apartment complex where we find the Scorpion and the Vulture who are hiding out there, with Scorpion keeping the Vulture as his prisoner. We see the two are arguing as Scorpion tells Vulture that the only reason he saved his life after Tomb's aerodynamics exploded was so Vulture could find a way to help turn him back into a normal human being. Scorpion says that Vulture will remain his prisoner till he can get enough money to build a laboratory. Vulture suggests that Scorpion steals the money. Scorpion refuses because he says he is turning his back on a life of crime, but after thinking about it for a minute, Scorpion realizes that Vulture might be right. Just then we see Scorpion's fiancée, Sarah Baker, comes home, and Sarah sees that Scorpion is about to go out. Sarah begs Scorpion not to go out again because if he were to get caught, he would be locked up and they would never see each other again. So Scorpion has met someone and they're engaged. Don't ask how that happened. And the Vulture is his prisoner while he goes back and forth changing between young and old. Wow. Talk about an odd couple, to say the very least. And I'm not just talking about Scorpion and his fiancée. Scorpion and the Vulture living in a dump of an apartment. It's just laughable. It really is. So this is essentially where the two have been hiding since the end of season 2. And wow, what a come down for these two big villains. The next day, we see Peter Parker is at his apartment doing research to try and find the whereabouts of Scorpion and Vulture. However, nobody has seen Scorpion and Vulture in months. As Peter looks at the timer on the device that Smythe gave him, he sees that he only has 8 hours left. From outside his door, Peter hears Harry Osborn come in and says to him that he feels down and really needs someone to talk to. Peter puts on his Spider-Man costume and says that he can't talk right now, and web slings out the window. As Harry enters Peter's room, he is surprised to see nobody is there. Spider-Man web slings through New York and thinks to himself that he is sorry that Spider-Man always gets in the way of Peter's life. Spider-Man goes to Empire State University and meets with Dr. Kurt Connors. Spider-Man tells Connors that he wants him to make a televised announcement that he has made a new breakthrough in neogenics. Connors contacts J3 Communications and does just as Spider-Man says. Scorpion sees this on the news and realizes this is what he needs to get him back to normal. Sarah catches Scorpion about to leave and tries to stop him. Scorpion explains to Sarah that he needs the money to pay for him to be turned back to normal and locks Sarah in the closet and leaves. Inside the closet, Sarah finds a screwdriver and realizes she can use the pick to open the lock. That evening, Scorpion robs a bank, and we see Spider-Man arrives and he and Scorpion begin to fight. While Spider-Man and Scorpion fight, Sarah arrives. However, Spider-Man is able to defeat Scorpion and Spider-Man contacts Smythe. Smythe tells Spider-Man that he will send a Spider Seeker to lead him to his laboratory. When the Spider Seekers arrive, they lead Spider-Man, who is carrying Scorpion, back to Big Baby Diaper Warehouse. However, Sarah is secretly following them in her car. As Spider-Man gets to the warehouse, he says that he can't wait to see Black Cat and begins to realize that he cares for her more than he knew. As Spider-Man enters the warehouse from the roof, Sarah enters from one of the doors. A few minutes later, Spider-Man hands Scorpion over to Smythe, and Smythe has Silvermane's men strap Scorpion to a gurney that is standing upright. Smythe studies Scorpion and learns that his neogenic DNA is perfect for his experiment. Sarah overhears this and runs off. Spider-Man asks Smythe where Black Cat is. As Smythe points to one side of the room, a hologram that was camouflaging Black Cat disappears, and Spider-Man sees that Black Cat is trapped inside a glass dome. When Spider-Man tries to free Black Cat, Smythe electrocutes him and he falls to the ground. Smythe then pushes a button and a glass dome comes over Spider-Man, trapping him inside. Silvermane and Alicia walk into the room, and Spider-Man is shocked to learn that Silvermane is alive and well, and as a toddler. Silvermane tells Spider-Man that he is planning to swap energies with him, which will make Silvermane younger and give him Spider-Man's superpowers. Yeah, anybody who has followed this series will know that taking Spider-Man's powers never ends well. And if you don't believe me, just ask the Vulture and go back and see what happened to him at the end of season 2 when he took Spider Man's powers. It didn't end well for him, and nothing good came out of it whatsoever. A short while later, Sarah returns home and frees the Vulture. Sarah tells him that he has to save Mac. When Vulture asks why should he save him, Sarah says they're going to neogenic him. Vulture says that hearing the word neogenic makes him feel young again, as he transforms from an old man to a young man and back again. Vulture agrees to help Sarah, and with Sarah in his arms, Vulture flies off, giving him directions to the warehouse. Meanwhile, back at the big baby diaper warehouse, Silvermane has himself and Spider-Man strapped to gurneys, standing upright. Smythe tells Silvermane that with the DNA they collected from Scorpion, they are ready to proceed with their experiment. Smythe then activates the neogenic recombinator, and as the beam from the recombinator hits both Spider-Man and Silvermane, it starts to slowly drain Spider-Man of his youth as it goes into Silvermane, reverting him to a young man. However, Vulture flies into the warehouse and interrupts the experiment. Smythe tries to kill Vulture, however when Smythe shoots a laser at Vulture, he is able to deflect it with his metal wings. The laser hits Spider-Man's shackle, freeing one of his arms, and Spider-Man then frees his other arm and gets out of the gurney. Spider-Man runs over to a computer and uses it to open Black Cat and Scorpion's glass bubbles they are trapped in. Vulture at that moment takes Spider-Man's place and swaps energy with Silvermane. Vulture is transformed into a young man while Silvermane reverts back to his older self. Elisa holds a gun at Spider-Man and orders him to get back into the machine. However, Elisa is tackled by Black Cat. Scorpion then begins to fight Smythe. Vulture is now permanently turned into a young man and flies away laughing. Sarah goes into the room and sees Scorpion fighting Smythe, and she tells Spider-Man to help him. Spider-Man and Black Cat tackle Smythe, however, Smythe tells them the neogenic recombinator is going to explode. As Silvermane, Elisa, and Smythe leave the laboratory, they lock Spider-Man, Black Cat, Scorpion, and Sarah inside. Spider-Man and Black Cat realize they are locked inside, however, they trick Scorpion into spraying the door with his acid tail, which melts it open. Spider-Man, Black Cat, Scorpion, and Sarah exit the building before it explodes. As Scorpion looks at the burning warehouse, he wonders if he will ever be normal again. Elsewhere on a rooftop, we see Black Cat ask Spider-Man if they are partners or is she just a temporary convenience. Spider-Man tells Black Cat that she is a terrific crime fighter and that he really cares about her. Black Cat pulls up Spider-Man's mask just above his mouth and kisses him, and then uses her grapple hook to swing away. Spider-Man says to himself that his life just got more interesting. And that wraps up Chapter 5 of the Partners in Danger story arc, Partners. Overall, aside from the whole Silvermane as a baby trying to make himself young again and get Spider-Man's spider powers, I thought this chapter was pretty solid. I thought this was quite enjoyable, and it was great to see the Vulture, Scorpion, and Smythe come back. Didn't really care for Silvermane that much. I think in many ways he's more like the Vulture than the Vulture himself. But this was really good. I thought this was a lot of fun, and there were a couple of funny moments where you saw the Vulture being held prisoner in Scorpion's dump of an apartment, and the whole thing with Scorpion engaged to be married to someone. I found some of that a little bit bizarre, but overall, aside from those little issues, this was a good solid chapter, and this was a nice breakthrough for Spider-Man and his relationship with Black Cat, because after pushing her away for so long due to the disappearance of Mary Jane, he's finally warmed up to her and he's starting to grow very fond of her and even going as far as to care for her. So it was nice to see Spider Man finally get over that hurdle and just allow himself to have some fun. And to actually see Spider Man and Black Cat share an intimate moment together was a turning point in their relationship. And it's going to be very interesting going forward where their relationship goes next from here. So now that Chapter 5, Partners, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 6 in the Partners in Danger story arc. And this one sees the return of yet another familiar face, one we haven't seen since season 2. And this person is pretty much brought out of hibernation and back into New York City in the hopes of being cured. And this is where things start to get very dark and very emotional, especially for one character in particular who has a very deep connection to the person who comes back for the first time since season 2, which reunites these two for the first time ever. And this one is simply called The Awakening. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 5, Partners, we see Black Cat is moving through New York City, thinking to herself that if Spider Man doesn't want her help, she will operate solo like he does. Black Cat then notices a Hardy Foundation truck moving through the city and realizes that the Hardy Foundation doesn't own any trucks like that. She jumps on top of it, believing that a crime is in progress, and we see Spider Man is in the area and decides to follow her, just in case she gets herself into trouble. The truck goes to a warehouse that is owned by Tooms Dynamics, and Black Cat sees several masked men loading crates into the truck. Black Cat is quickly discovered, and the thugs start shooting at her. Black Cat is able to take several of them out, and Spider Man arrives to help her. We then see Spider Man and Black Cat are attacked by a missile, who is fired by Alistair Smythe, who kidnaps Black Cat and is now working for his new employer, Alicia Silvermane, who is the daughter of Silvermane, who we last saw back in season 2, was turned into a baby thanks to the Tablet of Time. Smythe explains to Elisa and Silvermane that in order to reverse the science of neogenics to make Silvermane an adult again, he needs to study someone who has been mutated by neogenics, and he knows of two such subjects, the Vulture and Scorpion. We also learn that Alistair Smythe's father, Spencer, is alive and well and has survived the explosion back in season 1's The Spider Slayer and is currently in a cryogenic chamber. And Alistair Smythe is forced to work for Silvermane and Elisa in exchange for giving him the technology to create a new body to place his father's mind into. We also see Spider Man is searching for Black Cat and is attacked by some Spider Seekers. And out of the Spider Seekers comes a video live feed from Alistair Smythe, who tells him that if he wants Black Cat alive, he will help him locate either the Vulture or Scorpion and gives him 24 hours to locate either one of them. We see the Scorpion has been hiding out in a rundown apartment building where he has kept the Vulture prisoner and is engaged to a woman named Sarah, and he hopes to raise enough money that will help him to become human once again. We see Spider Man reaches out to Dr. Kurt Connors for his help and tells him to make an announcement on television that he has made a new breakthrough in neogenics in the hopes that will draw the Scorpion out. We see the Scorpion goes to rob a bank and Spider Man is able to defeat him. We then see Spider Man informs Smythe that he has found the Scorpion and brings him to Smythe. We then learn that Silvermane's plan is to make himself not only young again, but also take Spider Man's powers as well. We also see Sarah freeze the Vulture in the hopes of rescuing the Scorpion, and we see Silvermane is returned back to his older self and the Vulture is now permanently a young man once again, as we see the entire laboratory explode, and the Scorpion wonders to himself that if he will ever be human again. After rescuing Black Cat, she asks Spider-Man if they are partners or is she just a temporary convenience. Spider-Man tells Black Cat that she is a terrific crime fighter and that he really cares about her. We then see Black Cat raises Spider-Man's mask above his mouth and kisses him as she swings away. Spider-Man says to himself that his life just got more interesting. So now that Chapter 5, Partners, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 6 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of a familiar face who we haven't seen since Season 2. And this person has a very deep connection with another character, which sees them reunited. And this one is simply called The Awakening. We see Spider-Man thinking to himself that he can't deal with all these mixed up emotions, such as loneliness, sadness, and guilt over losing Mary Jane. Spider-Man continues to feel even more guiltier now that he has developed feelings for Black Cat, and that he might actually now be falling in love with her. While Spider-Man is distracted, Black Cat comes up from behind and kicks him. Black Cat tells Spider-Man, "Tag Spider, you're it," and uses her grapple hook to swing off. Spider-Man wonders why his spider sense didn't go off, but quickly realizes that it didn't go off because Black Cat was trying to be playful. Spider-Man then web slings after Black Cat and actually begins to have fun. However, when Black Cat jumps to another building, she grabs the edge of the roof, but it breaks loose and she falls towards the street. Spider-Man is able to swing down quickly and grab Black Cat. When Spider-Man puts Black Cat down, he tells her that she wished he knew who she was under the mask. Black Cat suggests that maybe they both take off their masks, but Spider-Man stops her and says that revealing their identities could put them in danger. Black Cat gets upset, then apologizes to Spider-Man and leaves him. Spider-Man realizes that he can't take risks because he knows that if Green Goblin hadn't discovered his identity, Mary Jane would still be here, and he wonders how he can get close to anyone again without putting them in danger. So, as we've seen already, Spider-Man is still carrying the weight of the disappearance of Mary Jane. And now that Black Cat has popped up in the picture and their relationship has started to turn more romantic, Spider-Man, of course, understandably feels guilty because he feels like he's disrespecting the memory of Mary Jane. So far, I'm really enjoying the relationship development between Spider-Man and Black Cat. You almost get the sense that Spider-Man wants to have fun, but at the same time feels guilty afterwards because at the back of his mind, he's still very upset over the disappearance of Mary Jane. The next day, on an island off the coast of New York, we see Deborah Whitman, her friend Clay Marks, and a crew of other people search a cave where they find Michael Morbius, who is still in his bat form, hibernating. Clay shouts out that Morbius is hideous, but quickly apologizes when he remembers that Deborah and Morbius were once friends. Deborah corrects Clay and tells him that they were more than friends. Deborah then remembers back to a time when she told Morbius that she loved him. However, Morbius replied that his heart belonged to Felicia. Deborah also remembers how she discovered where Morbius was hiding and how Flash Thompson protested because Morbius had once almost killed him. Deborah promises to find a cure for Morbius and they bring his hibernating body back to New York. Now, this is the first time we have seen Morbius since Season 2. And for those of you who remember, Michael Morbius became a vampire after being bitten by a vampire bat after being exposed to the neogenic recombinator, and this resulted in Michael Morbius becoming the living vampire. And we also saw later on in Season 2, Morbius was hit by the neogenic recombinator, which caused him to mutate into a giant bat. And since then, he has been hibernating in a cave on an island off the coast of New York. So, season 4, as I said at the beginning, we are seeing lots of familiar faces returning. And of course, Morbius coming back is a huge deal because he shares a very deep connection with Felicia Hardy, who, as we all know, is now the Black Cat. So it's going to be very interesting to see these two reunited because a lot has changed between these two when they last saw each other. The next day at the Hardy Foundation's Children's Science Centre, Peter Parker asks Felicia Hardy to cover his class because Dr. Kurt Connors has called a press conference and he has to take photos for the Daily Bugle. Felicia answers that she is going to the West Coast where the Hardy Foundation is opening a brand new youth science centre and she won't have time to do that and packs for her trip. Peter asks Felicia to do this one favour for her and quickly runs off. Later that afternoon, Peter Parker and reporter Ned Leeds from the Daily Bugle, as well as other reporters, go to a press conference that is being held by Dr. Kurt Connors. Connors tells the press that the Herbert Foundation funded an expedition in which they found Michael Morbius and brought him back to New York City. After hearing that the vampire known as Morbius was back in the city, everyone in the room begins to freak out. Connors tells everyone to calm down because Morbius is currently in a state of hibernation. Connors also tells the press that he is going to try and reverse engineer the lost science of neogenics and try and cure Morbius of being a vampire. However, no one listens to Connors and everyone walks out of the press conference. Leeds tells Peter that he is going to write an article for the Daily Bugle about how ESU plan to awaken a dangerous vampire that once terrorized the city. Peter thinks to himself that he is so glad Felicia is going out of town because seeing Morbius would be too painful for her. Later that evening, Felicia is packing for her trip and she learns from J3 Communications news that Michael Morbius has been found. Felicia is so shocked by this, she drops a bottle on her handheld mirror and it shatters. Felicia quickly changes into her Black Cat costume and says that she is going to need help. As the sun rises, Kurt, Deborah, and Clay Marks are at the Herbert Foundation and are about to start an experiment that they hope will cure Morbius. The experiment at first appears to work as Morbius transforms back into his human form. However, Morbius quickly turns back into a vampire, which stops Deborah's excitement. Deborah is so upset that it didn't work, but unknown to the three of them, they are secretly being watched on a security monitor by the Kingpin and Herbert Landon, who are at Crime Central. Landon tells Kingpin that it was a brilliant idea to create the Herbert Foundation solely for the purpose of funding Empire State University's research so they could study Morbius's DNA and possibly find a way to make them immortal. Later that day, Spider-Man decides to pay Dr. Connors a visit to see how things are going with Morbius. As night falls, Black Cat goes to Blade's hideout at the theatre. As Black Cat enters, Abraham Whistler holds her at gunpoint. Black Cat tells Whistler that she is a friend and that she needs to talk to him about Morbius. Black Cat asks for Blade's help, but Whistler tells her that Blade is in Europe tracking an elusive vampire. Black Cat says that she needs to be ready in case Morbius wakes up, as he is still a vampire. Whistler replies that he usually doesn't help strangers, but if Morbius does awake, someone must be prepared to save the city. Meanwhile, at the Herbert Foundation, Deborah is startled when someone enters her laboratory. The intruder turns out to be Flash Thompson, who apologizes for how he acted earlier. However, a hole is blown through the wall of the laboratory by Herbert Landon and the Shocker. Landon orders Shocker to get Morbius, who is inside a stasis chamber. As Flash tackles Shocker, Shocker is able to throw Flash into the stasis chamber. When Flash hits the chamber, the door opens, exposing Morbius. Shocker fires a blast from his Vibro shock gauntlet at Flash. However, Flash dodges the blast and instead hits Morbius. The electric shock from Shocker's blast causes Morbius to be revived and come out of hibernation. Morbius comes out of his stasis chamber and throws Shocker into Landon. Morbius then tries to drain Deborah and Flash of their blood, but Spider-Man arrives and saves them. Spider-Man is able to web up Morbius, however, Spider-Man is attacked by Shocker. Morbius rips off the webbing and flies away. Landon and Shocker follow Morbius in their helicopter. Spider-Man also follows after Morbius. However, Shocker blasts Spider-Man's web line from the helicopter and he lands on a rooftop. Morbius also lands on the roof and is about to drain Spider-Man's blood when Black Cat arrives and kicks him away. Morbius is about to lunge at Black Cat, but Black Cat blasts Morbius with a solar laser she got from Whistler. Morbius then flies away. Landon and Shocker go after Morbius, and so do Black Cat and Spider-Man. A short time later, Morbius nearby attacks someone in Central Park, but is stopped by Black Cat. Morbius pins Black Cat against a tree and demands to know who she is and why she's trying to stop him. Black Cat tells Morbius that she is Felicia Hardy. However, Morbius does not believe her. Black Cat then changes into her true form, revealing to Morbius that she is telling the truth. Morbius tells Felicia to stay away because he is now a monster. Felicia replies that he is still the man she fell in love with. Morbius asks Felicia, will she help him find peace? Felicia tells Morbius to meet her in the clock tower. Spider-Man goes to Felicia's apartment, knowing that Morbius would want to see her. However, only a few seconds after Spider-Man arrives at the apartment, Shocker and Landon burst in. As Shocker is about to blast Spider-Man, he is tackled by Black Cat. Spider-Man and Black Cat then quickly leave the apartment. Spider-Man asks Black Cat why is he getting mixed messages from her. Black Cat tells Spider-Man she is going through something that she must face alone and quickly leaves. Black Cat returns to the theatre and explains to Whistler that Morbius was once someone she cared for. Black Cat says she needs something that will end Morbius's agony, and Whistler gives her a solar weapon. Sometime later, Morbius attacks a couple in Washington Square Park, but quickly stops himself. Black Cat goes to the clock tower and meets with Morbius. Black Cat tells Morbius she has a device that will end his misery. Black Cat says that the device won't kill him, but it will return him to his hibernating state like he was before. However, before Black Cat can use the weapon on Morbius, Landon and Shocker enter the bell tower and trap Morbius in a net. Landon shoots a laser at Black Cat, however, Black Cat jumps out of the way and the laser hits a machine, causing it to explode. Spider-Man is nearby and sees the explosion at the clock tower and knows that this is where Morbius's old laboratory used to be at. Spider-Man quickly arrives at the clock tower. However, Landon and the Shocker have already loaded Morbius onto their helicopter and take off. Spider-Man throws a spider tracer at the helicopter and it sticks to it. Black Cat tells Spider-Man that lately she has been doubting herself, but Spider-Man assures her that she is doing great. Spider-Man also informs Black Cat that he puts a spider tracer on the helicopter and they can follow the signal. The signal leads Spider-Man and Black Cat to a mortuary. From the rooftop of the mortuary, Spider-Man and Black Cat see a limousine pull up and the Kingpin gets out and walks inside. When Kingpin gets inside, he enters Landon's secret laboratory through a secret door that is located behind a coffin. Morbius is placed inside a machine and Landon activates a beam that drains Morbius of some of his power. This also transforms Morbius from a giant bat into his original vampire form. Spider-Man and Black Cat burst into the lab and begin to fight Kingpin, Landon, and the Shocker. Morbius witnesses Black Cat being grabbed by the Kingpin, which angers him, and Morbius breaks free from the machine and goes after the Kingpin. However, Kingpin slowly backs into another room and pushes a button that closes the doorway with a fixed steel door that Morbius cannot punch through. Morbius then goes after Landon and drains him of his blood. As Spider-Man enters the room, Black Cat points the solar weapon at Morbius. However, she can't bring herself to kill him and throws the weapon on the ground. Morbius then runs out of the building and flies away. Black Cat tells Spider-Man that she failed, but Spider-Man tells her she did the right thing. Spider-Man says Morbius will seek out shelter away from the sun, so they'll need to wait until Morbius can stalk the Knight once again, and hopes they will get him in time before anyone else will get hurt. Black Cat says her emotions got in the way and asks Spider-Man how does he deal with it. Spider-Man doesn't have an answer to her question and wants to help her. Black Cat thanks Spider-Man, and as she leaves, Spider-Man thinks that it was a good thing that Felicia was out of town because she couldn't have handled seeing Morbius. And that wraps up Chapter 6 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Awakening. Overall, I thought this was a pretty good, solid chapter. It was great to see Morbius come back for the first time since season 2, and there were lots of nice callbacks to the Morbius chapters from season 2, and it was very interesting to see how much Morbius and Felicia Hardy have grown since the last time they saw each other. Morbius, of course, lives like a vampire, hibernating in caves, and Felicia Hardy is now the Black Cat and occasionally fighting crime alongside Spider Man. And I really enjoyed the development of Spider Man and Black Cat's relationship. They have gone from being lovers to now allies, but obviously there is a deep bond and a connection there. And Spider Man, of course, does care for Black Cat a lot. And Black Cat obviously does have feelings for Spider Man, but seeing Morbius again has brought all of her old feelings back for the man that she used to know. So the story that was being told in this chapter was very well done. The only issue I have with this chapter is the inclusion of the Kingpin and Shocker and Herbert's Landon. I felt that they didn't really have any place in this chapter. I think the story there with Spider Man, Black Cat, and Morbius was perfect the way it is, and there wasn't really anything else you needed to add to that. I think it was fine as it was. Kingpin didn't really add much to it. I just felt that they just put him there as the villain of the week, and Shocker was just there just to get beat up, really. So they didn't really add much to the story, but that's the only issue I had with this chapter. But aside from that, this was quite enjoyable and nice callbacks to the Neogenic Nightmare story arc from season 2 with the return of Morbius. So now that chapter 6, The Awakening, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 7 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of yet another familiar face who we haven't seen since season 2. And the last time that Spider Man crossed paths with this person, they formed a reluctant alliance against Morbius. And this guy's name was already mentioned in this chapter, which helps sets up his return for chapter 7. And that is, of course, the one and only, the vampire hunter himself, Blade, as it is already mentioned that he is on the hunt for an elusive vampire. And this next one is simply called The Vampire Queen. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 6, The Awakening, we see Spider Man thinking to himself that he can't deal with all these mixed up emotions that he has of loneliness, sadness, and guilt over losing Mary Jane. As Spider Man continues to feel even more guilty as he has now developed feelings for Black Cat and that he might actually now be falling in love with her. As Spider Man is distracted, we see Black Cat comes up from behind and kicks him. And Black Cat tells Spider Man, "Tag Spider, you're it." And we see Spider Man beginning to enjoy himself as we see Spider Man begin to swing after Black Cat. After saving Black Cat from falling from the edge of the roof, Spider Man tells Black Cat that he wished he knew who she really was under the mask. And Black Cat suggests that they both take off their masks, but Spider Man stops her and says that revealing their identities to each other could put them in danger. Black Cat gets upset, then apologizes to Spider Man and leaves him. We then see Deborah Whitman is searching in a cave on an island off the coast of New York and discovers Morbius in his bat form hibernating and promises to find a cure for him and brings his hibernating body back to New York City. Felicia learns that Morbius has been found by watching J3 Communications News, and she changes into her Black Cat costume and says that she is going to need help. We then see Deborah Whitman, along with Dr. Kurt Connors, begin to start an experiment in the hopes of curing Morbius and restoring him to normal. The experiment at first appears to work as Morbius transforms back into his human form, but it quickly fails as Morbius reverts back to being a vampire. But unknown to them, they are secretly being watched by the Kingpin and Herbert Landon, who hope they can study Morbius's DNA and possibly find a way to make them immortal. Black Cat goes to Blade's hideout at the theatre and asks for Blade's help, but Whistler explains that he is currently in Europe tracking down an elusive vampire. Black Cat explains to Whistler that she needs to be ready in case Morbius wakes up, and Whistler replies that he doesn't usually help strangers, but if Morbius does indeed wake up, someone must be prepared to save the city. We then see Landon and the Shocker blast a hole through the wall of the laboratory at the Herbert Foundation in the hopes of getting Morbius, who is inside a stasis chamber. We then see Spider-Man arrive on the scene as Shocker fires a blast from his Vibro Shock Gauntlet, which causes the blast to hit Morbius' stasis chamber, causing him to awake and attack Deborah Whitman and Flash Thompson. And Spider-Man manages to save them, and we see Morbius fly away. A short while later, we see Black Cat stops Morbius from attacking someone in Central Park as Morbius pins Black Cat against a tree and demands to know who she is and why she's trying to stop him. Black Cat reveals herself to be Felicia Hardy. At first, Morbius doesn't believe her, and then she takes off her mask and reveals her true form. We then see Morbius breaks down and tells Felicia to stay away from him because he is now a monster. Felicia replies that he is still the man she fell in love with, and Morbius begs Felicia to help him find peace. Felicia then tells Morbius to meet her in the clock tower. Shortly after, we see Landon and Shocker have arrived at the clock tower and trap Morbius in a net. Thanks to Spider-Man's spider tracer, Spider-Man and the Black Cat follow the signal to a mortuary, which is secretly Landon's laboratory, where he places Morbius inside a machine and activates a beam that begins to drain Morbius of some of his powers. This causes him to revert back to his original humanoid vampire form. We then see Spider-Man and Black Cat burst into the lab and begin to fight Kingpin, Landon, and Shocker. Morbius witnesses Kingpin grabbing Black Cat, which angers him, causing him to break free from the machine and go after the Kingpin. However, Kingpin slowly backs away into another room and pushes a button that closes the doorway with a huge, thick steel door that Morbius cannot punch through. Black Cat points the solar weapon at Morbius but can't bring herself to kill him and throws the weapon on the ground. Morbius then runs out of the building and flies away. Black Cat tells Spider-Man that she failed, but Spider-Man replies that she did the right thing. Spider-Man tells Black Cat that Morbius will seek out shelter from the sun, so they will need to wait until Morbius comes out at night and hopes that they will get to him before anyone else gets hurt. Black Cat says her emotions got in the way and asks Spider-Man how he deals with it. Spider-Man explains that he doesn't have an answer to her question and wants to help her. Black Cat thanks Spider-Man, and as she leaves, Spider-Man thinks to himself that it's a good thing that Felicia was out of town because she couldn't have handled seeing Morbius. So now that Chapter 6, The Awakening, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 7 of the Partners in Danger story arc, and this sees the return of the vampire hunter Blade, who has been tracking down an elusive vampire, and he learns a very shocking revelation that he shares a much more deeper and personal connection to this mysterious vampire, and he comes face to face with the person that this next chapter refers to, and this one is simply called the Vampire Queen. So we see Felicia Hardy is in her apartment as she is conflicted because she knows she is either going to have to betray Spider Man or help kill Morbius. After Felicia thinks back, we see a couple of flashbacks. She then gets into her Black Cat costume as she uses her grapple hook to swing away from her balcony. And just as Black Cat swings away, we see Spider Man swings past Felicia's apartment as he and Black Cat miss each other by a few seconds. And Spider Man wonders to himself if he will ever see Black Cat again, as Spider Man says that he shouldn't have turned Black Cat off to being a superhero because he needs help fighting Morbius because vampire hunting is not his thing. Oh, almost found out the truth there. Meanwhile, in Transylvania, we see a vampire named Miriam stalking a small village nearby a castle she lives in. As we see Miriam is about to drink the blood of one of the villagers, she is attacked by Blade. Miriam flies away and Blade follows her to her castle on his motorcycle. As Miriam flies away, Blade grabs her cape and is dragged along as she flies. However, Miriam undoes the strap on her cape and it, along with Blade, falls to the ground as she flies away. As Blade looks in the pockets of the cape, Blade finds a newspaper article with Morbius's picture and also a locket. Blade recognizes the locket straight away and screams. So, this is the first time since season 2 that we have seen Blade. Now, the last time that we saw Blade, him and Spider Man had this very uneasy alliance as they reluctantly worked together to try and take down Morbius. So now that Morbius is back on the scene, it's only fitting that Blade returns. But in this chapter, however, Blade learns a very shocking revelation about Miriam, which obviously ties into the locket he discovers from her cape. Meanwhile, back in New York City, Black Cat wonders if it is wrong for her to hope that Morbius is still alive. We then see Spider Man swings by but doesn't notice Black Cat. Spider Man knows that Morbius hasn't attacked anyone in several days and realizes that Morbius must be starving because of the lack of plasma. In another part of the city, we see Morbius is in an alleyway craving for blood, just as Spider Man had suspected. However, Morbius refuses to feed on any more humans. Morbius is then approached by Miriam, who explains that she found him because all vampires share a psychic link with each other. Miriam tells Morbius that she needs his knowledge of the neogenic recombinator because she knows it can turn people into vampires. Morbius refuses to help Miriam, but Miriam reads Morbius's mind and gets the information she needs. Meanwhile, at Empire State University, we see Deborah Whitman tells Flash Thompson and Clay Marks that she wants to help Morbius, but can't because Herbert Landon took back all their equipment. At that moment, we see Miriam flies into the laboratory and uses her mind control powers to make Deborah Whitman tell her where the neogenic recombinator is. Deborah tells Miriam that the recombinator was taken by Herbert Landon and that he is now in the hospital. Miriam then drains Deborah, Flash, and Clay of their blood and goes to Herbert Landon's hospital room and uses her telepathic powers to read his mind. By doing this, Miriam learns the location of the neogenic recombinator and learns how to use it. A short while later at Crime Central, we see the Kingpin walks into Landon's laboratory and notices that the neogenic recombinator is missing. Spider Man goes to ESU and sees Deborah and Flash being taken away in an ambulance, and Spider Man goes to meet Detective Terry Lee and asks her what's happened. Terry explains that Deborah, Flash, and Clay were drained of their blood, and Spider Man assumes that Morbius was the one behind the attack. We see Black Cat is on a rooftop nearby and overhears Spider-Man and Terry Lee's conversation. Black Cat knows that she can't let Morbius hurt anyone else, and Spider-Man approaches Black Cat and asks her if they can work together. Black Cat answers that she wants to work alone this time, and Black Cat also tells him that she needs Whistler's help and leaves. Both Spider-Man and Black Cat go to Whistler and tell him that they need a weapon to capture Morbius. Whistler explains that his weapons are only designed to kill vampires. Black Cat answers if there is another way. Spider-Man begins to notice that Black Cat sounds worried for Morbius, almost as if she cares for him. Just then, Detective Terry Lee walks in, and Spider-Man tells Terry that they can stop Morbius without hurting him. Terry doesn't believe Spider-Man. However, Terry Lee also answers that Whistler has the equipment they need to stop Morbius once and for all. A short while later, Spider-Man, Black Cat, Terry Lee, and Whistler begin to track Morbius through New York City. Spider-Man asks Black Cat why is she so worried about Morbius. Black Cat answers that someone close to her was once a victim of vampirism. Terry Lee asks Whistler where Blade is. Whistler explains that Blade is somewhere in Europe tracking a vampire. Whistler tells Terry Lee that it was a good thing she decided not to have a relationship with Blade. We see the four of them track Morbius to a place called Kishi Electronics, and as they enter the building, they see someone attacking a guard believing to be Morbius. However, the person turns himself around and reveals himself to be none other than Miriam. When Black Cat goes to attack Miriam, Miriam drops a piece of paper. Spider-Man quickly picks up the paper and sees that it's instructions for how to build a neogenic recombinator. As Whistler is about to kill Miriam with a solar weapon, Blade quickly comes in and stops him. Blade reveals to them that Miriam is actually his mother. Blade discovered this after finding her locket. Blade tells everyone that he will take Miriam away to be cured. However, Whistler, Spider-Man, and Terry Lee tell Blade that Miriam must be stopped. Spider-Man attacks Blade, and Black Cat attacks Miriam. Miriam is nearly able to drain Black Cat of her blood, but Morbius arrives and stops her. However, Miriam is able to fly away with a box of equipment that she needs to build a neogenic recombinator. Blade then leaves determined to track down Miriam. Black Cat then goes over to Morbius, who is lying unconscious on the ground. As Black Cat examines Morbius, she determines that he has gone too long without drinking blood. Spider-Man asks Whistler if the serum he once saw him give Blade will work on Morbius. Whistler answers that it will work if Morbius wants to be human again. As they get Morbius back to the theatre, Whistler injects him with Blade's serum, and Whistler says that it feels strange to be saving a vampire. Terry Lee asks how they're going to find Blade and Miriam now. Morbius answers that he can locate them because they share a psychic link. Spider-Man says that if Blade continues to defend Miriam, then he is their enemy too. Whistler tells Spider-Man that Blade is like a lost child, bonding with the mother he never knew. Whistler tells them that in the end he knows deep down Blade will come through and do the right thing. The next day, we see Blade and Terry Lee meet at Central Park, where Blade apologizes for what happened and says that his mother only wants to be human again. Terry Lee asks if Blade can really trust her. Blade tells Terry that it was her that showed him the beauty of feeling with his heart, and that as long as he has her love, he can be strong. Blade then leaves and tells Terry Lee not to follow him. That same morning, we see Peter Parker in his apartment putting on his Spider-Man costume, but sees his mask is torn a bit and blames Blade for this. He quickly puts it away and grabs a spare mask. However, Peter doesn't realize that a piece of his other mask is hanging over the side of his drawer. Spider-Man then web-slings out the window, and Harry Osborn comes into Peter's room looking for him, but realizes he is not there. Harry finds the Spider-Man mask and begins to suspect that Peter might be Spider-Man. Oh, it's getting good now. It was only a matter of time until Harry learned the truth, and we all know where this is heading. Back at the theatre, Whistler tells Black Cat that Morbius is doing very well, and Whistler tells Black Cat that the formula Morbius was injected with wasn't a cure, but it will keep his bloodlust in check. However, Morbius tells Black Cat that he doesn't know if he will be able to rely on the serum for the rest of his life. Black Cat replies that it might work if someone stays by his side and gives him strength like her. Meanwhile, in the alley behind a club called the Dungeon, Miriam uses the neogenic recombinator to turn two people into vampires. We then see Blade tracks Miriam to the dungeon and finds her in the club's basement. Blade believes that Miriam intends to use the recombinator to turn herself into a human. However, Miriam has two vampires subdue Blade, and Miriam then tells Blade that she wants to use the neogenic recombinator to turn everyone into vampires. At that moment, Spider-Man, Black Cat, Morbius, and Whistler arrive at the dungeon as Miriam is about to fire a beam at Blade to make him a full vampire. But Spider-Man shoots a web line at the neogenic recombinator and pulls it in a different direction to where the beam shoots and misses Blade. As Miriam grabs the recombinator, she flies into the dance hall as Morbius flies up to Miriam and the two struggle over the recombinator. The neogenic recombinator accidentally activates and the beam hits a disco ball. The laser reflects off the disco ball and hits several of the dancers, turning them into vampires. These new vampires attack Morbius, and Miriam manages to get away with the neogenic recombinator. Spider-Man and Black Cat go after Miriam. Blade, Morbius, and Whistler stay in the dungeon and fight off the vampires. After defeating the vampires, Morbius flies after Miriam. However, Blade has no desire to fight his own mother. Detective Terry Lee, however, convinces Blade that his real mother is still in that vampire and she needs his love. As Spider-Man, Black Cat, Morbius, and Blade rush to the roof of the dungeon, Blade throws a solar grenade at Miriam, and the flash from the grenade temporarily blinds all the vampires. Spider-Man then uses a web line to get the neogenic recombinator away from Miriam, and Spider-Man then drops the recombinator to the street below. As the recombinator hits the ground, it breaks, and this causes all the vampires to transform back into normal humans. With the recombinator completely destroyed and all of the vampires return to normal, Miriam flees. Blade tells Terry Lee that he must find Miriam so he can help her and drives away on his motorcycle. On the roof of the dungeon, Black Cat tells Spider-Man that she is going after Miriam. Spider-Man offers to go with her, however, Black Cat tells Spider-Man that he has to stay and protect the city. Spider-Man doesn't want to let Black Cat go, but realizes he has to. A short while later, Black Cat and Morbius meet up with Blade, and they tell Blade that they are going to go with him. Blade is not thrilled at the idea, but allows them to tag along. As Black Cat and Morbius discuss about Blade, Morbius asks Black Cat if she really wants this. Black Cat agrees to go with Morbius to follow Blade. A short while later, back at the theatre, we see Spider-Man and Terry Lee talk about how their relationships have never gone right. Terry tells Spider-Man that they are now officially a Lonely Hearts Club. Just then, Terry gets a call over her radio that she responds to and gets into her car and tells Spider-Man to take care of himself. Spider-Man then says the same thing to her too, as Terry drives away. Spider-Man then web swings away, wondering what he has done wrong, because now Black Cat has left him, Felicia is gone, and Mary Jane is still missing. Spider-Man thinks to himself that with all of the bad things he's gone through, things eventually have to get better, as there's nowhere for him to go now but up. And that wraps up Chapter 7 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Vampire Queen. Overall, I thought this was a decent chapter. I thought this was quite enjoyable. However, the only issue that I had with this chapter was it was pretty much a recycling of the Neogenic Nightmare from season 2, where Morbius was the one trying to turn everyone into vampires using the neogenic recombinator. So this chapter, although enjoyable, wasn't really anything we hadn't seen before. It was just kind of going over old ground once again. It was great to see Blade again. You know, it was always a treat to see him and Spider Man working together. But I felt that the Spider Man and Blade team up was better in the Neogenic Nightmare story arc back in season two. Because really and truly, with Blade back, as I said, great to see him. I don't really feel that Blade's presence added much to this chapter, other than the fact that, you know, Blade was trying to track down Miriam, who was actually his mother. And really and truly, I think this chapter probably would have been better if they added it to season two, if I'm truly honest. Because although having Black Cat there was great, again, I really didn't feel she added much to this story arc. And that's coming from a big fan of Black Cat. I think maybe this could have worked better for season two than season four because, you know, as I said, a decent chapter, but just felt like we've kind of seen this already. Did we really need to see this again? That's just my opinion, but as I said, nothing against this chapter. It was good, but just nothing new. So now that chapter 7, The Vampire Queen, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 8 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees a blast from the past come back to haunt both Spider Man and Peter Parker in the form of an old enemy who we haven't seen since the end of season 3. And this villain comes back in a very unique way and has a very deep and emotional connection to Harry Osborn. And that spells bad news for Spider Man and Peter Parker. But that won't be the only thing that Spider Man will have to deal with. He will also have to contend with another blast from the past in the form of someone very close and dear to him. And this person shares a very deep and emotional connection with Spider Man. And this is someone who we also haven't seen since the end of season 3. And it looked like we weren't ever going to see this person come back, but out of nowhere, they have returned back into Peter Parker's life with no memory or where they have been or how they got back to him. And Spider Man will have to deal with this shocking revelation that this person has now returned to him. And this one is simply called The Return of the Green Goblin. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 7, The Vampire Queen, we see Felicia Hardy is in her apartment, conflicted over whether she is going to have to betray Spider Man or kill Morbius. After experiencing some flashbacks, we see Felicia Hardy put on her Black Cat costume and swing away from her balcony. And at that moment, we see Spider Man swinging past Felicia's apartment, wondering if he will ever see Black Cat again. And Spider Man says to himself that he shouldn't have turned Black Cat off to being a superhero because he needs help fighting Morbius because vampire hunting is not his thing. We also see in Transylvania a vampire named Miriam stalking a small village nearby a castle she lives in, as she attempts to drink the blood of one of the villagers, but she is soon attacked by Blade. And we see Miriam flies away, and Blade follows her to her castle on his motorcycle. And after Miriam manages to escape after undoing the straps on her cape, we see Blade pick up a newspaper article which has Morbius's picture on it, and he recognizes the locket that fell from Miriam's cape and screams. Meanwhile, back in New York City, we see Miriam approaches Morbius and explains to him that as vampires they share a psychic link with each other, Miriam tells Morbius that she needs his knowledge on the neogenic recombinator, and after Morbius refuses to help her, Miriam reads Morbius's mind and gets the information she needs. We then see Miriam use her mind control powers to make Deborah Whitman tell her where the neogenic recombinator is. Deborah tells Miriam that the recombinator was taken by Herbert Landon, who is now in the hospital. Miriam then goes to the hospital and reads Herbert Landon's mind and locates the neogenic recombinator and goes to Crime Central and steals it from the Kingpin. We then see Spider-Man and Black Cat go to meet Whistler and tell him that they need a weapon to capture Morbius. Whistler explains that his weapons are only designed to kill vampires. Black Cat asks if there is another way. We then see Terry Lee walks in and Spider-Man explains that they can stop Morbius without hurting him. Terry doesn't believe Spider-Man, and Terry also says that Whistler has the equipment they need to stop Morbius once and for all. Spider-Man, Black Cat, Terry, and Whistler learn that the mystery vampire is none other than Miriam. But as soon as Whistler is about to kill Miriam with a solar weapon, Blade comes in and stops him and explains to everyone that Miriam is actually his mother, and reveals that he learned the truth after discovering Miriam's locket. Peter goes to his apartment to grab a spare mask, but however, he doesn't realise that a piece of his other mask is hanging over the side of his drawer, and Harry Osborn goes into Peter's room as he web slings out of the window and begins to suspect that Peter might actually be Spider-Man. We then see Miriam use the neogenic recombinator to start turning people into vampires. Miriam explains to Blade that she plans to use the neogenic recombinator to turn everyone into vampires. Blade throws a solar grenade at Miriam, which causes the Flash to temporarily blind all of the vampires, and Spider-Man then uses a web line to get the neogenic recombinator away from Miriam. Spider-Man then drops the recombinator to the street below, and this causes all of the vampires to transform back to normal. We then see Blade explain to Terry that he must find Miriam so that he can help her, and drives away on his motorcycle. Black Cat tells Spider-Man that she is going after Miriam, and Spider-Man offers to go with her. Black Cat tells Spider-Man that he has to stay and protect the city. We then see Black Cat and Morbius meet up with Blade and tell Blade that they are going with him. Blade is not thrilled about this, but allows them to tag along. Morbius asks Black Cat if she really wants this. Black Cat agrees to go with Morbius to follow Blade. We then see Spider-Man and Terry Lee talk about how their relationships never go right, and Terry even goes as far to say to Spider-Man that they are now a regular Lonely Hearts Club. Just then, Terry gets a call over her radio, which she responds to and gets into her car and tells Spider-Man to take care of himself. Spider-Man then says the same thing to her, and as Terry drives away, Spider-Man web swings away, wondering what he has done wrong because now Black Cat has left him, Felicia is gone, and Mary Jane is still missing. Spider-Man thinks to himself that with all of the bad things he's gone through, things eventually have to get better, as there's nowhere for him to go now but up. So now that Chapter 7, The Vampire Queen, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 8 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of an old enemy who we haven't seen since the end of Season 3, who has an emotional connection to Spider-Man and Peter Parker. And we also see another blast from the past in the form of someone who is very near and dear to Spider-Man, who we also haven't seen since Season 3. And this person returns to Peter's life with no memory of where they have been. And this one is simply called The Return of the Green Goblin. So we see we're in a strange world where Harry Osborn is being pursued by the Green Goblin, And as Harry runs away, he trips and falls into a puddle. And when Harry looks up, he sees his father, Norman Osborn. Harry begs Norman not to leave him. However, Norman floats away into a building that resembles Oscorp but has a giant green goblin head as an entrance. As Harry enters the building, he falls into a giant spiderweb and gets stuck. And we see Harry is approached by Spider-Man, who Harry begs him to help save his father. However, Spider-Man transforms into the Man-Spider, grabs Harry, and hands him over to the Green Goblin. Green Goblin then pushes Harry into a bottomless pit, and just then Harry wakes up in his bedroom, realizing it was all just a nightmare. Harry walks into the bathroom and splashes water on his face, and when he looks into the mirror, his reflection transforms into the Green Goblin. Harry is startled by this, and Green Goblin tells Harry that there is much they have to do together. So we're kicking this chapter off with a bang. We see the Green Goblin has officially returned. However, he is communicating with Harry via limbo after he was trapped back at the end of season 3, after the time dilation accelerator was destroyed. And you can clearly see where Sam Raimi got his inspiration for the Green Goblin and his movies. He clearly was a big fan of the 90s animated series because a lot of the mirror scenes in the show would also go on to play a big part in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies. So, it's really good to see where Sam Raimi got his inspiration from. And the Green Goblin coming back can only mean one thing: bad news for Spider-Man and Peter Parker. We then see Green Goblin has Harry drive him to Oscorp, and inside Oscorp, Green Goblin leads Harry into a janitor's closet and they enter a room that contains goblin weapons. Harry wonders how they are able to communicate. Green Goblin explains to Harry about how Spider-Man trapped him in limbo and believed that he would be alone forever. Green Goblin has Harry walk over to some oxygen tanks and orders him to turn the valve on. Harry refuses and asks why should he take orders from him. Green Goblin answers that he knows where his father is and that he will only tell Harry if he does as he says. As Harry begins to turn the valve on, the tanks release a green gas, and when Harry breathes it in, it causes his muscle mass to increase and make him go completely insane. Well, we've been calling this ever since the beginning. We knew it was going to happen. It was inevitable. Harry Osborn has officially become the second Green Goblin. And now that he knows Spider Man is really Peter Parker, Spider Man is in huge, huge trouble. Meanwhile, at a cemetery, we see Frank Castle, better known as the Punisher, is visiting his wife's grave. And Frank talks to Maria's headstone and says that no matter how many thugs he takes off the street, there are always going to be more. Frank says that he wants to make a real difference in at least one person's life. Just then, Frank hears crying at a nearby tombstone, and the woman crying is Anna Watson. Frank walks over to Anna and tells her that it's dangerous to be in the cemetery this late at night. Anna tells Frank that she needs to be here to visit her late husband's grave, and Anna continues to tell Frank that she knows a crime has been committed, but she can't prove anything. Frank tells Anna that she can tell him about what happened, and Anna then takes Frank back to her house and explains to him about Mary Jane's disappearance and how she believes that Peter Parker is somehow involved, but she still has no proof of it. Remembering what he told his wife about actually wanting to make a difference in someone's life, Frank agrees to help Anna get to the bottom of Mary Jane's disappearance and Peter Parker's involvement. So, this is the first time that we have seen the Punisher since season two's The Neogenic Nightmare story arc, when him and Kraven the Hunter were forced to team up to take down Spider Man, who had mutated into the Man Spider. And, it's kind of funny in this show, you know, Anna Watson would just invite a complete stranger who calls himself the Punisher and wears a shirt with a skull on it for a cup of tea. It's just so bizarre. I mean, obviously, Frank Castle wouldn't do anything to hurt anyone, but just when you hear someone who calls himself the Punisher, it's not exactly the sort of person you would invite round to your house. At that moment, Peter Parker and Liz Allen are walking together down a sidewalk as Peter tells Liz that he is finally starting to believe that Mary Jane might actually be gone for good. Liz asks Peter how Harry has been doing since Mary Jane's disappearance. Peter answers that all Harry wants to do is sleep. Liz then suggests that they cheer Harry up with a late night pizza. After getting the pizzas, Peter and Liz go to Harry's apartment, and as Liz is about to unlock the door, Peter's spider sense goes off, and Peter quickly grabs Liz and runs out before the door explodes. Peter runs outside carrying Liz, who is unconscious but uninjured. As Peter looks up at Harry's apartment window, he is shocked to see the Green Goblin flying away on his glider. Peter runs into an alley, quickly changes into his Spider-Man costume, and web slings after the Green Goblin. Spider-Man is able to force Green Goblin to land on a rooftop and tackles him. Spider-Man is ready to get revenge on who he believes to be Norman Osborn for what he did to Mary Jane. However, when Spider-Man removes the Goblin's mask, he is shocked to see it's Harry Osborn. Harry is able to escape Spider-Man's grasp and escapes on his glider. Spider-Man is left wondering how Harry got the Green Goblin's powers. Nearby, we see the real Green Goblin is scolding Harry for not going after Spider-Man. Harry tells the Green Goblin that he needs more bombs. A short while later, we see the Punisher pulls up to the burning building in his battle van, and Punisher is listening to a J3 Communications news report and learns that Harry Osborn was the only person that lived in the apartment building who has still not been accounted for. Microchip tells Punisher that he found another address for Harry Osborn and gives it to him. Punisher then follows up on that lead, hoping that it will lead him to Peter Parker. The next morning, we see Spider-Man goes to Harry's mansion and he quickly changes back into Peter Parker and breaks into the mansion and finds a secret room with Harry's Goblin equipment. Peter discovers Harry's laptop and sees that there is a map with locations for 6 different Goblin hideouts across New York City. Peter makes a printout of the map and hopes that he will find Harry at one of these locations. As Peter exits the mansion, his spider sense warns him that he is being watched, and we see it's the Punisher who is watching him, and he decides to follow Peter to find out what he's up to. Peter goes to the first location on the map, which is in an old, run-down apartment building. As Peter searches the apartments, he finds a hidden room filled with goblin weapons. However, Punisher comes in and holds Peter at gunpoint, and Punisher says that he's looking for Mary Jane, and 3 names keep coming up in his investigation: Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Peter Parker, and he wants to know how these 3 are connected. Peter grabs a pumpkin bomb and throws it on the ground and releases a smokescreen. In the confusion, Peter tries to escape, but he's caught by the Punisher. Punisher tells Peter that he thinks he's the Green Goblin, and that he became the Green Goblin when Mary Jane decided that she liked Harry better than him, and then he decided to kidnap her. Punisher throws Peter against the wall, and he picks up a pair of Goblin gloves and puts them on. Peter then uses the gloves to shoot Punisher with electricity, which temporarily stuns him. Peter then jumps on a Goblin glider and uses it to escape. However, Punisher fires a missile at the glider, which causes Peter to crash into a playground. Punisher walks up to Peter and picks up a CD that Peter dropped that contained the map of the Goblin hideouts. Just then, we see the Green Goblin flies up and drops a bomb near Peter and Punisher. Peter sarcastically tells Punisher, "Well, what do you know? That must be me up there," and runs away. As Punisher drives off into his battle van, he emails a copy of the map to Microchip, who deduces that the locations marked on the map are Goblin hideouts. Microchip then plots the fastest route to each base for Punisher to get to. A short while later, we see Harry returns to his lair and he sees the real Green Goblin's image in a mirror. Green Goblin scolds Harry for allowing himself to be chased through the city by Peter and the Punisher and for ruining his reputation. Harry loses his temper and yells at the Green Goblin. This makes Goblin happy and tells Harry that there is a little of the Goblin spirit in him after all. Green Goblin then tells Harry to go to Oscorp where he will find a new glider so that he can use it to defeat Spider-Man and the Punisher. As Harry flies off, Punisher shoots a tracking device at the glider and it sticks to it. At that moment, Spider-Man is web-slinging through the city and Spider-Man is wondering why is he letting Punisher beat him to the punch, especially when he has the benefit of knowing that the Green Goblin is really Harry Osborn. Spider-Man deduces that Harry will be at Oscorp. A short while later at Oscorp, Harry is preparing to use the battle glider. Green Goblin tells Harry that with this new glider, he will be invincible. Harry tells Green Goblin that he doesn't care about being invincible, he just wants to see his father again. Spider-Man enters the room and tells Harry that his father is gone. Green Goblin reveals to Harry that Spider-Man is really Peter Parker and tells him that he cannot be trusted. Spider-Man then sees Harry talking to the Green Goblin. However, Harry is the only one that can see him, and Spider-Man believes that Harry has gone crazy. Spider-Man then reveals to Harry that his father was the Green Goblin. Harry asks Green Goblin if Spider-Man is lying. We then see the Green Goblin then removes his mask, revealing himself to be Norman Osborn. Harry realizes that he was the only one that can see the Green Goblin because he is his son. Harry then decides that he will finally earn his father's respect by becoming the new Green Goblin. As Harry flies away on his glider, Punisher enters the building and Punisher wants Spider-Man to answer his questions, but Spider-Man gets away as Punisher follows them in his battle van. Green Goblin leads Spider-Man on a chase to the George Washington Bridge, and Spider-Man realizes that this is the same bridge where he ended Norman's career, so Harry wants to end Spider-Man's there as well. Spider-Man tries to talk Harry down by saying that they are still friends. Harry doesn't listen, and just then we see the Punisher fires a missile at Harry. Punisher misses, and Green Goblin goes after Punisher. Spider-Man tells Punisher he won't be able to stop Green Goblin. Punisher listens to Spider-Man and runs for safety. Spider-Man then tackles Green Goblin and they both fall into the Hudson River. Spider-Man searches for Harry in the river but is unable to find him and fears he has lost Harry the same way he lost Mary Jane. However, unknown to Spider-Man, Harry is washed up on shore and is carried away by the Punisher. From Limbo, we see the Green Goblin watches as Harry is carried away by the Punisher and is furious that his son has failed. However, Norman witnesses Mary Jane walk up to the shore of the Hudson River and questions how is it possible that she is there? How is that possible? Peter Parker walks to his home believing that he now has lost both Mary Jane and Harry. However, when Peter enters his house, he is surprised to see Punisher with Harry tied up and alive, sitting on the couch. Punisher walks up to Peter and demands to know once and for all where Mary Jane is. Just then, the doorbell rings and Peter is worried that it might be Aunt May who walks in. However, the door opens and everyone is shocked to see Mary Jane alive and well. Peter runs up to her and embraces her and asks where has she been. Mary Jane answers that she doesn't know where she's been, but she only knew that she had to come and find Peter. Peter is so relieved and gives her a massive hug. Punisher walks up to Peter and says to him that he has a promise to keep. We then see Punisher takes Mary Jane to Anna, who is glad to have her back. May Parker is also glad to have Mary Jane back as well, and Anna thanks the Punisher for finding her. As we see the Punisher leaves in his battle van, he records a war journal entry saying that he doesn't know how everything with Mary Jane got started, but for the first time in a long time, he actually feels human again. As the Punisher leaves, we see the sun begin to rise as Spider-Man web slings with Harry through the city, as Harry asks him, "Where are you taking me?" And Spider-Man answers that he is taking him somewhere where he can get some help. Harry questions if it is Peter under the mask and says that he doesn't know what is real anymore now that he is completely insane. And Harry says, everything's going to be alright now. Mary Jane is back. Spider-Man thinks to himself that Mary Jane is finally back and now maybe the nightmare is actually over. And that wraps up chapter 8 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Return of the Green Goblin. Overall, I thought this chapter was absolutely fantastic, probably my all-time favourite of the entire Partners in Danger story arc. And I felt that this chapter in particular was so strong, so well done, and very well executed. I think really this should have been the final chapter for season 4 because we got to see a number of things get resolved and we got to see a couple of payoffs. We finally got to see Harry Osborn become the Green Goblin, which we all knew was inevitable. We saw the shocking return of Mary Jane after disappearing at the end of season 3. Just a number of things that we wanted to see finally get resolved. And, for the Punisher to be the one to bring Mary Jane back home to her Aunt Anna, I thought that was a nice little bit of redemption for the Punisher because he really wanted to make a difference for someone's life and he got to do that. I know probably some would think, well, maybe Spider-Man should have been the one to bring Mary Jane back home. Probably, but I think having it be the Punisher, I think kind of makes sense because this would be the final time we would see the Punisher in the show. So I think it makes perfect sense to have the Punisher get his little bit of closure that he deserves and to actually make a difference in someone's life. Now, obviously, the presence of the Green Goblin was felt all throughout this chapter, which was great to see. And him seeing Mary Jane return and show up at the Hudson River was very mysterious. And he did ask the question that we all wanted to know: how did she end up there? We would eventually get that question answered in season 5 when Peter would learn the shocking truth about how exactly Mary Jane returned, but that will be covered in another edition for another time. And also seeing the Green Goblin communicating with Harry in mirrors while he was still trapped in limbo was very well done. And Harry learning the truth about the Green Goblin's identity was an amazing payoff and very well executed, as we would eventually see Harry fully embrace the dark side and go completely insane. So now that chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 9 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And there are still so many unanswered questions about how exactly Mary Jane returned, as the past would come back to haunt both Peter and Mary Jane as a familiar face with a score to settle, who we haven't seen since season 2, makes his return. And in his first appearance, he had Spider Man framed for a crime he didn't commit and came very close to ending Spider Man's crime fighting career. And this one is called The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin, we see Harry Osborn is in a strange world being pursued by the Green Goblin. As Harry runs away, he trips and falls into a puddle, and when he looks up, he sees his father, Norman Osborn, as Harry begs Norman not to leave him. However, we see Norman floats away into a building that resembles Oscorp with a giant goblin head. Harry enters the building, and as he falls into a giant spider web, he is stuck and is approached by Spider-Man, who Harry begs him to help save his father. However, Spider-Man transforms into the mutant spider, grabs Harry, and hands him over to the Green Goblin. We then see the Green Goblin pushes Harry into a bottomless pit, and then Harry wakes up in his bedroom, realizing it was a nightmare. Harry gets up and goes into the bathroom to wash his face with water, and as he looks into the bathroom mirror, he sees the reflection transforms into the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin tells Harry that there is much they have to do together. We then see the Goblin leads Harry into Oscorp inside a secret room containing Goblin weapons. We then see the Goblin explains to Harry that he is trapped in limbo and orders him to turn the valve of the gas tank. When Harry turns the valve, it releases a green gas that Harry breathes in, causing his muscle mass to increase and go completely insane. We then see Frank Castle, also known as the Punisher, is visiting his wife's grave, and he says that he wants to make a real difference in at least one person's life. He then hears crying at a nearby tombstone, and when he goes to see who it is, he sees that the person crying is none other than Anna Watson, who tells Frank that she feels that a crime has been committed but can't prove it. Anna invites Frank back to her house and tells him that she feels that Peter Parker is somehow involved in Mary Jane's disappearance, but she can't prove it. Frank agrees to help Anna. We then see Peter and Liz grab pizzas to go and cheer up Harry. As they enter his apartment, Liz goes to unlock the door, but before she can open it, the door explodes. Peter runs outside carrying Liz, who is unconscious, and as Peter looks up to Harry's apartment window, he sees the Green Goblin flying away on his glider. We then see Peter quickly changes into his Spider-Man costume and goes after the Green Goblin. As Spider-Man tackles the Green Goblin onto a rooftop, he unmasks the Green Goblin thinking it's Norman Osborn, but it's actually his son, Harry Osborn, underneath the mask. Spider-Man is left wondering how Harry got the Goblin's powers. We then see Peter goes into Harry's mansion and finds a secret room with Harry's Goblin equipment. Peter discovers Harry's laptop and sees that there is a map with locations for 6 different Goblin hideouts across New York City. As Peter exits the mansion, his spider sense warns him that he is being watched, and the person watching him turns out to be none other than the Punisher. Peter goes to the first location on the map and finds an old, run-down apartment building. As Peter searches the building, he finds a hidden room filled with Goblin weapons. We then see the Punisher comes in and holds Peter at gunpoint and says that he's looking for Mary Jane, and 3 names keep coming up in his investigation: Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Peter Parker, and he wants to know how these 3 are connected. Peter then gets on the glider and escapes from the Punisher, but soon crashes into a playground after he is hit by one of the Punisher's missiles. Punisher picks up a CD that Peter dropped that contains the map of all of the Goblin locations. We then see Spider-Man enters Oscorp and tells Harry that the Green Goblin is gone. Green Goblin reveals to Harry that Spider-Man is really Peter Parker and tells him that he cannot be trusted. Spider-Man then sees Harry talking to the Green Goblin and reveals to him that his father was the Green Goblin. Harry asks Green Goblin if Spider-Man is lying, and Green Goblin then removes his mask, revealing to Harry that he is indeed Norman Osborn. We then see Green Goblin lead Spider-Man on a chase to the George Washington Bridge. Spider-Man realizes that this is the same place where he ended Norman Osborn's career. Spider-Man then tackles Green Goblin and they both fall into the Hudson River. Spider-Man searches for Harry in the river, but is unable to find him and fears that he has lost Harry the same way he lost Mary Jane. But unknown to Spider-Man, Harry is washed up on shore and is carried away by the Punisher. We then see the Green Goblin watching from limbo, is furious that his son has failed. However, Norman witnesses Mary Jane walk up to the shore of the Hudson River and questions how it is possible that she is there. We then see Peter comes home believing that he has now lost both Mary Jane and Harry, but when he enters, he is surprised to see Punisher sitting there with Harry tied up, alive and well, sitting on his couch. Punisher walks up to Peter and demands to know once and for all where Mary Jane is. Just then the doorbell rings and Peter is worried it could be Aunt May, but the door opens and we see Mary Jane walks in. Peter is in complete shock and embraces Mary Jane and asks her where she has been. Mary Jane answers that she doesn't know where she's been, but she only knew that she had to find Peter. Punisher walks up to Peter and says to him that he has a promise to keep. Soon after, the Punisher takes Mary Jane back to Anna, who is glad to have her back. We then see the Punisher writes a war journal entry saying that he doesn't know how everything with Mary Jane got started, but for the first time in a long time, he feels human again. As the sun sets, we see Spider-Man web-slinging with Harry through the city, and Harry asks Spider-Man that is it really Peter under the mask, and says that he doesn't know what is real anymore. But Mary Jane is back, and everything is going to be okay now. Spider-Man thinks to himself that Mary Jane is back, and now maybe the nightmare is actually over. So now that Chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 9 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this sees the return of a familiar face who we haven't seen since Season 2, and has a huge score to settle with Spider-Man, as we also get a blast from the past for both Mary Jane and Peter Parker. And this one is called The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson. So we see a pirate masquerade fundraising event taking place, where we see Jameson and Robbie Robinson and Peter Parker dressed up as pirates, with Peter Parker taking pictures for the Daily Bugle, as we see Peter taking pictures of an actual pirate's treasure, which is the attraction for the event. But all of a sudden, Peter's spider sense is triggered off, as we see robotic pirates have gate crashed the party. And the robotic pirates start to attack the guests, and Jameson thinks that this is all part of the party, and Robertson says, no, this is definitely not part of the party, Jameson. And then we see Spider-Man arrives on the scene and stops the robotic pirates from hurting the rest of the guests, and uses his webbing to tie up some of the robotic pirates. And Spider-Man questions, what are these things? And then all of a sudden we see Mysterio emerge from a fog of smoke. And we see Spider-Man makes fun of Mysterio by saying that this party does kind of resemble a horror B movie, doesn't it? And then we see Mysterio escaping with the pirate's treasure. And then we see Spider-Man attempt to save Jameson from the robotic pirates. And before Mysterio can disappear, Spider-Man throws a spider tracer onto him to track his movements. As Spider-Man saves Jameson, they attempt to escape, but Mysterio has all of the whole building barricaded with metal doors. But Spider-Man notices that there was one door left exposed that Mysterio forgot about, as he and Jameson run outside towards the bridge of the pier, and before they could cross to the other side, Spider-Man's spider sense is triggered, and he realizes that it is yet another one of Mysterio's illusions, and Jameson calls Spider-Man a Neanderthal for falling for one of Mysterio's illusions. And with nowhere to run and out of webbing, Jameson and Spider-Man are surrounded by Mysterio's robotic pirates, and in a last attempt to escape, Spider-Man and Jameson jump over the bridge into the water and fool the robotic pirates into believing that they fell into the water. And Spider-Man lifts up the bridge and tosses the robotic pirates into the water. And as the robotic pirates fall into the river, the water causes the robotic pirates to short circuit. And while Spider-Man is refilling his web shooters, Jameson accuses Spider-Man of wanting to steal the treasure for himself, and that's the only reason he couldn't was because Mysterio beats him to the punch. Spider-Man goes on to say that, well, hold on a minute, I just saved your life. And as much as I love to stand here listening to you flapping your gums, I've got a bigger fish to fry, one that has a rather bigger fish bowl. And Spider Man web swings away and goes on to track down Mysterio's movements after planting a spider tracer on him before he disappeared. Spider Man manages to track down Mysterio and his stolen treasure in an alleyway, and Mysterio is very surprised at how quickly Spider Man was able to find him. And before Spider Man is able to capture Mysterio, Mysterio manages to create another illusion, this time of the North Pole with icy winds and blocks of ice. And Spider Man, who knows Mysterio's illusions too well, kicks over a block of ice, which turns out to be a fire hydrant, and the water from the pipe turns off Mysterio's illusion. And as Spider Man web swings to the rooftop, he realizes that there is something wrong with this street. As Spider Man web swings across to a restaurant called the Riding Deli, he realizes it's another one of Mysterio's illusions as he manages to knock out Mysterio and is able to web him up. And we see Mysterio unmasked, screams at Spider Man that he can't go back to prison, not now, as we see Quentin Beck is officially back behind bars once again. So, this is the first time that we have actually seen Mysterio since season 2, when he was part of the Insidious Six, which was put together by the Kingpin to take out Spider Man. But the last time that Spider Man tangled with Mysterio was back in season 1, when Mysterio framed Spider Man for a crime that he didn't commit. And it's interesting how we haven't really seen or heard much about Mysterio. You know, he's pretty much kept a low profile for most of the show's run. And to see Mysterio back once again, while it is great to see him, if you look at all of the villains' appearances, Mysterio in the entire show's run has only had 4 appearances, which is quite small when you look at some of the other villains who have had more appearances than him. Mysterio appeared in 1 episode in season 1. He had 2 appearances in season 2 and 1 appearance in season 4. So that's quite small for someone like Mysterio, who has been one of the original Spider Man villains for many years. And the reason why Mysterio is back now is a little bit different to what you would expect from a guy like him. He's not necessarily here to take out Spider Man. His reasons, which we will learn about in this chapter, will surprise some of you, and you really get to see that there is more to Mysterio than just illusions and special effects as we go forward in this chapter. And also in this chapter, we'll get to learn a little bit more about what really happened on the day that Spider Man, air quotes, ruined Quentin Beck's life. As Quentin Beck is locked up in a maximum security cell, one of the guards asks the other guard, why does Quentin Beck have to have extra security? And the other guard explains to him that he's a tricky one. He goes by the name Mysterio. He used to be a special effects guy for the movies, and he was working on an action movie starring Miranda Wilson. And we're also treated to a flashback scene on the Brooklyn Bridge where a helicopter crashes and causes an explosion, which causes the Brooklyn Bridge to catch fire. And as we see Spider Man attempts to stop the fire from getting out of control, he stops Quentin Beck and goes after Miranda Wilson, who was in the burning car, and finds that the actress is nowhere to be seen. And we also see that this flashback scene is told by Mary Jane Watson, who returned to Peter Parker at the end of Chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin. Mary Jane goes on to explain to Peter that the producers of the movie that Miranda Wilson was working on contacted her, asking her if she's interested in playing her role because she bears a resemblance to the original actress, and she has agreed to accept the role because it's the role of a lifetime. And Mary Jane also explains that the film has two scenes left, and Peter is very happy and excited for her and asks Mary Jane where they filming the movie, and she reveals that it's in Wonder Studios, which was, of course, as we all remembered, the original hideout of Quentin Beck, aka Mysterio. Peter remembers that Wonder Studios was Mysterio's hideout and was full of traps, and after Mysterio was locked up in prison, Wonder Studios was reopened for business, but Peter still felt very uncomfortable walking around in Mysterio's old hideout and questions Mary Jane if she is sure that this is the right thing for her to do. And Mary Jane explains to Peter that this role could be her big break and sees this as an opportunity for her career and for her sanity, and goes on to say that you never know how strange it is to be gone for so long and to come back with no memory of where you've been or what you've done. And she sees this as an opportunity to do something with herself, otherwise, she would go completely insane. And Peter, of course, says, let's just hope that this movie doesn't turn out to be a complete disaster. And we will eventually learn the real reason why Mary Jane has no memory of her whereabouts or what she has done in season 5. And as I mentioned already, that is going to be covered in another future edition for another time. As we see, Mary Jane is getting ready in her dressing room to go on set. She starts to hear a strange voice in her room, and as the room lights up, we see what appears to be an optical illusion of her father. Now, the last time that something like this happened was back in season 3 when Baron Mordo brainwashed and promised Mary Jane that he would return her father to her. So, this is kind of like a revisiting of this moment that occurred back in the Sins of the Father's story arc. And we also see that Mary Jane's father was an abusive man and was very abusive to her and her mother. And we also learn that her father walked out on Mary Jane's mum and her when she was a little girl, and she hasn't seen her father ever since. And this person claiming to be Mary Jane's father asks her to go with him, and as she goes off with him, we see the film crew are waiting for Mary Jane to appear on set, and Peter says that I'll go and get her. She probably has the case of the jitters, but deep down senses that something isn't right, and when he goes into Mary Jane's dressing room, he finds that she has disappeared, and a trail of footprints leads to a hidden trapdoor, which opens up and leads to an underground tunnel underneath the studio. And as Peter runs down the stairs, he follows the trail of footprints, and as he walks through the tunnel, he hears Mary Jane's voice asking her father, where are we going? Peter quickly changes into his Spider Man costume and sees Mary Jane being led up on top of the bridge by an illusion of her father who disappears. And Spider Man comes to Mary Jane's rescue, and Mary Jane says to Spider Man, that was my father. He was going to explain to me why he left me all those years ago. Oh, Spider Man, am I going crazy? And Spider Man says to Mary Jane, I sincerely hope not, Miss Watson. Let's get out of here. And we see the underground cavern begin to collapse, and Spider Man says to himself that there is only one person who could have come up with such an illusion, and we see Spider Man visits Quentin Beck in prison, demanding answers. Spider Man checks to see if it really is the real Quentin Beck, and Quentin Beck confirms that it is really him. And Spider Man goes on to explain to Beck that I saw a lot of strange things today in the catacombs, and Quentin Beck, looking like he's seen a ghost, says to Spider Man, no, Spider Man, don't ever go back there because if you do, you will face your worst nightmare. Spider Man asks Beck Who created those illusions? And Beck refuses to answer. And Spider-Man says, I'll forget it. This was a complete waste of my time. But what Beck didn't realise was Spider-Man planted a spider tracer on him once again to keep track of his movements. And Beck, realising that Spider-Man planted a spider tracer on him, removes the spider tracer from the collar of his cell uniform and takes out the battery of the spider tracer and puts it into his own holocube in an attempt to escape from prison. We then see Beck turns the entire prison into an Egyptian cavern, and he also creates an illusion of the entire block being flooded. And as the guard goes in to check on Beck, he gets taken out by Beck as he escapes from prison. And as Quentin Beck escapes from prison, we see Mary Jane is on set playing the part of Tiffany West, which was Miranda Wilson's role. And she's on the set of a sinking boat. And as the water starts to pour in, Peter Parker realizes that this is not actually part of the film as the boat starts to overflow with water. And as Mary Jane is sucked into a plug hole, we see Peter Parker quickly changes into his Spider Man costume and goes after her. And we see Mary Jane gets washed up into an underground water cavern where she sees her father and she follows him. And as Mary Jane follows her father into the caverns, we see Spider Man also ends up in the underwater cavern and he is yelled at by Mary Jane's father, who says to Spider Man, Go back to your world now. And Spider Man says, How do you end up in two places at once, Mysterio? And Mary Jane's father is revealed to be none other than Mysterio, who goes on to taunt Spider Man by saying, Bravo, Spider Man! Bravo! And Mysterio goes on to tell Spider Man that there is more to Mysterio than just smoke and mirrors. And as Spider Man attempts to grab Mysterio, he rips a piece of his cape and ends up falling to the ground. As Spider Man lays there, we see Mysterio is about to throw a boulder at Spider Man when all of a sudden he is attacked by another Mysterio who says to him, No, you stay out of this. And Spider Man, looking very confused, sees two Mysterios going at it and can't decide which one is the real one. And he throws a rock at one of the Mysterios, who ends up turning out to be a robot. And Spider Man looks up and sees Mysterio and says to him, Are you ever for real? And Mysterio says, I have no time to explain. Come with me. And Spider Man says, Why should I trust you? And Mysterio says, All of this is nothing compared to what's waiting for you. And I acquired all of this technology from the Kingpin. And we see a flashback with Mysterio in Crime Central with Kingpin acquiring all of the technology, but Kingpin has one condition for him to eliminate Spider Man. Mysterio rejects the offer and says, I've got more important things to worry about than Spider Man. Kingpin goes on to say that if you don't eliminate Spider Man, then you can't have this technology. Mysterio also explains that the only reason he stole the treasure was so he could try to pay back the Kingpin. And Mysterio explains that all of these traps are meant for Spider Man's ultimate demise. And Spider Man says, Well, why are you going to help me then? And Mysterio says, I have my reasons. Let's go. It's interesting that Mysterio wants to eliminate Spider Man, but at the same time, he's actually going out of his way to help him. And considering that this is the final appearance of Mysterio in this show, this is a bit different to what we have seen from his previous appearances. And as Spider Man follows Mysterio through the underground caverns, he is suddenly attacked from behind by a giant lizard tail, which belongs to a robotic version of the lizard. And as the robotic version of the lizard begins to attack Spider Man, he is also attacked from behind also by a robotic version of Dr. Octopus. Mysterio reminds Spider-Man that they are only machines as Spider-Man grabs hold of a water hose and uses it on the robotic version of the Lizard, who short circuits. And we also see Mysterio is attacked by a robotic version of Dr. Octopus. And as Spider Man attempts to save Mysterio, we see a robotic version of the Rhino come charging forward, and Spider Man manages to move out of the way as he takes out the robotic version of Dr. Octopus. And we see Spider Man help Mysterio by saying to him, "I can't believe I'm actually having to say thank you." And Mysterio says, "There is something down there that is far more important than eliminating you." As we see Mary Jane follows her father into an underground laboratory. She is shocked to see that her father is nothing more than a machine, and Mary Jane is greeted by Miranda Wilson, who is sitting in a chair as a cyborg as a result of her disfigurement that she suffered on the Brooklyn Bridge. She uses her machine to lift up Mary Jane and puts her on the table as she reveals that she is going to transfer her mind into Mary Jane's body and regain her lost youth. And as Mary Jane is strapped to the table, we see Mysterio leads Spider Man to another underground cavern and reveals to him that this was going to be where his ultimate demise was going to take place. And then Spider Man is suddenly attacked by robotic versions of Venom and Carnage. We then see the robotic version of Venom manhandle Spider Man, and the robotic version of Carnage goes after Mysterio as well. And Spider Man remembers what Mysterio says about they are only machines and sees a gas canister on the other side of the room and uses it on the robotic versions of Venom and Carnage to blow them up. Spider Man is able to move out of the way and says, "I hope that's the last of them," and suddenly hears Mary Jane screaming, and Spider Man swings away to find the location of where Mary Jane's screams are coming from. Miranda explains to Mary Jane that her disappearance wasn't an accident, she just simply fell off the bridge and she was washed off onto shore. Realizing that her once beautiful face was disfigured by the explosion, Miranda seeks shelter in the sewers, and she hid under the same catacombs that was built underneath the studio. We then see in the flashback Quentin Beck, who had gotten out of prison, found Miranda and took her to a secret laboratory where he became Mysterio once again and looked to steal the money to help Miranda's condition, and used robotic technology to help hook up Miranda's mind into all of the machines to keep her alive. We then see Miranda begins preparation to transfer her mind into Mary Jane's, and as she begins the experiment, we see Miranda is starting to transfer her mind into Mary Jane's, but at the last second, we see Mysterio smashes a chair over the computers, thus stopping the transfer. Spider Man learns that Mysterio's machine was never intended to work, as Mysterio explains that what Miranda was asking for was physically impossible, and Miranda breaks down in tears, saying that how can anyone love a monster like me? Mysterio explains that he doesn't care about how Miranda looks, and all he cares about is he wants to be with her, and goes on to say that he loves her and he wants to be with her. Miranda releases both Spider Man and Mary Jane and tells them both to leave now. And Spider Man says, "You need to leave as well." And Miranda says, "No, I'm staying here." And Mysterio says, "And I'm staying with her too." As Spider Man and Mary Jane both escape, the entire underground complex blows up, killing both Quentin Beck and Miranda. Mary Jane tearfully says to Spider Man, "There goes my film career, up in smoke." And Spider Man quietly says, "Let's go." And Mary Jane says to Spider Man that, "Don't you think it was a bit cruel of Mysterio leading Miranda on like that?" And Spider Man goes on to say that, "You've got to have hope, Mary Jane. It's what kept me going when you were gone. And Spider-Man goes on to say to Mary Jane that all of this has made me realise how precious you are to me. And Mary Jane says to Spider-Man that, Spider-Man, while I am flattered, I'm in love with someone else. I'm in love with a great guy, Peter Parker. And Spider-Man says to Mary Jane, there's something I have to show you. And Spider-Man reveals his secret identity to Mary Jane by taking off his mask. And that wraps up Chapter 9 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson. Overall, I thought this chapter was absolutely fantastic, one of the best ones of the entire Partners in Danger story arc, and seeing Mysterio back one more time was a nice treat, and it was quite unusual to see Mysterio act as an unofficial ally for Spider-Man. I mean, at the start, we see Mysterio back with a vengeance, doing what he does best, and that's driving Spider-Man nuts with his illusions. But then, over the course of this chapter, Mysterio actually came through for Spider-Man and indirectly kind of helped him along the way. And to actually see Mysterio sacrifice himself and staying with the person that he loved, while Miranda willingly let Spider-Man and Mary Jane go, was something that I didn't really expect. And for the show to actually kill off Mysterio was quite shocking because you would have thought they would leave the door wide open for Mysterio to return. So I really wasn't expecting them to do this to him, especially as he's been one of Spider Man's main villains for a really long time. And as I said at the beginning, Mysterio has only had 4 appearances in the entire show's run, and to actually kill him off was really unexpected because you very rarely ever saw anybody die on the show. Usually they would get teleported to another dimension, or they just simply disappear without a word. And from what I read also, the original plan was not to kill off Mysterio. There were future plans to bring him back one more time and attempt to have him release Dormammu, and this would have led to Spider-Man teaming up with Ghost Rider. But unfortunately, Ghost Rider was set to appear in the Incredible Hulk animated series, so they couldn't use him, which is a real shame, really, because had this show been given one more season, I would have liked to have seen that. And Spider-Man saving Mary Jane and revealing his secret identity to her at the end was a real game changer. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Mary Jane is going to react to the fact that she knows that Spider Man is Peter Parker, and this, of course, changes everything. And whether it is going to change the situation between Peter and her for better or for worse, one thing is definitely for sure, this is going to change everything between them. But I thought this chapter was very well done, lots of surprises, both unexpected and shocking. And I really enjoyed this one. I thought this one was one of the strongest chapters of the entire Partners in Danger story arc, and it was very enjoyable. So now that chapter 9, The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 10 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this involves an old friend of Peter Parker who has a deep connection with a certain reptilian tribe who have been living underground as they seek to have Peter Parker's friend become the ruler of this tribe. And this one is simply called The Lizard King. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 9, The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson, We see a pirate masquerade fundraising event where we see Jameson and Robertson are dressed up as pirates, with Peter Parker taking photographs for the Daily Bugle, when all of a sudden Peter's spider sense is triggered and we see an army of robotic pirates invade the party as they begin to attack the guests, and we see Spider-Man comes to the rescue and tries to stop the robotic pirates, and he wonders where did they come from, and all of a sudden we see Mysterio appear out of nowhere as he attempts to steal the pirates' treasure. As Mysterio is about to escape, Spider-Man plants a spider tracer on Mysterio to track his movements, and we see Spider-Man rescues Jameson from the robotic pirates, and as the two of them attempt to escape, Mysterio traps both Spider-Man and Jameson by barricading the entire building with metal doors. As Spider-Man and Jameson attempt to escape, Spider-Man fools the robotic pirates into thinking that they fell into the river, and Spider-Man lifts up the bridge and throws the robotic pirates into the river, causing the robots to short circuit. Thanks to the spider tracer that Spider-Man planted on Mysterio, Spider-Man is quickly able to follow Mysterio into an alleyway where he is able to capture Mysterio and puts him back in prison. After Mysterio is locked up, we see Mary Jane tells Peter that she has been offered a part in a movie that originally featured the actress Miranda Wilson, and she also tells Peter that the movie is being shot in Wonder Studios. And we see Mary Jane is getting ready in her dressing room when she is greeted by an optical illusion of her father, and we are treated to a flashback where we learn that Mary Jane's father was an abusive man and he walked out on her and her mother when she was a child. Her father tells Mary Jane to go with him, and Peter quickly learns that Mary Jane has disappeared as he finds an underground cavern beneath the dressing room, and Mary Jane sees her father disappear, and this leads to Spider Man coming to the rescue after Mary Jane thinks she's going crazy. We then see Spider Man goes to see Quentin Beck in prison to make sure that he is actually inside, and Spider Man questions Quentin Beck about the illusions and that he found an underground cavern, and Quentin Beck warns Spider-Man not to go back there again because if he does, he will face his biggest nightmare ever. And Quentin Beck denies having any involvement with the illusions. Spider-Man quickly plants a spider tracer onto Quentin Beck to keep track of his movements, but Quentin Beck is one step ahead of Spider-Man as he uses the tracer's battery to power up one of his Holocubes as he plans his escape from prison. We see Mysterio then creates an illusion where he floods out the prison and takes out one of the guards and is able to escape from prison. And as Mary Jane begins shooting her film, we see the set begins to overflow with water as it pulls Mary Jane into the plug hole. And we see Peter Parker puts on his Spider Man costume and goes after Mary Jane, who is taken to an underwater cavern where she is greeted by an illusion of her father, who tells her to go with him. We also see Spider Man ends up in the underwater cavern and he is greeted by Mary Jane's father, who turns out to be an illusion created by Mysterio. And then we see Mary Jane follows her father into an underground laboratory where she is greeted by a disfigured Miranda Wilson, who is wired together by machinery, and she reveals that she was badly disfigured in the accident on the day of the Brooklyn Bridge when she was filming her movie. And Miranda explains that she plans to transfer her mind into Mary Jane's body so she can regain her lost youth, but she is quickly stopped by Mysterio, who tells her that he doesn't care about how she looks, and all that matters to him is that he loves her and wants to be with her. We then see Miranda releases Spider-Man and Mary Jane and activates the self-destruct button, which causes the underground cavern to blow up, and Mysterio agrees to stay with Miranda as the two of them are killed in the explosion. And as we see the underground cavern is completely destroyed, we see Spider-Man and Mary Jane are washed ashore as Mary Jane tearfully says that her film career has now gone up in smoke. Spider-Man tells Mary Jane that hope was what kept him going when she disappeared, and Spider-Man goes on to tell Mary Jane that she is the most precious thing to him, and goes on to take off his mask and reveals his secret identity to Mary Jane. So now that Chapter 9, The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 10 of the Partners in Danger story arc. And this involves an old friend of Peter Parker who shares a very deep connection with a reptilian tribe who have been living underground, and they are looking for him to take over their tribe. And this one is simply called The Lizard King. So, Chapter 10 picks up where we left off from the end of Chapter 9, when Spider Man took off his mask and revealed himself to Mary Jane that he was Peter Parker, much to the shock and surprise of Mary Jane, who goes on to say that this is impossible and she has so much that she wants to ask. And Peter grabs Mary Jane and says, "Hold on tight and let me prove it to you," and takes Mary Jane web swinging all over the city. And as they're swinging over the city, Peter promises Mary Jane that he will never let anything happen to her. And as Peter finishes taking Mary Jane swinging over the city, he takes Mary Jane to his main spot where he goes to think, where there is a statue of a gargoyle who he refers to as Bruce. And as Peter explains his entire story to Mary Jane goes on to say to Peter, "How could you have kept this from me for so long? Makes me wonder what other secrets you're keeping from me." Peter then goes on to ask Mary Jane, "How would you like a lifetime to find out? I lost you once because I didn't act fast enough, and I won't make that mistake again." And then Peter gets on one knee and asks Mary Jane, will you marry me? Mary Jane stands there in complete disbelief and shock and throws herself off the building. Peter quickly jumps off the roof and catches Mary Jane and asks her, "Why did you do that for?" And Mary Jane says that, "I did it to prove that you'll always be there for me when it counts. You will, won't you?" And Peter says, "Yes, of course I will." And then Mary Jane very excitedly says, "Then of course I'll marry you." And then Peter and Mary Jane share a kiss. And as Peter swings through the city with Mary Jane one more time, Peter very excitedly says, "This is the happiest day of my life," and then proceeds to give Mary Jane a spider tracer as a form of a wedding ring. Peter and Mary Jane then share another kiss, and Peter says, "It's official." So Spider Man revealing to Mary Jane that he is really Peter Parker, and then getting down on one knee and proposing to her, for me was a huge game changing moment, because from the very beginning, Peter has always been dead against the idea of getting married or having a girlfriend involved in his life, because he was always concerned that his enemies would go after his loved one to get to him. So for Peter to have a complete change of heart was a real breakthrough for him, because he got Mary Jane back and he was afraid of losing her, and he didn't want to make the same mistake twice, which is fair enough. And I did say before that Chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin, should have been the final chapter for Season 4. I still stand by that, because Mary Jane returned at the end of that chapter, and I really felt that was the perfect way to end season 4. Now, Peter proposing to Mary Jane, I personally would have saved that for season 5 because we know that Peter and Mary Jane do get married in season 5. I think really this should have been the beginning of season 5 and then we go from there because I think it just would have made more sense from a story point of view. And I know that Peter and Mary Jane did get married in the comic books, but I seem to recall in the comics that Mary Jane didn't accept Peter's marriage proposal straight away. She made him wait for her answer. Maybe they should have done that in this chapter because I felt that while this was a really nice, touching moment, it kind of felt a little bit rushed. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe Mary Jane could have said that while I do love you, Peter, it's a lot for me to take in all at once. You've just told me you're Spider Man, and now you've proposed to me. It's a lot to take in all at once. I need time to get my head around things and I need time to think. So maybe you could have drawn that out for a couple of chapters and then eventually at the beginning of season 5, Mary Jane finally accepts Peter's marriage proposal and she agrees to be his wife because, you know, this was a great way to kick off chapter 10 for this story arc. And it was a nice moment, and you just kind of need something like that, especially after all that heavy Mysterio and Miranda business back at the end of chapter 9. This was a great way to kind of move away from that stuff. And, Peter is on cloud nine. He's finally got the girl. They're going to get married. And Peter and Mary Jane, since the beginning of the show, they have had their ups and downs, mainly because of Peter's crime fighting lifestyle as Spider Man. And to see them come out the other side stronger than ever was really good. It's a really good moment. But, however, we all know that things are not going to go the way Peter thinks it's going to go. Peter, as we all know, learns the shocking truth about his future wife in season 5 and how she came back. And trust me when I tell you, that is definitely going to be covered in this review series in a future edition for another time because when Peter learns the shocking truth about Mary Jane, trust me, I still remember, and I won't give too much away. If you know what I'm talking about, that's all good. It's completely changed everything and blew my mind and everyone else's. So let's just enjoy this while we can because we all know how this is all going to end up. It's not going to end very well, but this is still a nice moment. Let's just enjoy it while we can. We then see Dr. Kurtz Connors arrive in a taxi and quickly runs inside ESU, but little does he know that he is being watched from the sewers by a group of lizard people. And as we see Connor's lizard arm grows back, he grabs a device and blasts himself with radiation and passes out on the table. We see the lizard people, who we saw earlier from the sewers, watch from the window and say, "See, I told you, he is the one." One of the other lizard people says, "Now that we have found him, he must be ours." I wonder what the lizard people want with Dr. Kurtz Connors. A short while later, we see Peter and Mary Jane break the news to their respective aunts, May and Anna. And May, of course, is very happy and goes on to say that if only Uncle Ben had lived to see this day. And Anna Watson, of course, doesn't take the news very well and goes on to ridicule Peter by saying, "You're both too young to get married. Where would you live? How would you live? I've only just got Mary Jane back." And Peter says, "Well, we haven't really thought that far ahead." And Mary Jane says, "Look, I may have partial amnesia, but one thing that hasn't changed is my love for Peter. By next month, we'll be Mr. and Mrs. Peter Parker. And Aunt May goes on to say to Anna, "Oh, isn't this amazing news, Anna?" And Anna very sarcastically says, "Well, that's one way to describe it." We see Dr. Connors is in his lab working on an experiment, and while this is going on, we see Peter and Mary Jane are outside his lab door discussing the possibility of having Dr. Connors there at the wedding and to give the bride away. Dr. Connors answers the door and tells Peter and Mary Jane that he is very busy. However, Mary Jane lets herself in and tells Dr. Connors that he is the closest thing that Peter has to a father, and since neither of them have any male relatives, close ones that is, they would be honoured to have him at their wedding to give the bride away. And while this is going on, we see one of the lizard people opens the fuse box and takes out the power, causing the lights to go out. Dr. Connors, of course, is very honoured, but all of a sudden, Peter's spider sense is triggered. Peter realises that this is not an ordinary blackout and picks up one of the Bunsen burners. And all of a sudden, the lizard people walk in, and Kurt Connors asks, "Who are you people?" And one of the lizards picks up Connors and says, "We want you." Mary Jane knocks over the test tubes, creating a distraction and giving Peter time to change into his Spider-Man costume. Meanwhile, the big lizard continues to manhandle Dr. Connors and aggressively questions, "How can this man be our father? Look how weak he is. Look how much fear he shows for the female." And the female lizard says, "No, he is our father. I can feel it. I can feel it in my blood." So it appears that these lizard people look at Dr. Connors as their father. Well, it's clearly they're not referring to Dr. Connors the man, they are referring to the other persona, the lizard. As one of the giant lizards begins manhandling Dr. Connors, he is webbed up by Spider-Man, who comes to Dr. Connors' rescue. As Spider-Man tries to get Dr. Connors to safety, he is quickly knocked over by one of the other lizard people and goes flying over the table. We then see one of the other lizard people grabs Mary Jane and Dr. Kurt Connors as they both quickly escape from Dr. Connors' lab. As Spider-Man is thrown out of the window, he quickly uses webbing to climb back up into the window, and as he enters Dr. Connors' lab, he sees that Mary Jane and Dr. Connors are both gone, and as Spider-Man pulls out his tracking device, he manages to get a location of where Mary Jane is, thanks to the spider tracer he gave her as an engagement ring. Thanks to the tracking device, Spider-Man is able to follow the lizard people into the underground caverns of the sewers, thanks to the tracking device that he gave Mary Jane, and he enters the sewers and is able to follow Mary Jane's location. As we see, Mary Jane and Dr. Connors are being taken prisoner by the lizard people. We see the lizard people begin to questioning among themselves about the legitimacy of whether or not Dr. Connors is their actual father or not. And we see the main big lizard say that, "How can he be our father? He cares for these humans. We are stronger than all of these humans put together." Dr. Connors asks, "Who are you people?" And one of the lizards explains that originally we were just lizards walking around on our bellies, and then one day we found the blood from our father, and thus we began to grow, and that is how we know you are our father. And we see another flashback of the neogenic radiation giving birth to the lizards. So it's kind of cool how this chapter ties into the Night of the Lizard episode, which was all the way back in season one, and to see and learn that Dr. Connors was indirectly responsible for creating this lizard tribe is quite amazing, because you would have thought that Dr. Connors, who turned himself into the lizard originally, and his plan in season one was to turn his wife and everyone around the world into lizards as his way of helping to heal the world after he lost his arm many years ago. So I love how Dr. Connor's vision has now become a reality. He's now, as I said, indirectly created this underground tribe of reptiles when that was his original plan back in season 1 when he was the lizard. So I think the way they tied all this together was very well done, and there's lots of callbacks to the Night of the Lizard from season 1, and this was a great follow up, in my opinion. This is certainly something I would have liked to have seen, maybe back in season 2, perhaps. They could have carried it on from there, but the very fact that they left it until season 4 to go back and revisit that moment again, I thought was genius. And, you'd never have thought that the Night of the Lizard episode would spawn chapter 10 4 seasons later is just incredible. So it's not hard to see why this lizard tribe look at Dr. Connors as their father, so to speak, because he did help create them, whether intentionally or not. The lizard people then go on to tell Dr. Connors that you gave us life, and in return, you will fulfill your destiny by leading us to the future. Dr. Connors explains to Mary Jane that originally he experimented on lizards and tried to combine his DNA with the DNA of a lizard, but he ended up turning himself into a monster instead. And after a series of experiments that ended up failing, he was very frustrated, and thus his blood ended up going down the drain, which is what the lizards drank from, thus giving birth to this lizard tribe. So, as I said earlier, you know, the way that this chapter is tied into the Night of the Lizard episode from season 1 was excellent, and the callbacks from that episode that was addressed in season 4. As I said, I just love the way they tied all of this together. This really does feel like a sequel to the Night of the Lizard episode. We then see Dr. Connor's lizard arm begin to grow out as he slowly starts to transform into the lizard, and he quickly starts attacking the lizard people and tells Mary Jane to run and tells her to pass a message on to his wife and son that he loves them, and Mary Jane manages to escape. As we see Mary Jane is running through the sewers, she trips over and is grabbed by a hand, which turns out to be Spider-Man, who finally manages to locate her thanks to the spider tracer he gave her as a wedding ring. We see Mary Jane embraces Spider-Man and says, "Oh, thank God you found me. Is this nightmare over? I must be going crazy." And Spider-Man comforts her and says, "It's okay, MJ. I'm here now. Everything is going to be all right." Mary Jane explains to Spider-Man that Dr. Connors was the one responsible for the accident that helped create all of those lizards. Spider-Man then says, "Follow the trail back to the surface and get to safety." And Mary Jane asks Spider-Man, "What about you, Peter? What are you going to do?" And Spider-Man says that, "I'm going to find Dr. Connors." And Mary Jane says, "Is this how it's always going to be from now on? Me sitting back while you risk your life?" And Spider-Man says, "Look, Mary Jane, I have no other choice. This is what I have to do." Manages to climb up to the surface and says to herself that, "If you think I'm just going to sit by and do nothing, Peter Parker, then you don't know me at all." As Mary Jane leaves, we see Dr. Connors in mid-lizard mode fighting off all of the lizard people when all of a sudden we see Spider-Man gets involved to help even the odds for Dr. Connors. And Spider-Man says to Connors that whatever you do, try and fight off the lizard transformation as the two try to escape. Meanwhile, we see Mary Jane goes to Connor's house and asks Dr. Connor's wife Margaret for help in trying to help her rescue her husband. Mary Jane explains to Margaret that Dr. Connors has turned himself into the lizard, but Margaret already knows, and she plays a videotape that has specific instructions from Dr. Connors in the event that anything should happen to him. Connors explains on the video that take their son Billy to her sister's house and then find in the safe a genetic neutron bomb and use it on the lizard to destroy the lizard once and for all after all of his attempts to control the lizard have failed. Mary Jane suggests to Margaret that they seek out Deborah Whitman, who is an expert on neogenics and is smarter than Peter Parker. As we see, the lizard people are tracking down Spider-Man and Dr. Connors. We see Spider-Man and Dr. Connors are walking through the sewer tunnels trying to find a way out when all of a sudden Spider-Man's spider sense starts to tingle that there is danger, and we see the lizard people are right behind them. As Spider-Man webs the lizard people, we see them tackle Dr. Connors to the ground, and then we see Dr. Connors fully transform into the lizard and declare himself as "I am your father," as all of the lizards bow down before him. The lizard remembers his fight with Spider-Man and blames him for almost destroying him, and also goes on to declare that all humans will be destroyed. And one of the lizards says, "No, this isn't the way." And the lizard goes on to say that he was rejected by humans and that there is no room for humans, only lizards will survive. All of the lizards continue to bow down to the lizard, and one of them goes on to say that our father has spoken, and Spider-Man pleads with the lizard that Dr. Connors, you are making a huge mistake. One of the lizards, Giller, is accused of betraying their father and is taken in captive with Spider-Man. And one of the main lizards asks the lizard, "What should we do with them, father?" And the lizard goes on to say, "Do what you must." And we've seen essentially the lizard go from being an out of control reptile into a full blown villain. Meanwhile, we see Flash Thompson and Deborah Whitman have been partying all night, and Flash Thompson, in a change of heart, says that he's fed up of partying and he actually needs to study. And Deborah says, "Fine, I'll go partying on my own." And Flash says, "Okay, whatever." As Deborah sits down looking very sad, we see Mary Jane and Margaret Connors approaches Deborah and asks her for her help in helping to save Dr. Connors. Deborah then explains that the neutron bomb could be adjusted to stop the lizard, but I'll do what I can. Interestingly enough, this is the only time that Mary Jane and Deborah Whitman have ever met each other. Considering how much of an important role they have both played in Peter Parker's life throughout the show's run, they have never ever met each other until now. So I find it interesting that Mary Jane has reached out to Deborah, considering that she's never met her before. So I thought that was quite interesting. Meanwhile, we see Giller and Spider-Man are held in chains, and Spider-Man asks Giller, "What are they going to do with us?" And Giller says, "They're going to take us to the games." And Spider-Man says, "The games?" And Giller goes on to say that, "I hoped our father would come and end the games once and for all." And Spider-Man says, "I hate to tell you this, but you were born from an accident from Dr. Connor's blood." And Giller very tearfully says, "What, you mean to say that we were just born from an accident?" And Spider-Man says, "I'm terribly sorry that you had to find out like this." We see Spider-Man and Giller are dragged by an army of lizards into an arena full of lizards, as we see the lizard sitting on a throne declaring to everyone that they should never have to fear humans, and let the games begin and bring forth the Centurions. As an army of giant Centurion lizards approach Spider-Man, Spider-Man sarcastically says to himself, "This is exactly why I got out of professional wrestling in the first place." We then see Mary Jane, Margaret, and Deborah follow a trail of lizard footprints, as Deborah says that there must be thousands of these creatures. Mary Jane says, "All of this really frightens me," and Margaret says, "I'm frightened too, but I love Dr. Connors. I will do anything for him. He's my husband." And in a roundabout way, it's helped me show my own potential and how strong I can be. Mary Jane, you don't have to do this. And Mary Jane, given a new lease of life, says, "No, you're right. I have to do this. Let's go." As we see Mary Jane, Margaret, and Deborah continue to follow the lizard trail. Meanwhile, we see Spider-Man taking on all of the Centurion lizards, and he manages to defeat all of them, and at one point has one of the lizards help break off his shackles. The lizard says that you got lucky, Spider-Man, and Spider-Man very sarcastically says, "Oh, you noticed that too, did you?" And Lizard jumps off his throne and says, "Prepare to fight someone who is more worthy." We then see Mary Jane, Deborah, and Margaret come to another tunnel, and they start to hear sounds of cheering. And Mary Jane says, "It's coming from over there." And as they move forward, they see one of the lizard guards approaches them with Deborah, rugby tackling them to the ground. Wow. Deborah Whitman tackling down a bad guy. Never thought I would see the day. We then see Margaret and Mary Jane enter the arena where they see Spider Man and the lizard going at it. Margaret says to Mary Jane that we need to get the bomb in the centre of the arena as Margaret falls over after getting snagged by one of the lizards with a net. She throws it to Mary Jane and says, "You have to hit the button." And Mary Jane goes to the centre, but she is also captured by one of the lizards before Giller picks up the bomb. Giller goes on to declare to all of the lizards that we were just born from an accident and that we could have been better, but instead we are just merely animals. And then she goes on to press the bomb, which causes Dr. Connors to revert back to his human form and all of the lizard people back to normal reptiles. Spider Man then says to Mary Jane, "Thank you for saving my life. It took a normal person, even with all my spider powers, to save me." And Mary Jane says, "Why, have you got a problem with that?" And Spider Man says, "No, of course not. It's just I was hoping to be the only one in the family wearing the superhero costume, but then again, it will probably look better on you than it would on me." Margaret then goes on to thank Mary Jane for giving her life back, and Mary Jane says, "You've done more for me than you can ever imagine." And then she goes on to thank Deborah, who she says was absolutely brilliant. And Deborah says, "You know what? Maybe I'm not finished with science after all." And then as Deborah leaves, Spider Man says, "Alone at last." And then they go off to swing to the top of the rooftop. As they get to the rooftop, Spider Man takes off his mask and kisses Mary Jane, and also tells Mary Jane that what I've learned today is how dangerous it can be being Spider Man's wife. Are you sure you still want to wear my ring? And Mary Jane says, "You bet on it, Tiger. One thing I have learned today is." Mary Jane goes on to say that it will take a lot of living up to be Spider Man's wife, but if anyone can do it, it's Mary Jane Watson, and the two embrace and kiss. And that wraps up Chapter 10 of the Partners in Danger story arc, The Lizard King. Overall, I thought this chapter was excellent. Definitely a worthy sequel to Season 1's Night of the Lizard. I loved the callbacks from that episode, and I loved how the neogenic recombinator that Spider Man and the lizard were fighting over played a huge part in the birth of all of the lizard people and tying it into Dr. Connor's blood as well. All of that was excellent. And having Mary Jane in on the secret, not only as Spider Man's fiance, but as an ally as well, and actually coming through and helping save the day by helping the lizard revert back to being Dr. Connors and also saving Spider Man's life as well. So I thought that was a lot of fun as well. Although I'm not entirely a fan of Mary Jane always being the damsel in distress, but for this chapter, I thought they did a really good job with writing her as a real badass. And I have to give a quick mention to Deborah Whitman. Deborah Whitman has really changed a lot from season 1 to 4. She went from being a nerdy lab assistant to being a kick ass character in her own right and actually playing a small part in helping Dr. Connors become normal again. I loved it. I thought it was great. Not sure if I would like to see too much of that, but for a one off, it was great. It was a lot of fun. And, The lizard, as I said earlier, going from being an out of control reptile to a full blown villain and declaring himself as the Lizard King was a great change in the character because I don't think it would have worked if we had had the whole out of control reptile again. Not sure that would have worked for the story, but having him very vocal and very in control and just being an evil villain, loved it. I really enjoyed that a lot, and it was a nice change of dynamic. So instead of Spider Man trying to tame the lizard like he did in season one, this time round, he's trying to save Dr. Connors, but he's also trying to defeat the lizard as well. Brilliant stuff. Really enjoyed this chapter a lot, and one of the best chapters of season 4, in my opinion. So now that chapter 10, The Lizard King, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is the final chapter of the Partners in Danger story arc, which is chapter 11. And this introduces us to the debut of a villain who would make his one time only appearance in the entire 90s run of Spider Man, the animated series. And this villain in particular was not originally a big deal, but he would later go on to become one of the most important characters for the Spider Verse movies years later. And the name of this chapter refers to the same villain who makes his one time appearance in the Partners in Danger story arc, and he shares a deep connection with one of Spider Man's greatest enemies. And he is a bit of an odd choice to end season 4 with, and we learn about who this person is and why he has chosen to get involved with this particular villain. And we also get to see him go at it with Spider Man one time in the show's run. And the villain who makes his one time appearance is the name of the next chapter, and this one is called The Prowler. So, as we saw previously in chapter 10, The Lizard King, Spider Man revealed to Mary Jane that he was really Peter Parker, much to her shock and surprise. And then we saw Peter take Mary Jane web swinging all over the city, and then he would proceed to get down on one knee and ask Mary Jane to marry him. Mary Jane accepted Peter's marriage proposal, and then Peter would make their engagement official by giving Mary Jane a spider tracer as an engagement ring to make their union official. As Peter and Mary Jane celebrate their engagement, we see Dr. Kurt Connors racing from a taxi into the ESU building, but little does he know that he is being watched by a group of lizards underneath the sewers. As Dr. Connor's lizard arm begins to grow out, he blasts himself with radiation to prevent himself from transforming into the lizard as he passes out on his desk. And while all of this is going on, we see the lizards from the sewers watch all of this take place and think to themselves that they have actually found their father. We then see Mary Jane and Peter break the news to their respective aunts, May and Anna. And May, of course, is very pleased that Peter and Mary Jane are getting married. However, Anna is quite the opposite and disapproves of Peter and Mary Jane getting married. We then see Mary Jane and Peter ask Dr. Connors to give Mary Jane away at the wedding, but they are soon attacked by the lizards from the sewers as they proceed to go after Dr. Connors. Spider Man tries to intervene and save both Mary Jane and Dr. Connors, but is manhandled by the lizards and thrown over the desk. Soon after, the lizards kidnap both Mary Jane and Dr. Connors as they make their way down to the sewers. As soon as they're in the sewers, Dr. Connors explains to Mary Jane that the same accident that transformed him into the lizard may have played a part in the creation of the lizards, as we see a flashback of the lizards drinking Dr. Connor's blood, which causes them to grow, and as a result of neogenics, they are fully transformed into the lizards. and this causes the lizards to believe that Dr. Connors is their father, as he is the one who gave birth to them. Soon after, we see Connor's lizard arm begins to grow as he slowly starts to transform into the lizard, and Dr. Connors frees Mary Jane and tells her to run. And soon after she runs away, she runs into Spider Man, who was able to track her down with the wedding ring that he gave her in the form of a spider tracer. As soon as Mary Jane leaves, she goes to Dr. Connors' wife Margaret for help, who has a bomb that Dr. Connors left for her in the event of something happening to him. And then soon after, we see Dr. Connors has fully transformed into the lizard and declares himself as the lizard people's father, as all of the lizards bow down to him. Soon after, Mary Jane and Margaret go to Deborah Whitman for help, who is able to make a few adjustments to Dr. Connors' bomb. And then we see Spider Man is able to fight off the lizard centurions before taking on the lizard himself. And as the two of them are going at it, we see that Mary Jane and Deborah Whitman and Margaret are already in the underground sewers with the bomb, which Gilla manages to get hold of and tells all of her fellow lizards that they are nothing more than an accident. And she switches on the bomb, which causes all of the lizards to return back to reptilian form and causes the lizard to revert back to his human form. And as soon as Dr. Connors is back to being human again, Margaret tells Mary Jane, "Thank you for giving her life back." And soon after, Peter asks Mary Jane, "Are you sure you still want to be Spider Man's wife?" And Mary Jane says, "I know being Spider Man's wife has a lot to live up to, but if anyone can do it, it's Mary Jane Watson." So now that Chapter 10, The Lizard King, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 11 of the Partners in Danger story arc and the final chapter for Season 4. And this introduces us to a villain who would go on to become an important character for the Spider-Verse movies many years later, and he makes his first and only appearance in the show, and this one is simply called The Prowler. So we see Spider Man is swinging through his new neighborhood when he is yelled at by people on the street, telling him that he is a menace, and they proceed to throw rubbish at him. And Spider Man very sarcastically says to himself, "There's no place like home, is there?" And then all of a sudden, he sees a robbery taking place, and he quickly makes short work of the robber by webbing them with his spider webbing, and he proceeds to lift up the robber and tie him to the rooftop. Spider Man then takes a good look at the robber's face and is in shock when he sees that the robber is the same age as him. And as he swings away, Spider Man says to himself that, "Have I been battling supervillains for so long that I fail to realize the real life crimes that are going on in this neighborhood?" Soon after, Spider Man changes back into Peter Parker and begins to have doubts about whether moving into this new neighborhood was the right move. And he also begins to question himself whether or not he is deserving of being with Mary Jane, as this neighborhood was all he could afford. As soon as Peter enters his apartment, his spider sense is triggered off and he's attacked by a man in a green and purple costume who says that he is looking for Spider Man, and goes on to say to Peter that he knows that Spider Man and Peter Parker are partners, as Peter always takes the pictures, and Spider Man and him split the profit between them. And Peter says, "Who are you anyway?" And the masked figure says to Peter, "You really don't know who I am, do you? Then perhaps this might jog your memory." And the masked figure takes off his mask, and Peter says, "I have never seen you in my life." And the man says, "You don't even remember me, do you? Well, when I'm finished, everyone will remember Hobie Brown." Hobie tells Peter his story about how he was a small time criminal and was looking to double cross his boss called Iceberg, but little did Hobie realise that his entire confession was recorded on a security camera as it is played back to him by Iceberg, who goes on to say that his services will no longer be required and freezes his legs and tells his henchmen to get rid of him. Hobie tells Peter that Iceberg's henchmen were setting him up for the big chill, and in another flashback we see Hobie manages to escape Iceberg's henchmen. As Hobie makes his escape, he runs to his girlfriend's apartment, Angela, and tells her that he is in trouble. And Angela tells him that what else is new? Why don't you give up this life and come back to me? I want to be with you. I want you to live a normal life and get a normal job. Hobie says that I just want power. I want to be somebody. Angela very tearfully says to Hobie that if you can't see things from my view, then maybe I need to start making changes in my life. And as she turns around, she sees that Hobie has already left her apartment through the window. As we see Hobie is running through the streets, he runs up to an alleyway corner where he spots Peter Parker and Mary Jane walking in the street looking to buy their first apartment together. Hobie realised that his life was on the line and he was desperate for cash, and Hobie tells Peter that when he saw him, he had it all. He had the lady, he had the job, he had everything that he didn't. We then go back to the flashback where we see Peter and Mary Jane deciding on whether or not to buy the apartment, and Mary Jane says, "We'll take it." Peter questions Mary Jane about why she would want to live in a dump like this, and Mary Jane says, "You just don't realise how much I love you, Mr. Parker, and besides, this is all we could really afford." But little do they realise that Hobie is standing in the corner as he runs and steals Mary Jane's purse. We then see Peter quickly run after Hobie into an alleyway where Hobie is hiding in the corner and takes out the cash in Mary Jane's purse and very angrily says to himself that there isn't enough cash. This will never get me what I need. And we then see Spider-Man yell at Hobie and says, "I don't know really. It could get you a lifetime in the state penitentiary." And we see Hobie pulls out Iceberg's freeze gun and attempts to shoot Spider-Man. Spider-Man then webs up Hobie and tells him that him and Peter Parker are partners, and if anyone ever crosses Peter Parker or his lady, they'll have to deal with him. Spider-Man then tells Hobie, "Those are my rules. Got it?" And Hobie says, "Yeah, sure." And then Spider-Man leaves by saying, "Good." Hobie then tells Peter that Spider-Man had his rules, Iceberg had his. When was I going to lay down mine? But the one thing that he did learn while he was thinking in prison was that whoever has the power makes the rules. Hobie tells Peter that while he was in prison, he had a lot of time to think about things, and then one day a fellow prisoner pushes a shelf of paint over another prisoner, and Hobie pushes him out of the way, and the person looks up, and it is none other than Richard Fisk, the son of Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin. Hobie then asks Richard, "A friend of yours?" And Richard replies, "No, just for competition. My father has a lot of enemies." Hobie then asks, "Who's your father?" And Richard replies, "Someone who would be very interested in what you just did for me." Hobie then explains that odd things started happening. A fancy lawyer came in and told the judge to drop all the charges and throw the case out as there was no proof of me being linked to the crime, and I was free to go. Hobie wanted to see who this mystery person was who was on his side, and he learned very quickly that Richard's father was none other than the Kingpin. And Kingpin says, "Name your price." Jewels, money, and Hobie says, "Power." And Kingpin rubs his hands together and says, "Ah, that." And Hobie goes on to say that, "I want to stick it to Iceberg." And then we see the Kingpin shows Hobie a brand new suit, which he calls the Stealth Battle Suit. Kingpin then goes on to explain to Hobie about the suit's capabilities, and says to him that whoever wears the suit has the power. And Hobie asks Kingpin, "What's the catch?" And Kingpin says, "No catch, a small price for saving my son." Hobie gets inside the suit and is fully charged with a dose of radiation, thanks to the Kingpin. And once he is zapped with radiation, Hobie begins to grow even bigger and more stronger. And Hobie tells Kingpin that no strings attached, right? And Kingpin says, no strings attached. And Hobie says, your son for the suit. And as he leaves, Kingpin begins to laugh very evilly, knowing that he has Hobie under his control. Hobie tells Peter that it's funny that the person who says no strings attached is the one who's pulling the strings. And then we see another flashback of Hobie testing out the new suit's capabilities and gives himself a brand new name. No longer would he be known as Hobie Brown, he was now referred to as the Prowler. It's quite interesting how the Prowler's origin story in the show is completely different to his origin story in the comic books, because for those of you who probably may not know this, the Prowler made his debut back in Amazing Spider-Man issue 78 in 1969, and his origin story in that comic book was completely different to the one they came up with in the show. In the comic books, Hobie Brown wanted to become a supervillain simply to get publicity. He didn't really go to the Kingpin for help, or the Kingpin reached out to him. He simply made his own costume, came up with his own gear and his own name, which of course he still did come up with his own name in the show, and he just wanted to be a somebody after feeling that he was a bit of a loser. And in the Prowler's history, there have been at least three different people who have assumed the persona of the Prowler. The first one was, of course, Hobie Brown back in 1969, and the second person to assume the Prowler persona was Rick Lawson, and the third person to assume the Prowler persona was Aaron Davis, who would also later on go on to become the uncle of Miles Morales many years later in the Spider-Verse movies. And then later on, the Prowler would be featured more prominently in the Spider-Man Miles Morales video games for the PS5. So it's quite amazing how the Prowler originally started out as quite a low-level villain, has evolved into an important character in his own right many years later, and he's even had quite a big role in some of the more recent Spider-Man media. So, for someone like the Prowler to be featured as the final villain for season 4 was a bit of an odd choice at first, but I suppose looking back now, I suppose it worked out okay for him because, as I said, he would go on to be featured in a number of different forms of Spider Man media, and they made him a bit of a heavy hitter in his own right, in my opinion. So, as we see, the Prowler is waiting on the rooftop for the arrival of his former boss, Iceberg. We then see Iceberg arrive and emerge from his car, and as soon as he emerges from his car, the Prowler blasts his car and goes down to attack Iceberg's gang, and then we see the Prowler and Iceberg go at it, and then before the battle is over, the Prowler manages to get the better of his former boss. Iceberg is in complete shock as he's always looked at himself as the strongest, and Prowler says to him that your freak genes don't work on me, not while the Prowler is around. And then we see Spider-Man comes up from behind and openly mocks him by saying, the Prowler, huh? So, who are you when you're not at home? The Prowler yells at Spider-Man by saying that you won't take me again, and blasts him as Spider-Man quickly moves out of the way and says to him, nice claws. Do you hang out with my friend Wolverine by any chance? and the Prowler quickly flies up and attempts to smash his fist through Spider-Man, and Spider-Man swings out of the way by saying, "Gotta take him somewhere where he can't hurt anyone," and proceeds to have Prowler follow him to the Brooklyn Bridge. As the two make their way to the bridge, Spider-Man and the Prowler continue to go at it, with the Prowler constantly blasting his rays at Spider-Man as he moves out of the way, and then he shoots a metal wire which ties up Spider-Man, and he is unable to break free. And as the Prowler constantly blasts him, Spider-Man falls off the bridge and into the river, and the Prowler stands tall and basking in his victory, declaring that in one night he was able to defeat both Spider-Man and Iceberg, and truly declares himself as the Prowler. After celebrating his victory, we're then taken back to the present, where the Prowler tells Peter that he had destroyed Spider-Man, or so he thought, and he wasn't entirely sure what happened to him. Peter, of course, knows what's really happened, but he can't tell him that because he would give away his Spider-Man identity. We're then taken back to the past where we see Spider-Man is falling underwater and manages to break free of the metal wiring as he reaches to the surface. And then we're taken back to the present where Hobie tells Peter that there was only one thing left to do, and that was to seize power. We then see the Prowler break into Iceberg's hideout, and he proceeds to call out Iceberg for a fight. And then we see Iceberg tells his henchmen not to bother. He'll handle this as he grabs one of his freeze guns and freezes the Prowler. But soon after, the Prowler is able to break free and smashes Iceberg's freeze gun over his knee. And then after that, we see the Prowler has completely taken over Iceberg's gang and making Iceberg his own personal waiter. As the Prowler celebrates his victory over his former boss, his suit starts to give out electricity, causing him to be in agonizing pain. And as he sits down on his chair, we see a flying tracker come into the room and produces a hologram of the Kingpin. And the Prowler explains to the Kingpin that the suit is causing him a lot of pain and he needs to fix it. And the Kingpin goes on to say that the Kingpin doesn't have to do anything. If you want the suit fixed, you'll have to come back to me and get it recharged. Oh, and one more thing that I forgot to mention. Batteries are not included. Hobie tells Peter that how could he have been so stupid, and he felt really lost. And as he goes to Angela's apartment, he finds out that Angela is now with another guy and says to Hobie that Henry is a good man who lives a normal life and works a normal job. The best thing you can do right now is go. Hobie tells Peter that he lost everything and that he needs Peter's help. He needs him to find Spider-Man, as he found out on a news report that Spider-Man is still alive. We then see Hobie collapses in pain due to the electrical shocks that are being triggered in the suit, and Peter goes on to try and rewire the suit's capabilities and explains to Hobie that if he tries to remove the suit from Hobie, it will cause the self-destruct mechanism to go off, and it would give him an advantage over the Kingpin if he's got some control, and it will give you and Spider-Man an advantage. Hobie says to Peter, "You would really call Spider-Man for me?" And Peter very smirkily says, "Oh yes, this is one fight I don't think Spider-Man would want to miss." Soon after, we see a helicopter flying over the city as it makes its way to Kingpin's headquarters, Crime Central. But little do they know that Spider-Man is following them as he swings towards the building. And as the helicopter lands inside, we see two of Kingpin's henchmen arrive with the Prowler, and the Kingpin comes to greet the Prowler by saying to him that, "I'm glad to see that you've reconsidered my offer." And the Prowler responds by saying, "Well, I didn't see any other way." And the Kingpin responds by saying, "Exactly, my way." And then shortly after, we see Spider-Man arrives and takes out Kingpin's guards. Kingpin pulls out a device that is connected to the Prowler's suit and begins to terminate Prowler's suit by delivering full-on electric shocks to his suit. But Spider-Man manages to intervene and destroys Kingpin's device. Spider-Man and the Prowler run into the control room, and the Prowler asks Spider-Man, is there a way to disable the bomb on my belt? And Spider-Man says, well, there may be a way I can disable the bomb. Let's face it, the Kingpin is hardly a tech whiz. And then after a few buttons, Spider-Man is able to disable the bomb on the Prowler's belt. After the bomb is fully disabled, one of Kingpin's henchmen shoots Spider-Man after he takes the hit for the Prowler, and the Kingpin orders his henchmen to destroy the Prowler. However, the Prowler holds up both sides of the bomb and says to the Kingpin that I can still connect this, and if I go up, we all go up together. And Kingpin orders his men to stand down, and the Prowler tells Spider-Man to get them out of here. Shortly after, we see Spider-Man and the Prowler on the rooftop, where the Prowler thanks Spider-Man and Peter Parker for helping him. And the Prowler says to him that I realize now that the only power I need to have is power over myself, and the Prowler promises to never get himself in this trap ever again. I realize that now, and there's still hope for me yet, and that there's a girl named Angela who still needs a man. Maybe I can be that man for her. I've got a lot of apologising to do. Shortly after, we see Peter Parker meet Mary Jane at the Coffee Bean, where he surprises her with a bouquet of roses. Peter tells Mary Jane that he's going to stop worrying about the things that have power over him, and that he's going to start enjoying the things that he has in his life. And Peter also says to Mary Jane that all that matters to me is that I love you and you love me. And Mary Jane says, maybe this marriage thing might work out after all. And Peter says, I'll bet my webbing on that, and kisses her. And that officially wraps up Chapter 11, The Prowler, and my review on Season 4, The Partners in Danger story arc. Overall, I thought this was a pretty good season. There were a couple of chapters that I probably could have done without. There were a few that I don't think really added much to the overall story arc for season 4. And having the Prowler as the final villain for season 4, there was nothing wrong with chapter 11. I thought it was okay for what it was, but I personally would have had this one maybe somewhere at the beginning of season 4, because no disrespect to the Prowler, he's not really what you would call one of the heavy hitters of Spider-Man's rogues gallery. And most of chapter 11 was pretty much set in flashback, with Hobie Brown telling Peter about how he became the Prowler and how he got mixed up with the Kingpin. I think I would have had the return of the Green Goblin as probably the final chapter for the Partners in Danger story arc, or maybe somewhere towards the end, because as I said earlier, you had Harry Osborn become the Green Goblin, and then you had Mary Jane return to Peter after she disappeared at the end of season 3. And I think that would have been a much better way to end season 4. The Black Cat stuff was very enjoyable. I really liked that part of the Partners in Danger story arc, and Black Cat and Spider Man's growing romance was one of the highlights of season 4. The Morbius thing I felt was kind of shoehorned in a little bit into the story arc. I didn't really feel it added much to it, and I think it just went on a little bit too long. I think having Morbius just disappear and not return, I think would have been much better because his presence didn't really add much to it. And if he was going to come back, maybe he should have come back in the Blade crossover and that gets wrapped up from there. But I enjoyed season 4. I think the Black Cat stuff and the return of the Green Goblin and the stuff with the lizard and all of the lizard people was very good. I enjoyed all of that stuff. But the rest of it, not so much. I didn't really care much for chapter 1, Guilty, with Robbie Robertson getting framed. It just kind of felt like a rehash of Peter Parker getting framed back in season 3. And if they were going to rehash that sort of storyline again, Matt Murdock should have made an appearance, or at least have Daredevil involved for a portion of that chapter, trying to help Spider Man prove his friend's innocence. I just think something like that needed Daredevil, but they didn't use Daredevil, so that is a real shame. The highlights for me from season 4 and the chapters that I enjoyed the most from the Partners in Danger story arc were Chapter 3, The Black Cat, Chapter 4, The Return of Kraven, Chapter 5, Partners, Chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin, Chapter 9, The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson, and Chapter 10, The Lizard King. I personally thought those ones really stood out to me. The ones that I thought were the weakest from the Partners in Danger story arc were Chapter 1, Guilty, Chapter 2, The Cat, although I did enjoy the little flashback involving the origin of Captain America. I thought that was the highlight of that chapter, but the rest of it didn't really hold my interest enough. Chapter 6, The Awakening, and Chapter 7, The Vampire Queen. Those are the ones involving Morbius. I didn't really care much for them either. Although it was great to see Blade, I feel that the Morbius stuff could have been wrapped up in one chapter as opposed to two. I just didn't really feel Morbius added much to the story arc. And Chapter 11, The Prowler. Decent chapter, but I think maybe this could have worked maybe at the beginning of season 4, or even maybe in one of the other seasons, perhaps. And as I said, to have the Prowler as the last villain for season 4 was kind of a weak note for the fourth season to go out on. But that's just my opinion, really. That's just what I think. I think maybe they could have ended it in a much better way. But I personally think that if you cut season 4 in half, take out the weak chapters that didn't really add much to the story arc, and keep the ones that I mentioned, then I definitely would have ranked season 4 a little bit higher because aside from the weak ones that I mentioned, there was some really good stuff in this season. And as I said, I enjoyed this season a lot. I thought season 4 was very good, but there were just a few things that didn't really fit the Partners in Danger story arc. And I think some of the chapters they were fine, but I probably would have just swapped them around a little bit in terms of where the order of the story arc goes. That's just me. That's just what I think. And although the Partners in Danger story arc focused on partners and unlikely allies, this season in particular saw the return of quite a few familiar faces, like the Scorpion, the Vulture, Blade, Kraven the Hunter, the Green Goblin, Mysterio. There were a lot of familiar faces. Some of them we hadn't seen since season 2. So that was a nice welcome treat to see some of the old favourites return. And having Mysterio getting killed off was totally unexpected because, as I said before, you never really saw anyone die on the show. You might see them get teleported into another dimension, as we saw with Mary Jane back at the end of season 3, or you probably might see them just disappear. You never really saw anybody die on the show. So that was an unexpected surprise because I didn't really see that one coming at all. And the stuff with the lizard was a nice continuation from Night of the Lizard from season 1. So that was good. I thought that was quite enjoyable. But yes, overall, I think season 4 was pretty good. It holds up very well, and there were a few things that maybe shouldn't have been featured in season 4. And Harry Osborn becoming the Green Goblin was a great payoff as well. And the return of Mary Jane Watson after her disappearance at the end of season 3, leading to Peter Parker proposing to her, was tremendous stuff, in my opinion. And overall, for the most part, I thought season 4 was very enjoyable. So that's going to be it from me. I am going to wrap this up now. What was your favourite chapter from the Partners in Danger story arc? Was it Chapter 1, Guilty, Chapter 2, The Cat, Chapter 3, The Black Cat, Chapter 4, The Return of Kraven, Chapter 5, Partners, Chapter 6, The Awakening, Chapter 7, The Vampire Queen, Chapter 8, The Return of the Green Goblin, Chapter 9, The Haunting of Mary Jane Watson, Chapter 10, The Lizard King, or Chapter 11, The Prowler? Or did you enjoy season 4 from start to finish? Now, the next time I will be back, I will be talking about season 5, and it's going to be very different to what I have done in the past with the previous seasons, which featured one single story arc that lasted the entire season with a number of chapters. For season 5, which features multiple story arcs, instead of talking about season 5 in its entirety, what I'm going to do is, for those multiple story arcs that are featured in season 5, I am going to be talking about each one separately on its own because some of those story arcs are quite involved and they have a number of chapters. So for me, it makes perfect sense to have them as separate editions as opposed to just doing one big gigantic one like I have done in the past. So make sure you don't miss those. And I hope you've enjoyed listening to me talking about season 4 and all 11 chapters of the Partners in Danger story arc. And I will see all of you next time for another edition of the Spider-Man review series, where, as I mentioned, I am going to be talking about season 5. So until next time, take care, everybody, and stay safe. And once again, as always, much appreciated. Thanks for listening.